Park Row Books and Harper Audio present She's Not Sorry by Mary Kubica. Performed by Andy Arndt. For my family and friends. Prologue. My phone starts to ring as I open the door to walk into the store. It's buried in the depths of my bag and is difficult to find. I shove aside a wallet and a cosmetic bag, knowing the search is likely futile. I will never get to it in time. My fingers make contact on the third or fourth ring. I fish it out of the bag, but as soon as I do, the phone goes quiet. I'm too late. A missed call notification from Sienna appears on the screen. I'm taken aback. I physically stop in the open doorway and stare down at her number on the display. Doubt and confusion fill my thoughts because it's just after 10 o'clock in the morning and Sienna is at school. Or rather, she should be. Sienna texts from school sometimes, sneaking her phone when the teacher isn't paying attention. Can I hang out with Gianna today? I lost my water bottle. Did you buy tampons? My stupid calculator won't work. But she doesn't call. My mind goes in a million different directions, thinking how, if she was sick, the nurse would call, and if she got in trouble at school for something, then the dean would call. Sienna wouldn't ever be the one to call. I don't have a chance to call her back. Almost immediately, the phone in my hand starts to ring again, and I jump from the unexpected sound of it. It's Sienna calling me back. My thumb swipes immediately across the screen. Sienna? What's wrong? I ask, pressing the phone to my ear. I step fully inside the store, letting the door drift closed to muffle the street noise outside, the sound of cars passing by and people on their phones, having conversations of their own. I hear the shrill, unmistakable panic in my voice, and I think how, in the next instant, Sienna is going to ride me for overreacting, for freaking out about nothing. Geez, Mom, relax. I'm fine, she'll say, drawing that last word out for emphasis. That's not what happens. It's quiet at first. I just barely make out the sound of something slight like movement or wind. It goes on a few seconds and I decide this must be a pocket dial. Sienna didn't mean to call me. The phone is in her pocket or her backpack and she called me by mistake. She doesn't even know she's called me twice. I listen, trying to decipher where she is, but it's more of the same. Nothing telling, nothing revelatory. But then, a man's voice cuts through the quiet. His words cold and sparing, his voice altered as if speaking through a voice changer. If you ever want to see your daughter again, you will do exactly as I say. I gasp. My eyes gape. I lose my footing, falling backward into the closed door. A hand rises to my mouth, pressing hard. I can't breathe all of a sudden. I can't think. My mind can't process what's happening at first. I pull the phone away from my ear, looking down at the display to see if I'm mistaken. If it's not Sienna's number that called, but someone else. A wrong number. Because this can't be right. This can't be happening. This can't be happening to me. But it is right. Sienna's number stares back at me from the display. Who is this? I ask, pressing the phone back to my ear. And why do you have my daughter's phone? And then, in the background, I hear Sienna's piercing scream. Mommy! She bellows. It's high-pitched, frenzied, desperate. And that's when I know that this man doesn't only have Sienna's phone. He has Sienna. Pure terror courses through my veins. Sienna hasn't called me Mommy in at least 10 years. I can't stop thinking what horrible thing must be happening for her to lapse back into her childhood and call me Mommy. I'm completely powerless. I don't know where she is. I don't know how to get to her, how to help her, how to make this stop. Go away, Sienna commands. Her voice trembles so that she doesn't sound like herself, who is usually so defiant, so sure. There is no mistaking her fear. Leave me alone, she demands, crying now. Sienna falters on the words, her voice cracking, so that the execution doesn't carry the same weight as the words themselves. Sienna is terrified, and so am I. "Sienna, baby!" I shriek. There is the sound of commotion, of muffled noises in the background. This man, I imagine, subduing Sienna, forcing a gag into her mouth so that she can't speak or scream, and Sienna fighting back from the sound of it, resisting him. I realize that I'm not blinking. I'm not breathing. Tears sting my eyes. "What are you doing to her? Who is this?" I demand of this man, screaming into the phone so that everyone in the store stops what they're doing to look at me, to stare, some gasping and pressing hands to their own mouths in shock, as if this nightmare is somehow collective. "What have you done with my daughter? What do you want from me?" "Listen to me," the man says back, his modulated voice unshaken and sedate, unlike mine. I still hear Sienna's desperate cry in the background, a keening, weeping wail, though it's stilted. The sound of it is enough to bring me to my knees. And yet I don't know what's worse, the sound of Sienna's cry or the sound of it as it grows distant and then fades completely away. "Where is she? What have you done to her? Why can't I hear her anymore?" "You need to do exactly as I say." "Exactly. Do you understand?" "I want to talk to my daughter. Let me talk to my daughter. I need to know that she's okay. What have you done to her?" "I have nothing to lose," the man says. "You're the only one with something to lose, Ms. Michaels. Now you need to shut up and listen to me, because I don't care one way or the other if your daughter lives or dies. What happens to her is entirely up to you." Part 1. 1. The first time I see her in the hospital is in the ICU, shortly after she's come out of surgery. I stand at the sliding glass door, looking in on her lying on the hospital bed, hooked up to a central line, an ET tube, an ICP monitor, a nasogastric tube, more. IV lines run into her veins, pumping her with fluids, with medicine like diuretics, anticonvulsants, and morphine, probably. Her head is wrapped with gauze. Beneath the gauze, just hours ago, I've been told, pieces of her skull were removed to relieve pressure on the brain. There isn't much to see of her face because her eyes are closed and she's all gauze and tubes. But what I can see of her is swollen and bruised. She's not my patient. Another nurse, Bridget, stands in the room with her, tending to her, getting her settled. And yet I felt sick to my stomach when I first saw her lying there on the bed through the glass. I'd heard the mumble of voices already, the hushed tones whispering of what people say happened to her, of what brought her here. I'm assigned to a few other patients today. We have 30 ICU beds at the hospital. We're broken down into pods, with 10 beds in each, and a nurse's station at the center of them. The nurse-to-patient ratio depends on how critical a patient is. Patients on ventilators or that are critically ill have a patient-to-nurse ratio of 2 to 1, but with lower acuity patients, we might have as many as 4. It's a lot to manage. It means that, despite our best efforts, errors sometimes get made. Like last week when one of the nurses gave a patient someone else's morning meds by mistake. She realized what she'd done right after she did it, told the doctor, and everything was fine, thank God. It doesn't always work out that way. Bridget catches a glimpse of me over her shoulder. She stops what she's doing and steps out of the room to come stand beside me at the sliding glass door. "Hey," she says as the doors drift closed. "Did you hear?" she asks, leaning in like she always does to gossip. "Hear what?" I ask, and my heart kicks it up a notch as if in preparation for what she's about to say. I was late to work today. I had a doctor's appointment this morning and didn't get in until noon. I should have been here sooner. The appointment was over by 9:30, but after what happened, I walked the city for miles, considering taking the whole day and letting someone else cover for me, even though I only had shift coverage for a few hours. In the end, I came to work. I had to talk myself into it, but it was what I needed to do. I needed to act like nothing was wrong because if I didn't, there would be questions. Everyone would want to know where I was and why I didn't come in, and besides, I thought work would be a welcome distraction. I was wrong. She jumped, Bridget says. From a pedestrian bridge. My breath hitches. It's all anyone is talking about. The woman who dropped over 20 feet from a bridge and just nominally survived. I know. I did hear that. How awful. What's her name? Caitlin, she says. And I muse over the name, becoming accustomed to it. Caitlin what? Beckett. Caitlin Beckett. Bridget speaks then as if giving me the change of shift report, though she's not my patient, and it's not a shift change. She says that the patient is 32 years old, that she came to our ICU from surgery, though she arrived at the hospital through the emergency room before having a decompressive craniectomy for cerebral edema caused by a traumatic brain injury. In other words, swelling around the brain was putting pressure on the brain. They had to relieve that, or she would be dead by now. Bridget goes on, saying more. At some point, I stop listening because I can't take my eyes off this woman. Caitlin Beckett. My mind gets trapped on the fact that she's only 32. It's so young. I shake my head, feeling really appalled when I think about it. I am 40. The age difference is considerable, though when I was 32, I was just coming into my own. At the time, I thought it was one of the best years of my life. I was married, with a child. I had more confidence than I'd ever had in my whole life. I knew who I was, and I didn't have to worry about trying to impress people anymore. Caitlin lies in an ordinary hospital gown, starch white with stars on it, beneath a blanket, her arms placed unnaturally at her sides. I feel sick inside, though I've seen everything there is to see working as an ICU nurse. This patient shouldn't upset me any more than every other patient, but she does, for different reasons. Do you think she will make it? I ask Bridget. Who knows, she says, looking around to make sure we're alone before she does. Hope is paramount to being a nurse. As nurses, we should believe that all our patients will live, though the survival rate for someone like this is generally poor. Most don't survive. Even if she was to survive, the odds of her having a good quality of life are not great. Is her family here? I ask, putting stock in the likelihood that she will either die or come out of the coma as a shell of her former self. Not yet. They're still trying to find a next of kin. I stare through the glass wall at her face. She looks peaceful, sleeping. She isn't. The bed she lies on is angled upward, so that her head and upper body are inclined. Beneath the gauze, her hair, at least some of it, would have been shaved in preparation for the craniectomy. I imagine her bald. Her lips form around the endotracheal tube, which keeps the airways open so that air from the ventilator can get into her lungs. Her coloring is off. It's waxy and wan where it isn't bruised purple. Her injuries look horrific. A fractured hip, a broken leg, broken arms and ribs, more. Bridget asks, "She's pretty, isn't she?" I frown. How can you tell? She's unrecognizable. It's impossible for Bridget to know what she looks like, with the swelling, the bruising, and the gauze. I don't know, she says. I just can. It's terrible what happened. I swallow. It takes effort because my saliva is thick and ropey. Tragic. What makes a person do something like that? Bridget asks. And I can't believe she's going on like this, to me of all people. But she doesn't know my story. She doesn't know what happened before. She doesn't know how much this upsets me. When I don't answer fast enough, she says, "You know, jump from a bridge, kill themselves?" I shudder at the thought, shaking my head. I feel her eyes on my face, searching it. I feel my cheeks and ears go red. I don't know. Of all the ways to go, why that? Bridget asks. I wish she would drop it, but she doesn't. She goes on, driving the point home, saying in a low voice so that no one passing by in the hall can hear, "What about carbon monoxide or a lethal dose of morphine? Wouldn't that be easier? Less painful?" She isn't trying to be insensitive. Not everyone knows my family's history with suicide. I blanch. I say nothing because I don't have an answer, and because I can't stop thinking about what it would have been like for her to fall, to slam into the earth from the height of the bridge. There is a metallic tang in my mouth all of a sudden. I press my fingers to my lips, willing it away. I can't stop wondering things like if she lost consciousness during the fall, or if she was wide awake when she hit the ground. Did she feel her stomach float up into her chest, her organs moving freely around her insides like on an amusement park ride? Or did she feel nothing but the searing pain of impact? Bridget excuses herself. She slips back through the sliding glass door to attend to the patient. For a minute longer, I stand there watching as Bridget shows something like affection in the way she rearranges the other woman's hands on her abdomen, setting her fingers just so, letting her own hand linger on hers. I read her lips as she leans over her and asks, "What did you do, baby girl? What did you do?" I can think only one thing in that moment. It's a wonder she survived this long. 2. My shift ends at 7. I leave the hospital that night, heading east down Wellington for Halstead, trying to leave patients behind, to not take thoughts of them with me when I go. It's easier said than done. No matter how hard I try, some still come with me. As nurses, we're supposed to compartmentalize, to be detached, to mentally separate our professional lives from our personal lives, like sorting medication into a pill sorter, clearly divided with thick plastic tabs. We were taught this in nursing school, though it's not that easy, and it's not something that can be taught, to care for and about our patients, but to not let ourselves get emotionally attached because attachment, they say, leads to burnout, which causes nurses to leave an already hemorrhaging profession. It's hard because as nurses, it's in our nature to be compassionate, and these two things, detachment and compassion, are at odds with one another. The sun set hours ago. This time of year, night comes early and fast. On the days that I work, I hardly ever get to see the sun. It's dark when I leave for work in the morning, and it's dark when I go home. I text Sienna as I walk, reminding her that I'll be late, and she replies with a quick K. I ask if she remembered to close the front door, and she texts back, yes. These last few days, the door to our apartment has not been latching properly. It doesn't always stay closed. It would be just an inconvenience, except that there have been a string of break-ins in the neighborhood lately. Crime in general has been on the rise citywide. Carjackings, armed robberies. Just last week, a woman was followed into her apartment building on Fremont. She was attacked, beaten, and robbed in the stairwell. The assailant left her with a broken nose and a broken arm. He took her purse with everything inside, all her money, her debit and credit cards. She's lucky to be alive. The police are still looking for who did it, which has me on edge. I can't stop thinking that there's this man out there somewhere, attacking women, and I wonder if he's had his fill for now or if he's already on the hunt for his next victim. The thought of it keeps me up some nights. It doesn't help that Fremont is only 2 blocks from where Sienna and I live. I've asked the landlord twice already to fix the door, but he's busy. He says he will, but he still hasn't. Did you lock it? I text Sienna about the door. Yes, she says again, and I want to ask if she's sure, to tell her to double-check that the door is locked, but I don't want to come across as paranoid or give her a reason to feel scared. And so I let it go. I say goodbye and slip my phone into my bag. At Halstead, I turn left, making my way toward Belmont. Halstead is alive tonight, full of people heading home on the evening commute, so that the air is electric, buzzing with the sounds of voices and cars. Outside, it's begun to snow, a sudden blitz of big, fat snowflakes. The temperatures aren't abysmally cold because of the snow, but still I pull my hood over my head to stay dry, tuck my chin into the coat, plunge my hands into my pockets, and walk faster. The church sits on the north side of Belmont, looking dignified and majestic in this weather. It's picturesque with the snow coming down as it is, like something straight out of a Thomas Kincaid painting. When I come to Belmont, I wait for the 77 bus to pass, and then jog across the street to the church. The building is Tudor Gothic style with towers and steep concrete stairs that lead to 3 sets of solid, arched wooden doorways, which are surrounded by stained glass windows. The church connects to the parochial school, so that the whole campus takes up almost an entire city block. I climb the steps, pull open the heavy wooden doors, and let myself inside, grateful when the doors drift closed and the city slips away behind me. The inside of the church is worlds apart from the outside. It's quiet and warm. The lights are dimmed, and the mood is calm and atmospheric. Up ahead, through another set of doors, sits the church's nave, where there are rows and rows of empty pews and ethereal stained glass windows. Just before me, a woman stands alone in the narthex. She wears a white, thigh-length winter coat and a black winter hat, looking very put together while I'm in my gym shoes and scrubs from work. The scrubs are slate blue, soft and ridiculously comfortable, but not exactly on fleek. Sienna would never let me hear the end of it if she knew I was wearing my scrubs out in public again. "You look lost," I say, smiling as I dry my shoes on the mat and come further in. The woman is about my same age, if not younger, a brunette with dark eyes and olive skin that complement the white coat. On her lower half are skinny jeans, tucked into the tall shaft of a pair of serious, rubber-soled winter boots with a fuzzy cuff, and I regret the gym shoes on a night like this, knowing that by the time I make my way home, the snow may be deep enough that it gets into my shoes. The woman laughs to herself, at herself, a nervous laugh like a titter. "I think I am," she says, letting her eyes go around the room, where there are no signs, nothing and no one to tell her where to go. "I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be." "Are you here for the divorce support group?" Another nervous, this time self-deprecating laugh. "Is it that obvious?" I'm quick to reply, "No, of course not. It's just that I'm headed there myself, and I don't know of any other meetings in the building tonight. It's usually just our group." I take a breath, my tone changing. "You don't need to be nervous," I say, hoping I'm not overstepping, but interpreting her posture, her body language. I mean, it's okay to be. Everyone gets nervous their first time here, but there really is no reason to be. "I'm Megan," I say, stepping close enough to reach out a hand that she takes into hers, which is somehow warm despite the weather outside. And I wonder how long she's been standing in the narthex, waiting for someone to come and help her. "Megan Michaels." The woman's expression changes. Her head lists and her eyebrows draw together, a look of something like disbelief washing over her face. Her eyes widen as if to take me fully in. "Megan Michaels? Barrington High School, class of 2002? She asks. And I nod dimly, my brain trying to catch up, to make the connection. I did go to Barrington High School, though that was a long time ago. It's about an hour from where I live now, but my parents left the suburban town a year after I graduated, and I haven't been back much since, nor have I been good about keeping up with high school friends." "It really is you," she says, as if seeing the resemblance between me and my teenage self. "It's me," she says, her hand going to her chest. "Nat Cohen. Natalie. We went to high school together." "Oh my God," I say, happy but shocked. Natalie Cohen. Nat. I haven't heard that name in over 20 years. She looks different, but then again, we all do. Her face has thinned, becoming less round, and her hair is longer than I ever remember it being. She wore it in this short, blunt bob for as long as I knew her, and I wonder when she made the decision to let it grow out. It looks gorgeous long. She is gorgeous. Nat was always pretty, but in high school there was a tomboyishness about her that has since disappeared. She's aged incredibly well. There are no lines on her skin like mine, and shallowly I wonder if she gets Botox, fillers, or other injections, or if she was blessed with good genes. Nat and I were in the same graduating class. We played tennis together, though she was always so much better than me. I open my arms and wrap them around her, conscious of how nice it feels to be this close to something from my past. I soak it in. I hold on for a minute too long. Memories of high school surface, of simpler, happier times that make me nostalgic. As I release her, I say, I can't believe it's really you. How have you been? Where are you living? Are you still playing tennis? I can't stop myself from asking so much. I want to ask even more, but how do you catch up on 20 years? Especially when we have only a few minutes before the meeting begins. I've been better, she says. God, of course. That was a dumb question, I say, feeling insensitive, if not stupid. Because here we are, headed into a divorce meeting. No one that attends these meetings is living their best life. We're all in limbo, trying to find ways to move on and be happy. You've let your hair grow out, I say, because even with a hat on, her long locks come inches below her collarbone. I love it. It suits you. Thanks, she says. That old shaggy bob had to go. You look amazing. Truly. How long have you been standing here waiting? 10 or 15 minutes. The truth is, she says, visibly relaxing now that she's with me, I don't know that I should be here. I don't know that I want to be here. I say, no, I get it. You're not alone. My first time, I didn't even come in. I made it as far as the building, but then, somewhere just outside, changed my mind. I got cold feet, turned around and went home. I was sure everyone would be insufferable, and we wouldn't have anything in common other than that we were all divorced. I came back a few weeks later, and that time I stayed, and I liked it and the people very much. They're not insufferable at all, but friendly and kind. You'll like them, I think. It's this way, I say, taking a step toward the stairs so that she'll follow. Come with me, and we can catch up after the meeting when we have more time. There's so much I want to ask you. Behind us just then, the heavy church doors open again, and I turn at the sudden onslaught of city noises infiltrating the quiet church. It's Lewis, another of the group's members, coming in. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Nat startle at the sound of him, her reaction disproportionate to the noise. I let my gaze go to her, though her own eyes are fixed to Lewis, watching as he stomps his heavy boots on the mat, snow clinging fast to him and reminding us of the storm outside. It's only when he removes the hood and she gets a better look at him, at his round, babyish face and benevolent eyes that belie his large size, that she settles, her body slackening, her fisted hands slowly uncurling. We're supposed to get something like 4 inches tonight, though it's always so imprecise. It could be 1 inch or it could be 10. Beautiful night, Lewis says, stepping past us, and I can't tell if he's being facetious or not, though it is truly beautiful. There's something magical about the first snowfall of the season. My eyes go back to Nat's as he disappears down the stairs. That's just Lewis, I say, wondering what about his arrival made her so scared. Sweet guy. His wife left him for some other guy when he quit his high-paying corporate job to do something he found more fulfilling. Turns out she loved his money more than she loved him. What do you think? I ask, nodding toward the steps. You want to give it a try? You don't even have to talk. You can just listen, I say. Faye, the leader, is a therapist, but, like the rest of us, is divorced. Her mantra is that this is a safe place to listen to one another, to offer support, to empower one another, and to feel less isolated by our divorces. That said, my first time here, I was reluctant to open up. I came in planning to just listen and observe. I remember how I sat in my chair, looking out at the circle of faces around me, which were warm, open, and receptive. It settled my anxious nerves, and when Faye asked that night if anyone wanted to share their story with the group, I felt my hand rise by instinct. I'm divorced, I'd said, hearing a small tremor in my voice, wondering if anyone could hear it but me. Though I guess you know that already, because why else would I be here if I wasn't divorced? I'd laughed at myself then. Others had laughed too, with me, not at me, and I'd found it to be encouraging. The words came more freely after that, and I was able to tell them how it had been months since I'd filed for divorce. To say I've been having a hard time with it is an understatement, even though I'm the one who left him. I asked for this, in a sense. This was my doing. I took a breath, noticing that the tremor had gone away. I think the thing that makes it so hard is that I don't know anyone who's divorced. It's strange because something like 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? So how is it possible that it's never happened to anyone I know? It makes me feel like some kind of anomaly. No one knows on a personal level what I'm going through. I have great friends who are incredibly sympathetic, but I've felt myself pull away from them over the last few months. We just don't have as much in common anymore. Going through a divorce, there is so much to deal with, like raising a child alone, custody and visitation rights, changing my will, my name, getting rid of the joint bank account, trying to build my own credit because everything we shared was in Ben's name, and so I don't have much credit history myself. I can't talk to anyone in my life about this. I remembered how I'd stopped there and inhaled a sharp breath, feeling self-conscious because I'd said far more than I meant to say, but also finding it was cathartic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say so much. No, Faye said. Don't be sorry. Don't ever apologize, Megan. This is why we're here, to listen and support one another. Everyone in this room is dealing with these same issues, too. All around me, the circle of heads was nodding. And then she'd asked me to tell the group a little bit about Ben. I wasn't sure at first how to describe him. When we met, Ben was a dream. We were in high school at the time, back when things like a career and children were so far in the future we didn't think about them. They didn't exist, even in our wildest imaginations. Fast forward over 20 years, I wasn't happy. Ben wasn't happy. Sienna, by default, wasn't happy. Ben and I fought all the time. He was so focused on work, and it upset him when I asked him to make family a priority too, because he read that as me being insensitive, as not supporting him or his career, which wasn't my intent. I just wanted Ben to pay more attention to Sienna and me. I started thinking then, more and more often, about how I'd be better off without him, because being alone and lonely was better than feeling neglected and ignored. But for years, fear of the unknown kept me from leaving him. The reason I finally did wasn't for me, but for Sienna, because I didn't want ours to be the model of a marriage she saw. I wanted her to know that a marriage could be full of love, happiness, and mutual respect, too. I say to Nat now, until I started coming, I could think of few things worse than walking into a room full of strangers and imparting the details of one of the most painful experiences in my life. But now I've realized that what is worse is going through it alone. I pause to let my words sink in, and then I ask, nodding again toward the steps, "What do you think? You want to give it a try?" "Okay," she says, giving in. We head down the steps together to the parish hall, where the large round tables have been pushed out of the way to make space for a circle of black folding chairs in the center of the room. Faye has already gotten the meeting started when we arrive, and so we slip into the last two chairs, which are on opposite sides of the circle, and I watch from afar as Nat shimmies out of her coat and sets it on the back of the chair. She's quiet during the meeting. She listens, but she doesn't speak, and I don't blame her. At some point, she takes her hat off, and it's then, when she sweeps a hand through her hair, pushing pieces back from her eyes, that I spy a bruise along the upper forehead, beneath the hairline. I do a double take when I see it, taken aback by the size of the bruise, and by its bright red color as if fresh. Whatever happened recently, maybe today. I stare at it longer than I should, wondering how the bruise came to be there. I've done my fair share of dumb, clumsy things before, and maybe that's all this is. But maybe there's more to it, too. Nat glances up just then. Our eyes meet. I swallow and force a guilty smile, feeling self-conscious for getting caught staring. By instinct, her hand rises up to the bruise. She feels it, running her fingers over the tender bump, and then plucks pieces of hair down to cover it. And then, as if worried that's not enough, she puts her winter hat back on. I look away. I try and listen as others speak, but my eyes keep going back to Nat. The bruise is gone, but not forgotten. When the meeting is through, I grab my coat and start making my way toward Nat. But before I reach her, another woman, Melinda, sidles up next to me and says, "Hey, Megan, do you have a minute?" She doesn't wait for an answer, and I watch as Nat steals a glance at me before slipping her arms into her coat and making her way toward the stairs. I wanted to ask you about the school where your daughter goes, specifically what the admissions process and entrance exam are like. My oldest will be going to high school soon, and we've just begun looking into private schools in the area. It's overwhelming, to say the least. By the time I finally make it upstairs, Nat has made her way to the entrance. She's too far away to catch, and so I can only watch as she pushes the heavy wooden doors open to the barrage of snow, which falls sideways and in. Just outside, she stops, taking in the faces of people passing by. She pulls up her hood and lets go of the door, which floats slowly toward closed, but before it shuts, I see Nat merge with a group of passers-by. Later, I walk out of the church, back into the cold and the snow alone, my breath coming out like clouds when I breathe, wondering if I'll see Nat again and if she'll be back. I think about the bruise as I walk, though not so much the bruise itself, but the way Nat was so quick to hide it. I find myself worrying about her, wondering where she's going and who she's going home to. The snow has built up significantly in the last hour or so, collecting on the sidewalks and streets. Cars and buses move slowly past. There will be a parking ban on some streets overnight, so that the city can plow before morning rush hour. I take the red line home from the church, heading north. It's getting close to 9 o'clock now, and I feel uneasy out at this time of night, worried about myself and worried about Sienna at home alone. I've never been afraid in this city, not until the recent spate of robberies and attacks, which has the whole neighborhood on edge. I get off the red line at Sheridan and power walk from there, wanting nothing more than to get home, to be home, and to see with my own eyes that the door to our apartment is shut and locked and that Sienna is okay. 3. The next day at work, I check in with the charge nurse for my assignment when I arrive and find out I'm assigned to 2 patients today, including Caitlin Beckett, the woman they say jumped from the pedestrian bridge. I say okay, walking away, feeling a little bit more than apprehensive. I was hoping I wouldn't be assigned to her, that I'd be assigned to the same patients as yesterday, and I want to argue that Bridget should be, if for nothing else, continuity of care. But today is Bridget's day off. I set my things in a locker in the break room, and then I go to Caitlin's room. It's hard to look at her lying unconscious on the bed and not feel myself come undone. Just inside the glass doors, I come to a stop, letting my eyes run over her, staring at her a while. Bridget was right. Despite the gauze and tubes, you can see that she is pretty. She lies utterly still. Her skin is pale so that if I didn't know any better, I'd think she was dead. The only reason she's not is because machines breathe for her and bring nutrients and fluids to her. I've heard whispers in the break room already about what people think happened to her. Gossip and unverified claims. We shouldn't gossip about patients, and yet we do. It's cathartic, a way to de-stress from a long day of work or to steel ourselves for a day to come. This morning, I listened in on a couple nurses talking about her in the break room. One said that when she jumped, she heard Caitlin just narrowly missed the train tracks and landed somewhere between them, on the rocks. "Do you have any idea how many times the train goes by every day?" she asked. Meaning that if Caitlin landed on the tracks, she would have been hit by a passing train and that would have been the end of it. She wouldn't be here in our ICU fighting for her life. She'd be dead. "Trains can't stop very fast," she went on, though it was all very theoretical because it's not the way it happened. "Even in an emergency, I've heard that sometimes it takes over a mile of track to stop once the brake is applied because of the weight of the train and its speed." "She's lucky, then, that she jumped from where she did," another nurse, Natalia, said. "Lucky?" Misty asked in reply, incredulous. The long-term effects of a traumatic brain injury can be profound. Things like motor deficits, vision problems, difficulties with fine motor skills, difficulty thinking and remembering, more. "How can you say that? Have you seen her?" The answer was yes. We'd all seen her by then. I wasn't the only one who had walked by her room to get a glimpse of her through the glass. Others had too. If she really wanted to die, she should have picked another bridge to jump from, like one with semis and cars. Can you imagine being the driver of a car or train that hit her, though? Asked Natalia. I had my back to them. I didn't want to contribute to the conversation, but that didn't mean I didn't want to listen, that I didn't want to hear what other people were saying about her. It was just before 7 in the morning, right before the shift change, and so the break room was more crowded than usual because of the change of shift. What do you think it's like to know you're going to run into someone, to watch it happen, but not be able to do anything to make it stop? Erin told us then how her uncle is a freight train engineer. Years ago, there was a woman on his line trying to commit suicide. She described how his and the woman's eyes locked before he hit her, about how, even after he applied the emergency brake, he had to wait endless, agonizing seconds, listening to the shriek of something like 4,000 tons of train trying in vain to stop. Then the inevitable happened. The woman disappeared from view, slipping somewhere beneath him, and it was up to Erin's uncle to get out of the train when it finally did stop and go looking for her. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the rest. Erin said, "There are 2 things that can happen when a train runs into someone. 1, they can be thrown clear from the train and sustain massive internal injuries, which they'll probably die from. Or 2, that they can go under the wheels and most likely be dismembered." She paused for effect. "That's what happened to this woman. The second one," she said, shaking her head at the horror of it, of what her uncle had to witness. "He has nightmares still, to this day. It's been 6 years. "My God," said Misty. "That's awful. It wasn't his fault, and yet he'll have to live with that guilt his whole life, knowing he played a part in someone else's death." I bristled at the thought. I couldn't stand to listen to it anymore, and so I pushed myself off a bench and walked out. My friend Luke followed. "Nice to see they're at it again," he said of the gossip mill. I smiled. Of the nurses on staff, Luke was the most like me. Age had something to do with it. He and I had 10 or 15 years on most of the other nurses, many of whom had recently graduated from college. As we headed down the hall together, he asked, "Are you feeling okay?" I glanced at him, drawing my eyes together. "Yeah, fine. Why?" "You're quiet," he said. I looked away, but I could still feel his eyes on me. "Am I?" I asked, pulling a face because I was trying so hard to act normal. "Yes," he said, and then, carefully, "You were late to work yesterday." "Oh, that was no big deal. Just a doctor's appointment," I said, though Luke and I both know I wouldn't schedule a routine appointment on a workday, but he thankfully didn't pry. Still, I could tell he wanted to say more, that he wasn't letting me off the hook so easily. "I saw you were wearing your wedding ring yesterday, too," he said, taking me by surprise, and I felt guilty, caught, my face reddening. I didn't think anyone had noticed. "It's none of my business," Luke went on. "But," he hesitated, treading lightly, "are you and Ben getting back together?" "God, no. It's just—" I struggled for words to say, coming up with old habits, you know? It was a mistake to put the ring on. I don't know what I was thinking. After all those months, it looked so foreign on my finger. I took it off as soon as I got home. I walked straight into my bedroom before Sienna could notice to put it back in the little modular tray in my jewelry box where it belonged. "Yeah," he said. "I know. I get it. How's Sienna doing?" he asked then, changing the subject, and I was glad. I appreciated how often Luke asked about Sienna, how she is, how school is going for her, if I like her friends. "She's good. Fine." "Hey, I've been meaning to ask, how was your date?" It takes a second. My date? I'd almost forgotten. Suddenly that felt like a lifetime ago, though the mundanity of it, the everydayness of his question, was welcome. A few nights ago, I had a date. His name was Alec. It was the first date I'd been on since Ben's and my divorce. I met him on an online dating site, which I joined, albeit reluctantly, a few months back. I was wary of joining, but Luke and a couple other nurses at work convinced me to try. The truth is that Sienna is getting older. She grows more independent every day. Knowing she'll head off to college soon and I'll be alone for the rest of my life keeps me up at night. The fact that Ben is dating again is what convinced me. It was the catalyst for my saying yes to a date with Alec. Ever since Sienna let on about Ben's girlfriend, she's taken up space in my mind. I'm not so sure I didn't go on the date to get revenge. Putting on a dress I hadn't worn in years, one which was sexy with a shirred waist and a plunging, deep V-neck, thinking how good it would feel for a man to touch me again, to run his hand under the short skirt of the dress, to stare at me in a wanting way. But it didn't. It felt strange, unwanted at the time, and now, days later, inconsequential, so much that I'd already forgotten about him. Meh, I said to Luke with a shrug.
Just meh? He asked.
Yeah, just meh. We didn't connect. It was awkward.
That sucks. I'm so sorry, Megan. His loss. The next one will be better, he promised.
But I wasn't sure there would be a next one. Now, in Caitlin's hospital room, the night nurse comes and gives me the change of shift report. We stand at the bedside, and she goes over her vitals, her medical history, medication, and more. She is in a coma still, no better and no worse than she was yesterday. She's completely unresponsive to all external stimuli, which isn't unusual for someone in her condition. Patients like her can have different levels of consciousness. Some can be minimally conscious or in a vegetative state. They may flinch when we draw blood. They might grind their teeth, thrash in bed, cry, or make other involuntary movements. But not this patient. She can't do anything on her own, not even breathe. The only difference today is that sometime last night, after my shift ended, hospital staff located her parents. I find them in the waiting room, where they spent the night practically upright in recliners. I stand and watch them from a distance as they try to sleep. Their eyes are closed, but whether they're actually asleep or not, I can't say. ICU waiting rooms have a very palpable tension to them, different from anywhere else in the hospital. For the most part, visitors are only allowed to see patients one or two at a time, for short periods of time. They wind up camping out in the waiting room, rotating between grieving, praying, crying, visiting, sometimes sleeping and eating, though that's rare. They look like zombies by the time they leave, and only sometimes do they get to take their loved ones with them when they go. I let them sleep. I go back to the patient's room, but it's hard being alone with her. I go about my work, going through the motions, trying not to think about what happened before, about what brought her here. I check the monitor and her IVs. I check her vitals and administer medication, but all the while, my eyes keep drifting back to her face, taking it in, making sure she's still unconscious. Only about a third of her face is truly visible. The rest is covered with gauze, tubes, and tape that pulls unmercifully at the skin, so that she's practically unidentifiable. She could be anyone. I think of how peaceful she looks now, and how contradictory that is to what happened. Later, visiting hours begin and her parents come to the room. I have my back to the door when they arrive, but I hear the glass slide open, and then a woman asks, her voice tentative, "May we please come in?" I turn to find them standing in the open door. Now that they're here, I get a better look at them. They're middle-aged, somewhere around 60, both gray, though his is more like salt and pepper and hers is silver. They're well-dressed, her in jeans, a camisole, and cardigan, and him in dress pants and a dress shirt, as if he just came from work, though all of it looks slept in and shapeless. They're practically the same height. They hold hands, clinging fast to each other, desperate for something to hold on to. She wears yesterday's makeup and it's smudged around the eyes. "We're Caitlin's parents," she says. "Tom and Amelia Beckett." "Yes, please, come in," I say. "Good morning, I'm Megan. I'll be taking care of your daughter today." "It's nice to meet you," her mother says. But she's not looking at me. She's looking at her daughter now, taking in the gauze and the tubes, the drains, the IV lines, as if seeing them for the first time. She sucks in a breath, pressing her fingers to her mouth, fighting tears. I look away so that I don't get choked up by her reaction. I feel responsible for it. Seeing a loved one like this is hard to digest. Being in an ICU is an adjustment. It can be overwhelming at first, for many reasons. The lights in the room are harsh. They do nothing for a patient's appearance. The sheer number of people coming into and out of the room every day is exhausting. Residents and attendings, respiratory therapists, nutritionists, PTs and OTs, more. It's hard for families to remember who everyone is. They worry every new face is the harbinger of bad news. The constant buzzing and the beeping of the machines is unfamiliar. It can be frightening, because people don't know what they mean. They worry every sound a machine makes is something bad, potentially life-threatening. "Can I touch her?" Mrs. Beckett asks as they come to stand at their daughter's bedside. "Of course you can," I say, watching as she lays a tentative hand on Caitlin's arm, careful not to dislodge the peripheral line. I tell them that she is stable, that nothing has changed overnight. The doctor will be in this morning and, sometime today, a respiratory and physical therapist. I explain how it's important that we keep coma patients moving as much as we can to prevent their muscles from atrophying, their skin from breaking down. "Were you able to get any sleep last night?" I ask. "Some. Not much." "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "You should. You need to be taking care of yourselves, making sure you're eating and sleeping. A nurse will be here all the time, taking care of your daughter. She's in good hands," I say. "My wife and I are grateful for that, for everything you're doing for Caitlin." "Of course. Please don't mind me," I say, going about my business, or trying to anyway. But it's hard. My concentration has been derailed by their presence, by their grief. I look away, gazing at the monitor as I say, "If you have questions about anything, you can always ask." "How long will she be like this?" It's hard to say. It varies from patient to patient. It's hard to look at Mrs. Beckett when I speak. Her grief is palpable. Most people are in a coma for only days or a few weeks before they start to slowly regain consciousness and move to something like a vegetative state where they can breathe on their own or are minimally conscious. But comas like this can also last months or years, and some people never wake up. Mrs. Beckett's eyes come to mine, and she asks, "What's it like being in a coma?" "From what I've heard, it's different for everyone," I say, letting my gaze drift back to Caitlin, my eyes fixing on the placid, restful look on her face, but seeing flashes of something else. Fear, shock, pain, dismay. I think again about the fall itself, of what it would have been like to tumble from that height. I linger on her desperation, a last-ditch effort to undo it, to stop herself, and then spinning, flailing, hitting the earth. I try to be unemotional and clinical, to think of her as I would any patient, but it's hard. I'm only human. I wonder if the fall and the impact hurt. I wonder if she was unconscious by then, or if, in that moment, her nociceptors were insensitive to pain and she was conscious but felt nothing when she hit the ground. "For some," I say, moving my eyes away, looking back at Mrs. Beckett's face, "it's like coming out of general anesthesia. They're groggy when they first wake up. But for them, the time they were unconscious passed by in the blink of an eye. For others, they dream." "Nightmares?" she asks, visibly panicked, worried that's what's happening right now, that her daughter is trapped in her brain with nothing but bad dreams. "No," I say, shaking my head, though it's a lie, because sometimes they do report having had nightmares while unconscious. "Just dreams. Sometimes lucid dreams. Sometimes it's hard for them to distinguish between the dreams and reality when they first wake up. It takes time." "What are they like when they wake up?" "It's a process. It's rarely spontaneous. There is a drifting in and out of consciousness. They might be incoherent at first. There may be memory gaps." "Will she remember what happened when she wakes up? Will she remember that she..." She pauses, and then says, "Jumped?" I don't know what Mrs. Beckett is hoping, that she does or doesn't remember. The latter would be fortuitous. "It depends," I say. "I don't know. Some do and some don't." Sometimes patients wake up with a black hole in their memory, spanning days or weeks before the accident or illness. They can't remember what happened to them or why they ended up in a coma, which would be a blessing. Sometimes patients come out of a coma with flawed memories. They remember things that never actually happened. They make wild claims that can be blamed on things like lucid dreams or a disconnect with reality. I look away, but still feel Mrs. Beckett's eyes on me. "Do you have children, Megan?" she asks after some time. I look back up and meet her gaze. "Yes," I tell her. "One. A daughter." I don't always like to talk about Sienna when I'm at work. I like to keep my personal life private. But being in an ICU room is a very intimate experience. Today, I only have one other patient besides Caitlin, and I'll split my day between them. For as much time as I spend with patients and their families, personal topics come up. "Are you and your daughter close?" she asks, distracted, staring again at her own daughter's blank face, at the ghastly endotracheal tube in her mouth, taped to her skin to keep it in place. "Yes, for the most part." She confesses, "We haven't been close to Caitlin in many years. We didn't even know that she'd come back." I swallow. It's not any of my business, but still I'm curious. I have to know. I ask, "Come back?" Mrs. Beckett glances over her shoulder at her husband. She's getting choked up now and can't speak. Mr. Beckett looks at me and explains.
Caitlin moved to California years ago. As far as we knew, she was still there. The last we heard from her, she sounded good, fine, happy. That was a couple months ago. We asked all the time when she was coming to visit, but she always said she didn't know. She had all sorts of excuses as to why she couldn't come see us. Work was busy for her. She didn't have enough vacation time. Airfare was expensive. She didn't know when she could get away.
"She was always so busy," the mother parrots under her breath, and I can tell it's a sensitive topic from the way she says it. She was hurt Caitlin didn't make time for them. "What does she do for work?" I ask, wanting to know more about her and who she really is. Mr. Beckett shrugs.
Various things. Whatever she could do to pay the rent. Working a couple odd jobs at a time sometimes. Retail, waitressing. She was a bank teller for a while, but that didn't work out. What she wanted was to be an actress. Thought she'd go to Hollywood and become a star.
"We supported her," Mrs. Beckett is quick to say, lest I think otherwise. "We didn't have the heart to tell her that the odds of that happening were 1 in a million, because maybe she was the lucky one." She looks at her husband then and asks, bottom lip quivering, her nose beginning to run, "Why do you think she didn't tell us she'd come back? Do you think she didn't want us to know?" He shakes his head.
"I don't know."
I find a tissue and hand it to Mrs. Beckett. "How long had she been back?" Mr. Beckett shrugs.
"Long enough that she had time to find an apartment."
"What if she thought we'd be disappointed in her? What if she felt she'd let us down? Or she was embarrassed because things didn't work out like she wanted them to?" He dismisses this.
"Since when does Caitlin care what anyone else thinks? Caitlin is strong. She's resilient,"
Mr. Beckett says. He turns away from his wife and says to me,
"Which is what makes this all the more devastating. We didn't see it coming. We never thought she was the type of person to try and take her own life."
He looks as if he wants me to say something, to explain why this is happening. I know that I have to come up with something to say to set their minds at ease. "I don't know that there is a type," I slowly say. "We have had suicide attempts in the ICU before. I read a statistic once that said for every person who dies by suicide, there are 25 attempts. That fact scared me, especially when I thought of Sienna, of our family history and the mental health crisis that is happening these days with teens. It's an epidemic. I wanted to know more, mainly whether Sienna was at risk. There are personality subtypes of suicidal individuals, like how, in general, they tend to be dependent, anxious, impulsive. Often, they internalize their feelings versus letting them out. Sometimes people who commit or attempt to commit suicide have a diagnosed mental disorder, like depression or bipolar disorder, and some have an addiction, but not all. Men are more likely to kill themselves, but women are more likely to attempt it. But these are just statistics and risk factors. The truth is that anyone can take or attempt to take their own life. Maybe something terrible happened, or they're just having a bad day. So often these things take everyone by surprise. You can't blame yourself. You can't think that you should have known or done something differently, I say. Can I talk to her? She asks. Of course you can, I say. And you should. They say it helps, that people in a coma can benefit from the sound of familiar voices. There's been research on it. What do I say to her? Anything. It doesn't matter. It's the sound of your voice that matters. She nods, but she's slow to start. Caitlin, Mrs. Beckett says after a minute, and her voice cracks. She clears her throat and tries again. It's me, honey. Mom. Your dad is here too, she says, and then she reaches for him and draws him closer to the bedside. Hi, Pumpkin, he says, leaning down close, suspended above her. Later, after her parents leave and I'm alone with her, I wonder if it's true, if she can hear me, if she can feel me, if she knows that I'm here. I'm standing at the bedside. I have my back to the door, which is something they teach us as nurses, to keep ourselves between the patient, their visitors, and the door, to always have a way out of the room, an escape route. If we feel unsafe, they tell us, leave the room and don't look back. Get help. There are things you learn as a nurse not because they taught you in nursing school, but through observation and experience. Like keeping patients and families at an arm's length, never turning your back to them, and never wearing a stethoscope around the neck, because of one time a patient tried to strangle a colleague with it, and she would have died if someone else didn't intervene. I turn to leave Caitlin's room for the nurse's station when I see a man standing about 10 feet away, just on the other side of the glass door. He stares into Caitlin's room, his eyes piercing and unkind, the type of gaze you feel all the way to your navel. It's the way he stares that makes alarm bells go off, because his stare is intimidating, practically predatorial. It defies social norms. Normal people don't stare like that. They don't lock eyes with someone and then not break it. My whole body goes tight. I become motionless all of a sudden, frozen mid-stride, afraid to leave the room, to go out into the hall where this man is. I'd have to pass by him to get to the nurse's station, and I think how, during the day, the unit is unlocked. Anyone can let themselves into the ICU. There's nothing to stop them. I take a breath. I turn around, facing the patient, turning my back again toward the door. I tell myself it's nothing. Just a friend of hers who's come to visit and he's upset, grieving, which is the reason for the way he looked at us. But what if he's not? What if he's not upset or grieving? And what if he's not a friend? All of a sudden, I worry I've made a mistake in putting my back to the door. What's to stop him from coming into the room with us, from standing behind me and blocking my exit? I have to leave the room while I still can. I take a breath and gather the courage to turn and go. But when I look again, he's gone. 4. I see the friend request on my phone first that night. I don't pay any attention to it. I scroll right past while standing in line at the convenience store on the corner after work. I drop my phone in my purse when it's my turn to pay, leaving it there as I walk carefully home in the dark through the snow, staying alert to my surroundings, carrying bags so heavy my arms burn from the weight of them. Sienna is with someone in the kitchen when I come in, the front door slightly open because Sienna forgot to lock it and it didn't latch properly again. She's talking to a friend, whose voice is deep and masculine. The kitchen is in the way back of our apartment. They don't hear me arrive. I stop in the open doorway, thrown, because Sienna has never had a boy over before, and I realize only now that we haven't had a talk yet about whether boys are allowed in the apartment when I'm not home. I don't know where I stand on that because, until now, I haven't had to think about it. I listen in on the conversation, which is about math, but resembles something flirtatious. I suck at geometry, he says. No, you don't, she says. her tone not quite like herself. I hold my breath so I can hear, remembering what it was like when I was her age. Seeing Nat at the meeting last night has spawned memories of high school. Not only have I been thinking about her, but about other people we went to high school with, too. Like my best friend Cary Grant and Jason Murphy, who I was sure back then I wanted to marry, or at the very least lose my virginity to, before I met Ben. "This shit is like really hard," Sienna says to her friend. I bite my lip, leaning against the doorframe to offset the weight of the bags in my hands. Outside, the sky is dark, the darkness pouring in. Sienna hasn't turned on any lights other than the kitchen light, and so it's dim in the rest of the apartment where the kitchen light doesn't reach. I'm also not used to hearing Sienna say words like shit, which is how I know she's trying to show off for this boy. She likes him. I can tell. Sienna is 16. It was only a matter of time before she developed an interest in boys. "Besides," she says, "you slayed the last test. I got a C. If anyone sucks at geometry, it's me."
That's not true. I just got lucky on that test. Circles are not my jam.
"Are they anyone's?"
Simon Hall, maybe.
Sienna sneers. "Simon Hall is stupid smart."
He probably actually likes this shit.
"He probably does it on the weekends for fun." They have a good laugh at Simon Hall's expense. The L goes rolling by, muffling their laughter. As far as I can tell, Sienna and her friend stop talking, waiting for the train to pass before they carry on. They pick up 30 seconds later, talking about things like chord and tangent lines, and from the way he explains geometry to my daughter, gentle, patient, I realize that this boy doesn't suck at math as much as he'd like Sienna to believe. He was being self-deprecating, which tells me he likes her back. Sienna makes a mistake in her work. He corrects her, and she says, "Shit, I'm so stupid." I can hear the frustration in her voice. Math is not her cup of tea. His kindness is endearing.
"No, you're not. Anyone could have done it."
"You didn't," she says. There's a beat of quiet, and then, from out of nowhere, Sienna says, "Gianna says a person can't be both pretty and smart," as if these things are mutually exclusive. And this boy tells her,
"Gianna's an idiot. You're both."
I feel myself smile because it's exactly what she was angling for. A compliment. She's never been shy. From the kitchen comes a discomfiting quiet. I imagine their faces close together, and I wonder if my daughter has ever been kissed. I wonder if she's done more than that. Sienna would die if she knew I was listening in. I let the front door slam closed loud enough that there's no mistaking I'm home. "Sienna?" I call out as if I don't already know where she is. "In here," she says back, chair legs suddenly scraping against the maple floors. I follow the sound of her down the narrow hall and to the kitchen. Our 3-flat is a standard layout, living room with its large protruding window in front, kitchen in back overlooking a negligible communal yard, with 2 small bedrooms and a bath just off the hall between them. Sienna is standing at the refrigerator when I come in. The door is open. She's reaching inside for the juice. Her clothes have become a source of constant irritation in recent years. Gone are the grunge days of my youth, the baggy flannel tops and wide-leg jeans. Instead, she wears this red tank top with spaghetti straps that's both cropped and low-cut, showing far too much skin for my liking, and is out of place for this winter day. Admittedly, I bought the shirt for her, but with her word that she'd wear a cardigan or hoodie over it, which she's not. Her jeans are the distressed kind with holes everywhere. They're high-waisted, which covers some of the bare midriff, but still, there is a dress code at school. None of this is allowed, not crop tops nor jeans, which means she changed since she's been home. Her friend has not. He's still in his school-issued polo shirt and khaki pants, which also tells me he's quite possibly been here since school ended over 4 hours ago. What have they been doing all that time? "Mom, this is Nico," she says, barely looking over her shoulder at him. He sits at my table. He's man-size, a boy in a man's body. I smile.
Hi, Nico. It's nice to meet you. Hi, Mrs. Long, he says. He's awkward but polite.
It's Michaels. Ms. Michaels. Sienna cuts in because I went back to my maiden name after the divorce while Sienna kept Ben's. She leaves the refrigerator door open as she pours herself a glass of juice. I come around to the far side of the room, setting the grocery bags on the table, glad to be free of their weight. I slip out of my coat, seeing that the heavy bags have left red troughs in my arms.
Megan is fine, Nico.
Sienna, you mind helping with these groceries?
Are you going to pay me?
She asks, cocking a hip as she sips her juice.
How about I keep paying for your phone and we call it even?
Sienna pouts, sticking that bottom lip out. She has naturally pouty lips. She has these beautiful, bushy eyebrows, which are in high demand these days. Her whole look is enviable. She's what all the girls aspire to be, pretty and thin. I just wonder when her teenage sass will reach its peak and she'll come back down to earth.
I'll help,
Nico says, scooching his chair back and standing up. He's even taller when he's on his feet. It's been so long since there's been a man here, even if he is only 16 years old. Which makes me wonder, is he 16? Or is he older than Sienna? Nico unloads, laying items on the table that Sienna puts pokily away.
Thank you, Nico. That's very kind of you. Can you stay for dinner? I have Italian beef in the slow cooker. It's ready, I just have to serve it.
You should, Sienna says. Her Italian beef kicks ass.
Sienna.
What? She asks. It does. It's a compliment. You should take it, Mom.
I can't, says Nico. It sounds amazing, but I've got to get going, actually. Thanks for asking.
Sure. Another time, maybe, I say. I hang back in the kitchen, putting the last of the groceries away while Sienna walks her friend to the door, and they say their goodbyes in the darkness of the living room. I don't try and eavesdrop, but I notice how their voices become softened, inaudible from here, just hushed whispers and then a high-pitched squeal from Sienna that cuts through the quiet. Ah, to be 16 again.
He seems nice, I say to her after Nico is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Does he live close by?
She shrugs. I guess.
You don't know?
I'm not a stalker, Mom.
No one said you're a stalker, Sienna.
I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. And hey, listen, I don't know how I feel about you having boys over when I'm not home. She groans. So you're saying I can't? I'm saying I need to think about it. That thin hip juts out again. She puts her hand on it, pouting. You're such a helicopter parent. The L goes rattling by. I watch it through the window, slowing down for the curve before speeding up again. The tracks run adjacent to our apartment. From almost everywhere, we can see it snaking around the side of the building, an industrial, rusty-bottomed eyesore that keeps the rent below market value. About every 5 or 10 minutes, the train comes. It comes all night, 24 hours a day, though starting around 2 in the morning, it's less frequent. Sienna and I have become accustomed to it. If anything, it's white noise now. But when we first moved in, months ago, after Ben and I divorced and I moved out of our charming condo on Webster, it was a nightmare. I'd wake up in the middle of the night believing the red line was in my living room. Or the apartment would shake so badly, I'd think the old building was about to collapse. We've had to make accommodations like hanging pictures with extra screws so they didn't keep falling and shattering against the wood floors, and stopping conversations mid-sentence so we're not screaming over the sound of the passing train. While we're on that subject, I say, meaning the subject of helicopter parents, since Sienna brought it up. I thought we talked about wearing a cardigan with that shirt. Sienna gripes. It's like 100 degrees in our apartment. Do you want me to die from heat stroke? Or just wear a different shirt, I suggest. It isn't until later, after I've served dinner and we've eaten, sitting side by side on the sofa with our plates held beneath our chins to catch the falling beef and au jus, and Sienna has gone to finish homework in her room, that I pull out a chair and sit down at the desk that's pressed up against the big window in the living room. Outside, the street is quiet, peaceful. It's dark out. though the streetlights and the reflection of snow help brighten the world. In the brief lull between passing trains, I hear the noise of the city in the distance, the invariable sound of sirens and traffic that is always there. I open my laptop. I check my email first, and then I go to Facebook, where the friend request still waits for me. I open it to see that it's from Natalie Cohen Roche. Nat. I smile to myself, my heart swelling because I'm glad she found me on here. She wants to reconnect, to be friends again, which I'm so grateful for because it's a time in my life when I could really use a friend. I take a look at her profile photo. In it, she stands on the edge of what might be Niagara Falls, or maybe just some other massive waterfall, looking happy. And I wonder how she went from that to attending a divorce support group with me. What happened to her in the years since high school? I don't know, but I hope to find out. 5. Mr. and Mrs. Beckett spend the first 24 or more hours in the hospital without interruption. When I come in the next day, they're still there, draped limply over the arms of two of the waiting room's Spartan recliners with their eyes closed, though I can't tell if they're asleep or not. I stand on the other side of the room watching for a while, for the movement of their eyes to tell me if they're conscious. They're alone in the room. The TV is on, mounted in the corner, but it's on mute. The only sound the gentle hum of the overhead lights, which never go off. At first glance, Mrs. Beckett appears to be cold. She wears her cardigan wrapped tightly around her so that the plackets overlap, her arms knotted against her. I turn away, using my badge to unlock and pull open the door to the ICU, where I find a blanket and bring it back to the waiting room because I can't stand to see her looking cold. After everything, it's the least that I can do for her. I try not to wake her, but still, she stirs as I lay the blanket gently over her. Her eyes flutter open. She adjusts on the chair, centering herself, gazing up at me. Bit by bit, she makes out my face, and first the recognition and then the panic take over. She thinks something has happened to Caitlin. That's why I'm here. That's why I've come, to tell her her daughter is dead, that she coded overnight, and that, despite the doctor's best efforts, she couldn't be saved. "What is it?" she breathes out, her hand going to her heart. "Everything is fine," I whisper. "I brought you a blanket, Mrs. Beckett. I thought it might make you more comfortable. You looked cold." It takes a second for my words to sink in. Only then does she glance down to see the white thermal blanket on her lap. She looks at it, taking it in, and then she lets her gaze go back to me, unconvinced. "Are you sure? Is everything okay with Caitlin?" she asks, and I feel guilty for making her feel like this. "Yes. I'm so sorry. I just didn't want you to be cold. I didn't mean to wake you. Please," I say. "Try to get some sleep." I return to the ICU, where I get my assignments from the charge nurse, finding out I'm assigned to Caitlin again, which comes as no surprise, though I was hoping that Bridget would be, now that she's back. I put my things in the break room and then sit on the bench to change my shoes. Again today, the nurses are talking about Caitlin Beckett. She's still a hot topic. I leave the break room, heading to her room, where I see the night nurse, Kathy, inside, waiting to give me the change of shift report. "How is she doing?" I ask, coming in, letting my eyes run over Caitlin. Even after almost 20 years working as an ICU nurse, the sight of her in bed takes me aback. "About the same," she says, and I find comfort in that. Kathy gives her change of shift report. After she leaves, I do my initial assessment, going through the motions. I take her vitals, administer medication, force her eyes open to check for a pupillary response, and then I check the urine output, which is how we watch for things like dehydration and kidney function. There is a urinary catheter in place to collect urine directly from her bladder and bring it to a drainage bag beside the bed, which has to be routinely emptied. Caitlin wears an adult brief, too, that has to be regularly changed. She requires more care than a baby, and I wonder if she'll always be this way, or if she'll ever go back to being the person she was before. The Becketts look exhausted by the time they come to the room. Mrs. Beckett holds a paper cup filled with coffee in her hand. Her clothes, the same ones she's worn for days, hang limply on her. Her jeans bunch in the knees. "How did you sleep?" "Not well," Mrs. Beckett says. "I can't sleep. Not here. Not with Caitlin like this," she says, letting her eyes go to the bed. Mr. Beckett spent the night with her in the waiting room, but now he plans to leave, to go home, to shower, walk the dog, and catch up on work. "Come with me for just an hour or two, and take a nap in our bed," he suggests before he goes. But Mrs. Beckett shakes her head with a childlike mulishness to it. She won't go. She won't leave Caitlin alone. She lowers her tired body into a chair, bent on staying, and then later, after Mr. Beckett has left and she and I are alone, she turns to me and asks, "Have you ever known someone to do what Caitlin did?" The question, the frankness of it, or perhaps the fact that it hits a raw nerve, takes me by surprise. A knot forms in my throat. I try swallowing it away, but it's like a boulder, large, heavy, and unable to be knocked loose. It chokes me, stealing my air, and I have to clear my throat to dislodge it. "You have, haven't you?" she asks because of my delay and my reaction. She softens, easing off. Her head slants and her eyes turn warm. I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Not far from us, there was a highway overpass that crossed over the expressway. The year after I left high school for college, my little sister drove her car out close to that overpass. She parked on the shoulder of the road just before it, walked 100 feet to the dead center of the bridge, climbed to the top of the concrete parapet, and jumped. When I tell her, Mrs. Beckett stares open-mouthed at me, as if this revelation binds us, as if it makes us kindred spirits. She looks to me in mild astonishment and says, "Then you, more than anyone, know what Tom and I are going through. You know what it's like. You can understand." I nod, trying to stay unaffected, but it's impossible. The truth is that everything about this stirs up memories of Bethany and brings back all the emotion I felt after she died. Lately, I've found myself thinking of her all the time, and about what it would have been like for her to stand at the top of that highway overpass and jump. After her suicide, I did research, looking into things I didn't need to see, but I couldn't stop myself. It became an obsession, a form of self-sabotage, self-flagellation. Nothing I read did me any good, but I wanted answers. I wanted someone to tell me how my happy little sister could do that to herself. What I found out was that jumping from a building or a bridge is one of the more lethal forms of suicide. Unlike with an overdose, for example, where there is a chance someone might find you and that you can be saved, jumping isn't something that can be stopped or undone. It's a manner of suicide exclusive to those who are most bent on dying. That fact, when I read it, broke me. Bethany didn't have any doubt. She wanted to die. I swallow hard, asking, "You have other children besides Caitlin?" Because I have to change the subject before I start to cry. "Yes, 2. Caitlin is our baby," she says, letting her gaze go down to Caitlin's face before reaching into her purse to pull out a small photo album. She flips through the pages and, when she finds the one she's looking for, she stretches the album across the bed to me. "That's her," she says, pointing at the photo. "That's Caitlin. I wanted you to know what she looks like," she says. I know, of course, what she looks like. I can see that for myself. But what she means is that she wants me to see what she looks like without all the gauze and tubes, which mask half her face while the rest is swollen and bruised. I look down. The image I see throws me off balance. I find myself staring at her face and her eyes, which are very much vibrant and alive. In the photograph, Caitlin Beckett is a confident woman, composed and practically bold. She strikes that pervasive hand-on-the-hip pose, her chin jutting out, her smile teasing and playful. And it's hard to reconcile the woman she was with the woman she is now. If I didn't know any better, I'd think they weren't the same. I swallow hard, my saliva thickening. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" Mrs. Beckett asks, but she doesn't wait for me to respond. She goes on, harumphing and saying, "Clearly she didn't get it from me." It takes a second to collect myself. I say, "She's lovely." And then I hand the album back. "Will you tell me about her?" "About Caitlin?" I nod. Mrs. Beckett chuckles to herself. "Typical youngest child," she says, but the laugh is melancholic. "Outgoing, attention-seeking, charming and creative. If you were to ask the others, they'd say that Caitlin was Tom's and my favorite. Or mine, anyway. She always got her way. Or at least that's what the others would say."
Did she always get her way?
"I may have spoiled her, yes. Some. Not intentionally. But she was my last. My last to carry, to give birth to nurse. I coddled her more than the others, because after Caitlin, I would never do it again. There was a finality to it, which was hard for me, because I dreamt my whole life about being a mother. Each of Caitlin's first steps, first day of kindergarten, was also my last." I grow solemn, thinking of Sienna. I can relate. These last few years, now that Sienna is a teenager, I feel her pulling away from me, her life going in a different direction than mine. It used to be that I knew everything about her friends and what she was thinking, but now I don't.
Are your kids close?
"No," she says. "They live on opposite sides of the country, one in New York and one in Seattle. But despite the physical distance, they've never been close. Caitlin is our only daughter. My relationship with her was different than the one I have with my boys, and I'm not sure but that they didn't resent her for it." "You have a daughter too?" she asks.
Yes.
"Just the one?" I nod. "Do you have a picture? I'd love to see what she looks like," she says. I carry my phone with me, in one of the many pockets of my scrubs. The phone is always on silent, though I check it throughout the day with some frequency, in case Sienna texts or calls.
She doesn't like to have her picture taken, I say. She's at that age where she scrutinizes every photo of her I take. None is ever good enough. She zooms in on the image until every pixel is magnified, and then she comes up with some reason not to like it. Her hair, her smile, the particular angle of her head.
I slip my hand into my pocket to retrieve the phone. I swipe through the pictures of Sienna on my Photos app for one to share, finding one I love. When I do, I hand Mrs. Beckett my phone, and then I watch her eyes, the way they study Sienna's face. "I have no idea why she wouldn't like having her picture taken. She's stunning." "Thank you," I say, slipping my phone back into a pocket. "The blonde hair must come from your husband," she wrongfully assumes. She wouldn't be the first to notice that Sienna looks nothing like either Ben or me, who are both brunette, while Sienna is a light blonde. "No," I say, and then I tell her the same thing I tell everyone, holding Ben's mom accountable, though she is more of a strawberry blonde. "My mother-in-law, we think." Mrs. Beckett is thoughtful for a moment, and then she asks, "Is that what you wanted? Just the one child?" The short answer is yes. I made a conscious decision to have only one child. I didn't struggle getting pregnant with Sienna. Not at all. It was too easy. She was an accident, though we don't go around trumpeting that fact. I found out I was pregnant with Sienna before I was ready to have kids. It caught me off guard. When I was younger, I say, I always thought I wanted a large family. I had this very idealistic, starry-eyed view of what motherhood might be. But Sienna was colicky when she was born. She cried all the time, and not just a fussy baby cry, but a screaming in pain type of cry. It was horrible to listen to. I couldn't soothe her for anything. She would cry in the middle of the night so that I never got any sleep. I was working then, fewer hours, but still. My husband couldn't get up with her at night. He had to be at work earlier than me, and for longer hours. It didn't matter, though, because even if he had offered to help, I would have insisted on doing it myself, because I'm her mother. She needed me. I remember that when Sienna outgrew her crib, I sold it. It was something subconscious. I didn't even think to keep it for another child of mine, because on some level, I'd already decided there wouldn't be another child. I remember, too, seeing how frazzled our friends with multiple kids were. They had to be in 4 places at the same time, and their weekends were full of things that neither adult in the family wanted to do. By then, Sienna had moved beyond the colic. And Ben, she and I had some semblance of a normal life. I could sleep at night. We could do things together as a family. I pause for breath, feeling embarrassed that I've said so much, and then say, "It sounds selfish." "No, not at all. It sounds honest." "It's good to know our limitations, I suppose." "It's not as if it's a shortcoming. Raising children is more work than anyone imagines, and you have something very special with your daughter, I imagine. A bond." "I do," I say, letting my guard down because I like Mrs. Beckett, and because, despite the circumstances, she's easy to talk to, though I should know better than to let myself get close to patients or their families. I should know better than to talk so openly with strangers. I should have learned my lesson by now.
"Please don't tell my wife, but I've been doing some research," Mr. Beckett says later in the day. "Occupational hazard," he explains. "I'm an attorney."
"What type of research?" I ask.
"About falling. About how a person survives a fall like Caitlin did. I've been to the bridge," he says. "And when I saw how far she fell, I didn't know how it was possible. That bridge is unmarked, but the state, I've come to learn, requires a vertical clearance of 23 feet above the tracks. The fatality rate for a fall like that is high."
Mr. Beckett sits back in the chair, and I think that this must be a defense mechanism, a way to cope. Fact-finding as a means of avoiding the reality that his daughter might be in a vegetative state for the rest of her life, or she might die.
"But Caitlin," he says, going on, letting his eyes run over her, "from what I've learned, had some advantages. Her age, for one, and the fact that she's a woman. Older or younger people and men are more likely to die from falls like this," he says,
very matter of fact. Then returning his eyes to mine to say,
"Women are more resilient than men. Their weight compared to that of men saves them sometimes. You ladies are fortunate," he says.
And then he pauses for effect, holding my gaze, and I wonder if it wouldn't be better if Caitlin was dead. I'm drawing up warm water to flush her feeding tube. I turn my back to him, which makes me uncomfortable, to not have him in my visual field. I try to be non-reactive, but my throat has tightened and gone dry. I empty 50 milliliters of water into the tube, pushing slowly down on the plunger, reminding myself to breathe.
"In the end, though," he says after some time, "it all comes down to luck. Some people can survive a 100-foot fall or more. Sometimes you have that one lone plane crash survivor. Others die by falling 6 feet.
I let my eyes go to Caitlin's face. She was lucky then, I say. But even I can tell how disingenuous that sounds. I feel Mr. Beckett's eyes on me still, as if he wants to say something more, but he doesn't. I'm alone in the room with him now. A friend came and took Mrs. Beckett down to the cafeteria to eat, though she wouldn't leave the building, which is what the friend suggested. Mr. Beckett had to practically force her to go. And I think the only reason she did was because her friend came all this way to see her, and she didn't want to come across as rude. It was clear she didn't want to leave. She only did with Mr. Beckett's promise that he would call her if anything happened, if there were any changes, if Caitlin woke up. You said that Caitlin has an apartment in the city? Have you been to see it?
No.
He looks back over his shoulder to make sure we're still alone, and that Mrs. Beckett isn't coming back.
My wife, he says, bringing his eyes back to mine, would like to go, or she'd like me to go, to make sure that Caitlin didn't have a cat that might be starving or something. I told her Caitlin could hardly take care of herself, much less a cat.
His words catch me off guard, and I can see that Caitlin was a letdown to him. She failed to live up to his expectations.
"I'm sorry,"
he says when I say nothing because I'm not sure how to respond.
"That probably sounded cruel. I didn't mean for it to. What I meant is that Caitlin was still trying to find her way, and that it's more important for Amelia and me to be with her now, rather than wasting time going to see her apartment. Our daughter is here. There's nothing for us to see there."
"Of course," I say. "I understand. You said you hadn't spoken to her since she'd been back?"
"Yes, that's right."
"How did you know where she was living then?" I ask. He clears his throat.
"We received a call from her work. Caitlin had listed Amelia as an emergency contact, which surprised us because we didn't even know she left California and was living here in Chicago. When she didn't show up for her shift and couldn't be reached, someone called to see where she was and if she was okay. Her boss gave us Caitlin's address."
I nod, wondering about the legality of that, if employers are allowed to just give personal information away. But ultimately it doesn't matter because sooner or later they would have found her. Caitlin's personal belongings were given to the Becketts at the hospital, and included things like the contents of her purse, which likely meant an ID and apartment key.
He says, "What I said before. I didn't mean for it to come out the way it did."
"It's fine. I didn't think anything of it."
"I don't want you to think that I'm disappointed in my daughter for the choices she's made. It's just that we have these lofty aspirations for our children. We want them to grow up to be happy, successful, independent. Caitlin struggled with that."
He hesitates, thinking, and then decides to go on.
"Please don't repeat this. I never told my wife about this, but a couple months ago, Caitlin called me. As far as Amelia knew, it had been 6 months since we'd spoken. Caitlin, I believe, was still living in California at the time. She wanted money. Caitlin was never shy about asking for money," he says,
and again I hear the disappointment in his voice.
"The requests were frequent because she was always between jobs or not making enough to support her lifestyle, and because Amelia indulged her as a child. Caitlin wasn't used to having to work hard. I said no when she called. I'd had enough of her requests. She's an adult, for heaven's sake. She should be able to support herself. But then," he says, and his tone changes from exasperation and disappointment to something else, something different and far more like remorse. "A few weeks before the suicide attempt, she tried calling again. I saw her call come in, but I didn't answer it because I didn't want to be put in a position to have to say no to her again. It wasn't easy for me because, as a father, I wanted to give her the world, but I also wanted to teach her about having a good work ethic and being a responsible human. I let the call go to voicemail. She left me a message. I still have it. I never called her back because I assumed it was money she was after."
He stares down at the white sheet, lost in thought, clearly affected. He reaches into his pants pocket and pulls out his phone. His hands are shaking now, and his whole demeanor has changed. He checks again, over his shoulder, to make sure his wife isn't on her way back from lunch, and then he holds the phone out and puts it on speaker so that we can both hear. He plays the voicemail for me. Her voice, when I first hear it, throws me off balance. It's not the way I expected it to sound. What I expected was something more bold or self-assured, but not this. "Daddy," she says. Her voice is thin, reedy, like she's trying not to cry. It complements the woman on the bed before me, naked, frail, and exposed. She lets that one word slip, "Daddy." And then she goes quiet, and I wonder if she's trying to compose herself or if she's deciding what to say next. What does she want to tell him? What does she want him to know? My heart has started to beat harder inside my chest, waiting for her revelation. Before me, Mr. Beckett rubs at the lines of his forehead. His head drops, slumping forward, hanging heavy. He's no doubt listened to this voicemail 1,000 times now, so that he knows it by heart. Every word, her cadence, the rise and fall of her voice, every long pause. The silence goes on, though it's not only silence because there is some white noise, static in the background, like running water or the whir of a fan. Just as I start to think the voicemail will end like that, with that one word, Daddy, her voice comes to me again through the speaker, breathy now, desperate and emphatic, losing composure. "I'm in trouble. I need your help," she declares. And my throat constricts. My heart starts to beat even faster. She goes quiet again, and I wait with bated breath, wondering what she's going to say, watching as the phone's progress bar nears the end, the little dash traveling across the black line like a bullet train. She has less than 8 seconds to say something. Now 7, 6, and I start to think that's all she'll say. That one desperate admission, "I'm in trouble, I need your help." But then, all of a sudden, there's noise in the background. The slamming of a door, maybe, or something fell. A thud and then a voice, mumbled, just out of earshot, weak. I can't hear what the person says, nor can I tell if it's a man or a woman. But what I can hear is the way Caitlin draws in a sharp breath, her voice becoming instantly composed as she says, "No one. Just the wrong number." I flinch, pulling back, caught off guard by her words. No one. Just a wrong number. The call ends all of a sudden and silence fills the hospital room. Mr. Beckett's head slowly lifts. He turns to me. There are tears in his eyes now, and I wonder if they're from sadness or from guilt. And I want to say something to assuage that guilt, but don't. "Money," he says, by means of explanation. "I thought she only wanted money." He shakes his head, disappointed in himself. "Please don't tell my wife about this," he begs, and I nod. "I won't tell anyone. You're the only one I've told." I don't know what to feel about this. I understand the need to unload, to get it off his chest. But why me? Why is he telling this to me? "I don't want her to know that Caitlin called." There is a moment of hesitation, a beat of silence, and then he says, "She'll think our daughter is practically dead because of me." Later, I'm alone in the break room. It's a misnomer, break room, because we don't often get breaks. Most days we sit and we eat, but it's fast, shoveling food in quickly so we can get back to our patients. But some days, even that is a luxury. I'm sitting at a little round table, eating leftovers from last night, thinking about my conversation with Mr. Beckett. The small TV on the counter is on. It always is, even when no one is here to watch it. I'm staring at the evening news when Luke comes in, singing untimely Christmas carols, though the little tabletop tree with its lights and garland that was on the counter has been put away until next year. Luke is almost always upbeat. He's one of only 2 male nurses on staff, which is typical. Only something like 12 or 14% of nurses are men, though, contrary to popular belief, he's not gay. You don't have to be gay to be a male nurse. He's married to a woman, though he was single for so long that people came to their own conclusions about him. His wife is gorgeous, too, like a goddess. Luke stops mid-song when he sees me and smiles, his dimples deepening. "What's on the menu today?" "Spaghetti," I say, picking at it with a plastic fork. It's 4 in the afternoon, well after lunchtime, but it's the first opportunity I've had all day to sit and eat. "That sounds good." I make a face. "It's not. It's cold. The microwave won't work." "Again?" "Still." "I can take a look at it if you want," he says, which is typical Luke, to want to help people, to want to fix things. I tell him not to worry about it, and at the same time, his attention drifts to the TV. "What are you watching?" he asks. "The news," I say, as a breaking story comes on about another attack that happened in the city last night, this time on Grace Street, which is just 2 blocks from where Sienna and I live. My stomach churns. Luke stands beside the table, and we watch in disgust as the anchor describes how the attack happened just after 8 o'clock last night. This victim, like the others, was followed into her apartment through the back door, which she entered from the alley, climbing the back steps to the 3rd floor. The assailant waited in the shadows for her to unlock the door. He stood silently by and let her open it. He came up from behind and forced her inside, but then, unlike in most previous times where the women were only robbed, this one was also raped. She never got a look at the man's face because it was dark in her apartment, and because he came at her from behind, forcing her to the ground face down, telling her that he had a gun, and that if she so much as thought about screaming, he'd end her life. I push my Tupperware away. I can't eat. Luke is quiet at first. He holds his breath before slowly releasing it, his anger palpable. And I know he's thinking about his wife and what he'd do if this man ever laid a hand on her. He says, "Last week I got asked to cover for someone for the night shift. The night shift runs from 7 at night until 7 in the morning. I said no, though Penelope and I really could use the extra money, you know," he asks. And I do know that. Luke has told me before about their financial situation. His wife is about 10 years younger than him, pregnant and on bed rest for preterm labor. She's unable to work, and so they're relying on one income for the time being, which has been an adjustment for them. It's hard, especially with a baby on the way. I don't like the idea of her being home alone all night. Each of the victims lived alone, he tells me, which is right when I think about it, though I hadn't until now. He watches them. He knows when they'll be alone. His words are chilling. A shiver runs through me as I think how the entire city's sense of security has been completely upended by this one man. I picture Sienna and my apartment. We have a back door, too, like this latest victim. The back door leads to a small wooden deck that overlooks a communal backyard, which is shared by the building's tenants. Just beyond the yard is an alleyway. I don't often use the back door, but if I did, that woman could just as easily have been me, tired, coming home from a long day of work. Most of the time, Sienna is home when I come home, but sometimes she's not. Sometimes she's with Ben, and on the nights that I work, Sienna is home alone. Luke fills his water from the dispenser and leaves, and I shift my attention back to the news. Another story comes on, this one about a recent wave of suicides in the city. I reach for the remote, turning the volume higher. Just last week, the anchor says, a 14-year-old boy took his own life because of cyberbullying. And, over the weekend, a Chicago police officer was found dead in his apartment from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The video then leaves the studio, going to an image of Lakeshore Drive, where a voiceover says the most recent victim is a young woman who tried to take her own life by jumping from one of the city's pedestrian bridges on the near south side. I stop eating. I hold my breath, my fork suspended midair. The image is wide at first, the skyline, Lake Michigan, and then it homes in on a bridge where a reporter stands, freezing cold, telling us that this is where the young woman jumped. The video then goes back to the studio, where the anchor interviews a psychologist. It's a split-screen view. The psychologist is in an office somewhere, and he tells us the warning signs to look for in people who may be suicidal, talking about suicide, withdrawing from social contact, doing risky or self-destructive things. Across the bottom of the screen flashes a suicide prevention number. The whole news segment is unexpected and sad, and then the psychologist disappears and the anchor moves on to something uplifting. How one of the city's animal shelters will be waiving adoption fees this weekend in an effort to find the animals good homes. To end the newscast on something lighter. The shift is sudden, the anchor's segue practically glib. This next story will cheer everyone up, she says, the sad look on her own face transforming into a smile on a dime, before we get a look at a litter of puppies that will make most viewers forget all about Caitlin. But not me. 6. Someone is moving into the apartment downstairs. I see the moving truck arrive and double park in the street. I stand at the window with my mug of coffee, watching as a couple of burly men haul boxes and furniture out of the truck and in through the doors of the 3-flat to the apartment below. "What are you looking at?" Sienna asks, coming out of her own bedroom in a long-sleeved blue polo shirt and the pleated khaki skirt she hates so much. Sienna is tall, She manages to hike the modest skirt up high enough on her waist to reveal more of the thigh than is intended. I smile to myself. She's nothing if not resourceful. Someone's moving in downstairs. Are you almost ready for school? I ask. And she nods, slipping into a coat to leave, and I can't help but be cold for her bare legs on this winter day. She doesn't have to wear a skirt. Pants are also an option, but she hates the tan, twill, shapeless uniform pants even more than she hates the skirt. Sienna goes out our apartment door, and a few seconds later, I watch her emerge on the sidewalk below, holding the door open for the movers. It makes me happy, for as sassy as she sometimes is, she still has good manners. I follow her with my eyes as she walks down Dakin for Sheridan, where she'll catch the bus to school. Her commute is long, nearly 40 minutes, 2 buses and a short walk each way. She's been riding the city bus alone for years. City kids are resilient that way. Her school is a Roman Catholic college prep high school, one of the best in the city, though it comes with an exorbitant price tag, which Ben and I split. I watch her out the window for as long as I can, captivated by her infallible confidence, but also scared of it. A little prudence would do her some good. I sink into the sofa with my coffee, kick my feet up on the coffee table, and open my laptop, grateful for a day off. I navigate to Nat's Facebook page. Now that we're Facebook friends, I'd like to know a little bit more of what she's been doing these last many years. Sienna gives me a hard time for still using Facebook. She thinks I'm a Luddite because I haven't replaced it with TikTok or Snapchat, so that, like her, I can agonize over keeping up with my streaks. She likes to think of Facebook as the social media platform for middle-aged moms, and I'm not sure she's wrong. I don't post much myself, not anymore. Still, when I look at it, my page is a history of faux happy memories, like the picture of Ben, Sienna, and me together, smiling beside the Millennium Park Christmas tree last year, when in reality, Ben hadn't wanted to go, to venture into the loop for dinner and to see the lights. I'd practically had to force him to, and even when he did, he was still upset about it, mostly because of how much he hates tourists and holiday crowds, but also because his week was so busy, and the last thing he wanted to do on a weekend was have plans. I remember how he walked 3 steps ahead of Sienna and me the whole night, and if he spoke 2 words to me, that was all. He only smiled for the picture because a stranger was taking it, and he didn't want to come across as rude in front of someone he didn't know, and so he'd stood in the middle of Sienna and me, arranging his arms around our shoulders and pulling us in so that our heads touched. He smiled widely for the picture, the tree in the background giving off perfect holiday vibes. He'd gone so far as to snatch Sienna's Santa hat from her head for the photo and put it on his, and I remember how friends' comments all praised Ben. He is so funny. Love the hat, Ben. OMG, he's too cute. Though he couldn't get it off fast enough when the moment was through. He'd handed it back to Sienna and then turned and walked away, hands in his pockets, 3 steps ahead again. And I was grateful for the way Sienna looped her arm through mine and walked with me, though she shouldn't have had to do that. Still, when I got home, I posted the picture to Facebook, because everyone was posting pictures of all the festive things they were doing that holiday season to Facebook, cutting down Christmas trees, pictures with Santa, ice skating at Millennium Park. And I wanted to make the world believe that we, like them, were happy too. The truth is that social media is an optical illusion. It's an unreality. It's the very deliberate version of people's lives that they want you to see. I haven't posted anything to Facebook since the divorce, though I haven't given it up altogether. I like to look because it's how I keep up with family and friends. Nat still hasn't removed her married name, Roche, from Facebook. When I get to her page, I click on the profile photo to enlarge it, seeing again that image of her standing beside some waterfall. In it, she's leaned back against the metal fencing, her elbows propped on the top rail. Water rushes urgently down behind her, seemingly moving in the static image so that you can practically feel the sprays of cold water that shoot up from the misty river below. Her hair blows in the wind. Not enough to mar the photo, but enough that it adds life to it, that it makes her laugh, revealing a beautiful smile. Back in high school, I remember that Nat had a gap-toothed smile. The gap was slight and endearing and only added to her personality and charm, but I can see how, as an adult, it might have made her self-conscious. She's had it fixed, and the result is nothing short of flawless. I X out of the profile image to reveal the cover photo beneath. This one is of Nat and a man. He's handsome, enough that I draw in a breath and hold it. My eyes run over the chiseled cheekbones and jaw, the slim nose, the close-set hazel eyes, the dirty blonde hair, which is a combed-back crew cut, classic and clean. Trying to decide if I've seen him before, because there is something about his face that strikes a chord. I can't put my finger on it. Nat stands just to the back of him, her arms thrown around his shoulders from behind, hands clasped across his chest, her large wedding ring visible, platinum or white gold, the shank of it lined with small diamonds with a larger, round one in the center of the ring. Her chin rests on his shoulder, and, while he's practically simpering for the camera, she gazes sideways at him, the look in her eyes one of utter adoration, like she can't tear her eyes off him. I don't blame her. I can't either. He's incredibly attractive. I feel silly, but even as I look at Nat in the photograph, my eyes keep returning to him. Unlike Nat, who's averting her eyes, he has a direct gaze that practically demands attention. I was never the prettiest or the most popular girl in school, but even as a grown adult, I've often wondered what it would be like to snag a man like that, to be able to hold hands and walk down the street with someone that attractive. Which is not to say that Ben wasn't attractive. He was, very much so. But I don't know that Ben ever turned heads the way this man surely does. I read her bio, saying how she attended Barrington High School. She works now as a teacher at a cooperative nursery school in Lincoln Park. I'm familiar with the school because it's one that I looked into for Sienna years ago, though enrollment was limited. After priority spots were taken, there was a lottery for the rest. We threw her name into the hat, but Sienna didn't get picked. If she had gotten in, I wonder if Nat would have ever been Sienna's teacher. We might have crossed paths either way. Fate is funny that way. I scroll slowly back through Facebook, back through time, feeling like I'm snooping as I do, though I don't know why, because the reason people post things to social media is for them to be seen. If Nat wanted to keep her life private, she wouldn't put it online, and she wouldn't have sent me that Facebook friend request. That said, Nat is frugal with the photos she posts. There are some, but there aren't many. She and the man in the cover photo, Mr. Roche, posed beside a turquoise blue sea in some place like Turks and Caicos or Punta Cana, with one of those little overwater huts behind them, standing with stilts in the water. She and him at a concert. She and him on the Ferris wheel at Navy Pier, a selfie, the setting sun and the city skyline behind them. In all, they're smiling. In every one, they look happy and very much in love. And I wonder what happened between them for their marriage to end in divorce. He hasn't been tagged in any of the photos, and she never mentions him by name. There are only witty little captions like "Heaven on Earth" and "On Top of the World." I have no way of knowing who he is. As I scroll, my feet kicked up on the coffee table before me, lukewarm coffee in one hand, the other on the laptop, the ping of an incoming message takes me by surprise. Automatically, the messenger box appears at the bottom right corner of my screen, insinuating itself onto the page without my having to open it. It's Nat. I feel a prick of guilt, as if she knew somehow that I was on her page. "I hope you don't mind that I found you on Facebook." A second later, another message appears. "I just wanted to say how nice it was to run into you the other day. It brought back such great memories of high school. I can't believe it's been over 20 years. Thank you, too, for talking me into staying for the meeting. I'm lucky I ran into you, for more reasons than one." I smile to myself, leaning forward to set my coffee on the coffee table so I can type with both hands. "So great seeing you, too. I'm glad you stayed for the meeting. Did you like it?" I ask. I hope she did. I don't think she would have felt uncomfortable. As promised, Faye didn't call her out to share. But the meetings do hit close to home sometimes, whether you speak or not. Sometimes even something someone says can jog a painful memory. A small version of her profile photo appears beside the message to tell me she's read it, and then 3 dots appear. She's typing back. I wait, and then, when it's clear she's typing something long, I set the laptop aside, grab my coffee mug, and go to the kitchen for a refill. Her message will be waiting for me when I come back. But when I do come back, the dots are gone. The last message in the chat is mine. Whatever she was going to say, she deleted it and took it back. And I wonder why. I try again, typing, "I'm sorry, I got caught up in a conversation after the meeting and didn't get a chance to talk to you before you left. Do you think you'll be back next week?" Her reply this time is quick. "I'm not sure I can come," she says. And I wonder if she's not sure she can come because she has something else going on that night, or if she's not sure she can come because she didn't like the meeting and never wants to go back. Or if she's not sure she can come because someone won't let her. Okay, I type it first, but I don't send it because it feels somehow caustic in its brevity. I don't want to come across as short or rude, though I'm reading too much into it, I know. I delete my initial response. Instead, I type, "Would you want to grab coffee or a drink sometime? I'd really love to catch up." It feels forward, bold, but I send it anyway and then wait for a reply. 7. The Becketts have taken a liking to me. On the days that I don't work, another nurse is assigned to Caitlin. But on the days that I do, they ask for me. Today, for example, I wasn't assigned to Caitlin. I was given other patients. But when visiting hours began and the Becketts found Luke in Caitlin's room, they made a request to the charge nurse, who obliged. "They must really like you," Luke said as we passed in the hall. He's incredible at what he does. He's compassionate. He has the world's best smile and a sense of humor to boot. A patient would be lucky to get to work with him. "Don't take it personally. They're just used to me, I think," I said, trying not to read too much into it. "They like talking to me. Mrs. Beckett and I have a bond because we're both mothers, that's all." "There's something strange about them," he said then, his words running down my spine, especially in light of the conversation I had with Mr. Beckett the other day, where he played that voicemail for me. I was walking away when he said it, toward Caitlin's room. I stopped and turned back. "Like what?" Luke stood 3 feet from me in pale blue scrubs with a white t-shirt beneath, a partial tattoo of a snake visible beneath one of the short sleeves. He's told me about the tattoo once before, a remnant from his wild youth, getting it when he was 16 with a fake ID. By his own admission, Luke was a holy terror as a teenager. His parents were mostly absent, though his father was an alcoholic with a temper. He hit him and Luke's mom, not all the time, but sometimes, and then he would go on a bender and disappear. Luke told me about his past when I complained about something Sienna did, blowing her curfew or something relatively benign like that. He said, "It could be so much worse, Megan. She's a good kid." As a child, he told me, he drank, did drugs, and some petty theft. When I asked why, he said he loved the rush of it, the thrill of taking something that wasn't his, and because no one could stop him, no one could tell him no. It gave him power and a sense of control that he didn't have in his own family, I think, where he felt powerless. Now Luke is the salt of the earth. He did a short stint in juvie before eventually outgrowing that phase of his life. He went to college and became a nurse. In the hall, Luke's arms were crossed, his stethoscope slung around his neck. He cocked his head. "I don't know. It's just a hunch. But something seems off," he said, about the Becketts. I couldn't let it go. "How?" He gave some thought to it. "The mom doesn't make eye contact when she speaks. And earlier, when she first came in, she cried or seemed to cry. But there were no tears." The bruises and the lacerations on Caitlin Beckett's face are hard to look at. I don't think I'll ever get used to them. There are smash fractures and soft tissue injuries on her skull and face. Her nose and jaw are broken, and she has 2 black eyes. She's missing teeth. The rest of her body is worse, a medley of broken bones, torn ligaments, contusions. Her limbs are dead weight. I can maneuver them any which way I'd like and they would fall when I lift them, if I were to let go. Many of her injuries are overt, but there are things the doctors don't know yet, like whether there is nerve damage and, if she wakes up, if she'll be able to do things like blink, chew, smile. She may need surgery to repair the damage, to restore whatever function is lost, and to improve her appearance, should she live, so that someday she looks like some version of herself. In the afternoon, the nursing assistant Mary Ann comes, and I ask the Becketts to leave us so that we can give Caitlin a bath. I pull the curtain for privacy. I avoid looking at Caitlin's face as I remove her gown. I cover her with a blanket while Mary Ann and I wash, careful not to expose any more of her than I need to. Bathing a patient is an intimate experience. It can be uncomfortable for everyone. When I give bed baths to patients who are conscious, we talk or I talk, if they're nonverbal. I ramble on about nothing, about anything, to avoid the awkwardness. But with someone who is unconscious, it's quiet. Mary Ann and I stand on opposite sides of the bed, working from the head down. It's not always a job for RNs. We don't always have time to bathe our own patients, but when I can, I do. We roll Caitlin onto her side to wash her back. I check her skin at the same time, looking for bed sores, and then we change the sheets, which, on an occupied bed with a patient who can't assist, is a challenge. When we're done, we place the soiled bedding in a bag and then I take it away to be washed. Mary Ann offers to do it for me, but I say no thanks, that I need to check on another patient and we'll take it on the way. The other patient is a woman named Marin Laley, who's 71 years old, being treated for a stroke, though she has a number of comorbid conditions too, like high blood pressure, heart disease, and diabetes. She's lucky to be alive, though she's not out of the woods yet. She's in the ICU for close monitoring and frequent neuro checks. She also requires insulin 4 times a day, which she's due for. In the room, I find her insulin pen on the medical cart where I last left it, and give her a dose. In theory, insulin pens shouldn't be left out in the open like this, where anyone could conceivably come in and take it if they wanted. But we don't always have time to put them back into patient-specific bins in the medication room after each use. Sometimes it's more efficient to just leave them out. On my way back to Caitlin's room, I round a corner to find a man in the room with her. I stop in the middle of the hall, taking him in. He stands with his back to the door, so that I can't see his face. I only see him from behind, the tufts of dark hair that appear from beneath the back closure of a hat. But even from behind, I know who he is. He's the same man who was here in the hospital a few days ago, standing in the hall just outside Caitlin's room, looking in. A feeling of unease washes over me. Who is he and what does he want? He stares down at Caitlin in bed, and there is something about the way he stands, his body language or the way he looks down at her, that makes me uncomfortable. There is nothing affectionate or benevolent about it. He doesn't touch her. He doesn't stroke her arm or her hair. He just stares, as if looking down on a dead body in a casket. The man is tall and slender. His presence, him turning up like this, takes me by surprise, because I didn't see him arrive, and because, in the time that she's been here, no one has been in that room to visit except for Mr. and Mrs. Beckett. "Megan," a voice says, and I tear my eyes away from the man to find Luke sitting at the nurse's station beside me, studying me from over the computer screen. "Sorry," I say. "Did you say something?"
"I asked if you were okay."
I don't answer because I don't know if I'm okay. Instead, I ask, "Did you see that man come in?"
"What man?"
he asks, and I nod toward Caitlin's room. "Him," I breathe. Luke's gaze follows the direction of mine, and he takes him in, letting his eyes run over the jeans and the black thermal shirt, a lightweight jacket that lies at the end of the bed. He shakes his head.
"No, but I was on a call just now,"
he says, and as I watch, he reaches forward to set the phone back in its cradle.
"Maybe ask Anna."
"I will, thanks." Visitors are supposed to report to the nurse's station when they arrive. There are signs all over the ICU, which are hard to miss. That said, during visiting hours, the unit is unlocked. Anyone could enter without consent, unlike overnight, when employees have to swipe a badge to get in. I slide down the long desk to Anna, who sits on the other side of it. "Hey," I say, and she glances up from another computer screen. "The man in 214, I say, leaning in to whisper, and she looks over my shoulder and into the room, which is directly behind me now. "Did you see him come in?" "No. Is everything okay?" "Yes, I think so," I say, keeping my feelings to myself. Despite my misgivings, I have to go in. I turn away from Anna. It takes a second to gather courage, but eventually I step forward toward the room. The man hears me coming. He throws a glance back over his shoulder, and I get my first good look at him. "I didn't know anyone was here," I say, stepping inside the room, hearing something like fear in my voice. The man wears a green trucker cap, the brim of which darkens his face, though his eyes are a vivid blue. Dark curls spill out from beneath the hat. There are subtle lines around his eyes and mouth, and if I had to guess an age, I'd say 40. Are you family?" I ask, swallowing hard, taking in his bent nose, which looks like it had been broken at some point in his life and was never properly realigned. There is a moment of hesitation, during which he takes stock of me. His eyes travel over my face, down my neck to my chest, to where my name tag sits, just above my left breast. I follow his gaze, staring upside down at my own name and feeling my heartbeats gain speed. My full name is on the name tag, Megan Michaels. My picture is there too. The state requires it of all healthcare workers, going so far as to say how the letters in our name must be of a sufficient size and easy to read, and the picture must be current. It's to protect patients, to ensure they receive care from qualified professionals. But who or what protects us from them? I've heard other nurses articulate their fears before, about how this or that has happened to someone they know. A discontented patient or family member learns their name, finds them on social media, finds out where they live, or a drug addict tracks them down, mistakenly believing nurses have free and unrestricted access to pills. We don't. Our privacy is at risk, and sometimes our safety is, too. His eyes come back up to my face, which they peruse before finding my eyes. His head cocks, and he's slow to speak, but when he does, he says, "No, a friend." I wonder if even that is true. My words are tremulous. "I'm sorry," I say. "Only family is allowed to be here." It's not the hospital's rules, but what Mr. and Mrs. Beckett wanted. He says nothing at first. His eyes hold mine, and I wonder if it's meant to be intimidating, because it is. I have a very physical reaction to his stare. My chest tightens. My heart rate changes, becoming faster so that I can hear the whoosh of blood in my ears. I feel his stare all the way to my core, and I want so desperately to look away, to turn around, to see if Anna and Luke still sit at the nurse's station behind me, to know that they're there and I'm not alone, but I don't. I keep my eyes on his, telling myself that I have no reason to be scared. He breaks his gaze then, reaching for a coat lying at the end of the bed. "I was just leaving," he says. He takes his coat into his hands and goes to move past me, stepping too close on the way to the door so that I fall back, so our elbows don't collide. "I need pictures of me as a baby," Sienna says first thing when I walk into the apartment that night. She's in the living room with the TV on, wrapped in a blanket, doing homework. It was a long, restless walk home from work, because I couldn't stop thinking about the man who came to see Caitlin at the hospital, specifically his ice-cold eyes and the way they stared at me, making me feel uncomfortable, if not scared. I kept thinking for the rest of the day that he might still be at the hospital somewhere. I saw him leave her room. I didn't see him leave the building. It was unlikely, but something I couldn't shake. I looked all around for him when I left work, wondering if he was there, hiding out in the ambulance entrance or in the loading dock, as I moved down Wellington and past them in the dark. "Hello to you too," I tease, hanging my coat on a hook. "My day was fine, thanks for asking." "It's for a school project," Sienna says curtly. She's been in a mood lately. "When do you need them by?" "Now! The project is due tomorrow." "Sienna," I say, Disappointed because Sienna never used to leave things until the last minute, but it's becoming more common now. It's a teen thing, the lack of motivation, the poor time management, but the subtle changes in her behavior are becoming more apparent all the time. If it's not the slip in grades, the irritability, or the way she blows hot and cold, then she's pushing the boundaries, impatient to grow up. I don't like it, and I wonder what I have to blame for it. Hormones, boys, Ben, drugs? What? She asks, quick to take offense. I looked. There are like none here. She's right. There isn't enough room in our apartment to keep things like photo albums, and Sienna was born at a time where not everything was digital as it is now. The first few years of her life are chronicled in scrapbooks that I keep in the building's basement, where there are large metal cages for each tenant's things, which hold everything I took from my life with Ben that I wasn't able to fit into the living space. They're in the basement, I say, and then I tell her I'll get them, because it will be easier than to explain where they are. I grab my keys, head out the door, and lock up behind myself, moving down the stairs to the foyer. Once there, I unlock the basement door and pull it open to an oppressive blackness. I reach for the light at the top of the stairs, flicking it on, but nothing happens. I toggle the switch up and down, but the basement stays dark. The light bulb at the bottom of the steps must have gone out. I can't go back up to Sienna empty-handed. She'll be upset. Grudgingly, I decide that I'll be okay because there is another light downstairs, an exposed bulb with a string that hangs from the low ceiling just above the washing machine. I steel myself. I take a breath and step into the darkness. I leave the door behind me open, held secure by a door wedge that's always sitting in the foyer to hold the door open for deliveries and such. I feel grateful for the foyer light, which pales as I descend, moving further away from it, down the stairs' bare wooden treads and to the concrete floor at the bottom of the steps. The light is on the other side of the basement. There are rusty, steel, weight-bearing columns between it and me, which I try not to run into, feeling blindly with my hands. I regret leaving my phone upstairs because I could use the flashlight on it. Instead, I feel around for the string in the darkness, managing to conjure up all sorts of terrifying thoughts in the 5 or 10 seconds before my hand connects with it, such as, what if I'm not alone down here? What if someone is here with me? I flash back to the man's eyes from the hospital, how they were haunted. When I find the string, relief floods me, though the amount of light the exposed bulb gives off is practically negligible. I look around to make sure I'm alone, and I am. The basement is small. The walls are cinder block and the ceilings are low. It can't be more than 6 feet from the floor to the rafters, so that taller men would have to duck so as not to hit their heads. The metal storage cages are against the opposite wall, creating dark pockets where the light doesn't reach. I go to the cages, finding ours. It has a padlock on the door. I spin the dial, entering the combination, and then pull down on the lock to open it. I slip the padlock off, replacing it over the metal loop so I don't misplace it while searching for the scrapbooks. The cage door creaks as I open it. I step inside, unwanted thoughts suddenly filling my mind about getting locked in the cage, whether accidentally or on purpose. How long would it take for someone to find me? If I screamed, would anyone hear? I begin to search. The faster I find the scrapbooks, the faster I can leave. I roll our bikes out of the way to get to the plastic storage containers stacked 3 high behind them. The containers are labeled, and while some labels are specific, Christmas lights, others are not, keepsakes. I find one of the bins labeled keepsakes and lift the lid, setting it aside. I start rifling through things like a wedding album and pairs of Sienna's adorable baby shoes, tiny Sherpa-lined booties, and black ballet slippers that fit in the palm of my hand. Thoughts of baby Sienna crush me, and I find myself on a trip down memory lane, discovering a lock of hair from her first haircut, and a cozy, wearable sleep sack that stirs up memories of sleepless nights in the rocking chair in her room. A time when I wished her older so she'd sleep through the night, but that I would give anything to have back now. I press the sleep sack to my chest, smelling it, embracing it. I'm somewhere far away, deep in thought. I'm not in the basement at all, but in Sienna's nursery with lullabies playing so softly from the CD player that they won't wake Ben. The room is darkish, save for the starry globe-shaped nightlight that projects stars on the ceiling and wall. The cage door behind me suddenly creaks. Someone is in the basement with me. I come back, spinning, searching the room with my eyes. No one is here but me. I try telling myself there must be a reasonable explanation for the door closing, such as that the heat kicked on, air from the vent inching the cage door closed. It doesn't make me feel any less afraid. I think again about the man from the hospital. Conceivably, he could have watched me leave. He could have followed me home. He could have come into the building, slipping in behind another tenant. I push the cage door back open, feeling desperate to find the scrapbooks and leave. When I do, I scoop them into my arms, relieved. I inch the cage door closed and replace the lock. I move to the other side of the room to pull the string to turn the light back off. Darkness falls over the basement, rendering me practically blind. I shuffle to the steps, feeling with my hands, worse off than before because my eyes have adapted to the light. When I get to the bottom of the stairs, I'm thrown by the closed door at the top of the steps. I left it open. I know I did. I stand there in a state of suspended animation, looking up at the door. It couldn't have closed on its own because it was held open with the door wedge. Someone would have had to move the wedge and deliberately close the door, which doesn't mean their intent was malicious or unkind. Maybe they didn't know anyone was downstairs and they thought the door was left open by mistake. They were trying to help. I jog up the steps. When I get to the top, I reach for the knob and try opening the door, but it doesn't budge. I try again, with more force this time. "Hello?" I call out, pounding a palm on the door. I press an ear to the door. I try to listen, though my pulse beats hard, blood rushing through my ears. I can't decide if there is someone on the other side of the door or not. I'm not so sure but that I don't hear footsteps or the faint click of the latch sliding into place on another door. "Hello?" I say again. "Is someone there?" I knock. I wrap my hands around the knob and jerk at it, feeling frantic and desperate, wishing again that I hadn't left my phone upstairs. The world around me is nearly black. The only light, a sliver of it, coming from under the door. It takes time, but eventually I hear another noise in the foyer, something closer and more distinct. And it takes a second, but I place it. It's the jiggling of a key in the little recessed aluminum mailbox slots that line the foyer wall. I knock on the basement door again, and this time, from the other side, the knob mercifully turns. The basement door swings open like nothing, and I brace myself for who I might find on the other side. Mr. Hillman, the elderly neighbor from the first floor, stands in the foyer looking wide-eyed and confused. "What are you doing down there?" he asks. "In the dark?" I went down to get something from storage. When I tried to come back up, the door was stuck. "The light switch isn't working," I say, toggling it up and down to show him. "The bulb must have gone out." My voice shakes as I say it. I feel stupid, but also scared. "Because this," he says, "was lodged under the door." In his hand, he holds up the door wedge, which is more than just a wooden block, but something modern and grippy. And I can't make sense of it, how it came to be on the other side of the door from where I left it. "That's why you couldn't open it. How long were you down there?" "Just a few minutes," I say, feeling short of breath. "I don't know how that happened. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't get home when you did." Sienna would have come for me eventually. If enough time passed, she would have gotten worried or impatient and come looking for me. I wouldn't have been down there all night. I thank him again. I let myself into the stairwell and start to climb. My breathing is still heavy. My heart pounds as I make my way up the last flight of stairs to my apartment alone. When I get to my front door, I slip the key into the lock. I've been gone much longer than I intended. Not just a few minutes, but more like 15 or 20. I turn the door handle and open the door. Sienna is on the sofa still, wrapped in a blanket, her feet kicked up on the coffee table, doing homework on her laptop. She has no idea how long I've been gone. But then she looks at me, gazing slowly sideways. I don't know if it's the heavy breathing or the whiteness of my skin that gives me away, but her face changes, and she asks, "What happened?" As I close and lock the apartment door and then carry the scrapbooks to her, leaning forward to set them on the coffee table beside her bare feet. "Nothing," I say, lying because I don't want her to worry, and because I keep telling myself that maybe nothing did happen. Maybe it was just the landlord, the mailman with a late delivery, or another neighbor. Maybe someone came in through the front door, saw the basement door open, and thought they were being good Samaritans by closing it. I'm just tired, hungry. It was a long, crazy day, and it's catching up with me. There are the scrapbooks. Take whatever you need. I have to get something to eat. I keep walking to the kitchen, where I'll be out of view, because I don't want Sienna to see me like this. I don't want her to worry. I don't want her to think something is wrong. I don't go for food right away. Instead, I lean against the countertop, trying to get control of my breath. Later, after I've settled down, Sienna asks me to look through the pictures with her. She and I snuggle together under the blanket on the sofa. We flip through the pages of the scrapbook, and Sienna asks questions like what Ben and I would have named her if she was a boy, and if it was hard for us to get pregnant with her. The second strikes me as a strange question to ask, but Sienna says that Nico's mom and dad had trouble getting pregnant with him. Isaac, I say, and then, careful with my words, no. As with most everything about you, it was a breeze. You made it too easy. I like this one, she says, pointing to a picture of her and me together. In it, she's about 2 weeks old, sound asleep in a pink one-piece against my chest while I sit, reclined in a chair, my head turned, smiling sleepily for the camera, which is to my left. Sienna's scalp is smooth, with tiny, ultra-fine blonde hairs that get caught in a beam of light coming from a window across the room. Her mouth is open like a baby robin's, and her eyes are closed. She's peaceful and asleep. We both look so content. Me too, I say, as Sienna rests her head on my shoulder and I turn the page. I try to lose myself in the moment, to forget about what happened before. But the one thought that keeps nagging at me is that even if the landlord or another neighbor closed the basement door, thinking someone left it open by mistake, why would they put the door wedge under it? I can't shake the thought that someone tried to trap me downstairs. 8. I see her through the window of the restaurant the following night. The restaurant was my suggestion. It's an intimate coffee shop/wine bar just off Halsted, which used to be one of my favorite places to meet up with friends back when that was something I still did. My phone rings on the way. I answer the call. "Is this Megan Michaels?" the woman on the other end of the line asks, her voice hard to hear over the noise of the city. "Yes," I say, holding a hand to the opposite ear to block out the noise. "Hi, Megan. I'm calling from Dr. Barry's office about your recent mammogram." "Is everything okay?" I ask, my voice hesitant, knowing it's not, of course. They don't call with mammogram results unless there's a problem. "There was an asymmetry on the right breast, which is most likely nothing to worry about. Most of the time, it's not cancer. Still, we're going to need additional imaging studies to be safe." "Okay," I say, feeling anxious, and she gives me a number to call for a different radiology office than where I've been, one with different equipment. I put the phone away when we're through, trying not to think about it for now. As she just said, most of the time, it's not cancer. Still, easier said than done. I walk fast, dodging pedestrian traffic, but end up getting caught at a red light just before the intersection. I stand at the light, watching through the glass where Nat waits for me, seated at a table on the enclosed patio that stays open year-round, kept warm with a fire and heat lamps. She sits beside a massive stone fireplace, facing out onto the street, under a set of clear string lights. Through the glass, the whole scene looks inviting and snug and warm. As I wait for the illuminated walking person to tell me to cross, I watch her in the near distance, her hands folded around a mug, staring blankly out into the night, her mind seemingly somewhere else. Behind her, a waiter carries a tray of drinks past a young man who slips into a coat, getting ready to leave. The light turns green. The walking hand appears, and I cross, bypassing people in the way because I'm already 15 minutes late and feeling guilty for it. I sent her a message on Facebook and told her that I got caught up at work and was running behind, but the last time I checked, 3 blocks away, she hadn't read the message yet. I was worried she would give up and leave before I arrived. When I get there, I pull the door open and let myself in through the main entrance, weaving between tables and chairs for the patio. "Hey," I burst out, coming up behind her in a rush. "I'm so sorry, And then I freeze because, at the sound of me, she jolted, the mug in her hands getting shaken so abruptly that coffee sloshes over the edge and onto the table. "Oh my gosh," I'm quick to say, springing into action, coming around to the other side of the table where there are napkins, which I reach for, using them to sop up the mess. "I'm so sorry," I say again, more gently this time, studying her as she lowers the mug to the table and then lets go of it. And when she does, I see how her hands gently shake. "It's fine," she says, bringing them to her lap where I can't see them. "I didn't mean to startle you. Here, let me get you another coffee," I say, my eyes searching for the waiter, who's a few tables away taking another customer's order. It wasn't the whole cup that spilled, but this was not the first impression I was hoping to make after all these years, and I want to remedy that. "No," she says. "You don't need to do that." "Are you sure? I feel so bad." "Please don't worry about it." I lower my arm. I set my bag on the floor and sink into a seat. I had the presence of mind to change into something before I left work, and so I'm in jeans and a blouse instead of the frumpy scrubs she saw me in the other night. "It was my fault," she goes on. "I'm such a klutz, always spilling things and hurting myself." She chuckles, though her laugh feels unnatural, strained. She looks away from me and, at the same time, tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. It's an instinct, a habit. She doesn't realize what she's done, but with her hair out of the way, there it is again, up close and personal this time. The bruise. My eyes go to it. Nat brings her own eyes slowly back. She catches me looking at the bruise. Right away, she releases her hair from behind an ear and tries to hide it, but it's too late. I can't unsee what I already saw. I swallow. What I want to ask is how she got the bruise, but instead I say, more staidly this time, "I'm really sorry I'm late. I hate to be late." Thinking how good it feels to finally sit down after a full day of being on my feet. "I got caught up at work and couldn't get away." "Busy day?" she asks. Her hair hangs long now, like dark curtains around her face, spilling over the shoulders of a black mock-neck shirt that comes clear up to her chin. "Yes, very," I say. "What do you do?" "I'm a nurse. Critical care." "Oh, wow. Megan. That's very admirable. But it must be stressful, too." "Yes, it is," I say. "But rewarding. I like to help people." I leave it at that because, as a rule, I don't talk about my patients outside of work. Other nurses do, anonymously, but it's a HIPAA violation nonetheless because, even without saying a patient's name, someone else might pick up on identifying characteristics and know who the person is. Most of the time, I'm a stickler for rules. I don't like to break them, but, rules aside, not talking about my patients is a good habit for keeping work out of my personal life. "I can't remember. Did you always want to be a nurse?" she asks. I smile. "Either that or an astronaut." Until I learned that astronauts have to wear diapers in outer space, and then suddenly it didn't seem as desirable a career choice. She laughs, and this time there is an ease about it. She slowly sobers and says, "You must see all sorts of horrible things, though. Sick people and death. It has to be hard, especially after what happened with Bethany." My throat tightens at the mention of my sister's name. "I'm sorry," she says. "You probably don't want to talk about that." "No," I say. "It's okay." "I heard what happened," she says. Of course she did. Everyone we went to high school with knew that the year after I graduated, Bethany killed herself. I wanted to reach out. I can't even remember if I sent a sympathy card. "I'm sure you did." Nat would have been a freshman in college at the time, like me. I can't remember if or where she went to school, but if she went away, it would have been hard for her to come back for the funeral. And anyway, Nat and I were friends, but it wasn't as though we were best friends. We were teammates. We had a friendship in the locker room and on the court, but we never got together to hang out on a Friday night. Once I started dating Ben in high school, I spent more time with him than my friends anyway. Ben was there at the funeral with me, standing by my side through the services. After I returned to college, I abandoned all aspects of my past life except for Ben and tried to forget what happened, as if that was possible. My parents left my childhood home, citing too many painful memories, and there was never a reason to go back. Even Ben's parents eventually gave up on Midwest winters and left. I heard you married Ben Long. I did, I say, and then I give a short, wry laugh and add, you can see how that worked out. I'm sorry. Don't be. I should have known better. Almost no high school relationships last. It was naive to think ours would be different. Did you know Ben in high school? Not really. We had a couple classes together, I think. I'm not sure we ever talked. I nod, realizing how long ago high school suddenly feels. So many years have passed that many names and faces have become hazy, if not altogether gone. What do you do for a living? I ask, changing the subject, though I already know what she does because I saw it on Facebook. After I finished looking at Nat's Facebook page the other day, I went to Instagram to see if I could find out more about her there, but no luck. She isn't on Instagram as far as I could tell. I'm a teacher. What grade? Preschool. 4-year-olds. I smile. Aw, little ones, I say. Yes, they're the best. Where do you teach? I ask, and she tells me about the co-op preschool in Lincoln Park. Do you have kids yourself? No, my husband and I wanted to wait until we were married for a few years to have kids, she says, her hands back on the table now, fingering the handle of her coffee mug. And then her voice drifts and I catch her drift. Their marriage didn't last that long. The waiter comes. I order a chai tea, though after the day I've had and the news I just received from Dr. Barry's office, I could use a glass of Chardonnay. Most of the time, it's not cancer, the woman on the phone had said. But what she didn't say is that sometimes it is. I consider it for a minute, ordering wine, but with Sienna waiting at home and work in the morning, the last thing I need is a foggy head or a wine headache. What are you drinking? I asked Nat, wanting to get her another coffee to make up for the one she spilled, but she demurs. If I have another coffee, I won't sleep tonight. Decaf? I suggest. She looks to the waiter and says, I'll just have some water, please. And the waiter says, of course, and leaves. Beside us, the fire in the fireplace crackles. Orange flames dance behind the screen, licking the air. The irony being, she says, coming back to the conversation, and I look away from the fireplace and to her, that we wanted time for us, for our marriage to blossom before bringing kids into the equation. I should be grateful, I suppose, that I had time to figure out who he really is before having children with him. Without meaning for them to, my eyes go back to the bruise, and though I can't see it behind the panels of hair, I still know it's there. She catches me looking. It's awful, right? She says. What is? I ask, playing dumb because I feel guilty that I've been caught staring again. This, she says, gingerly pulling her hair somewhat back to reveal the edges of the bruise to me. The revelation is brief, and then she covers it up again, positioning the pieces of hair back into place to hide the wound. I pull a face. Ouch. What happened? I ask, trying to react like the bruise is brand new to me, like this is the first time I'm seeing it. The other night, she says, reaching for and fiddling with the edge of a paper napkin, reluctant to meet my eye. I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I was half out of it. I'd had a glass of wine before bed, but that's no excuse. I was totally sober. I don't know what happened. I lost my bearings, I guess. I was disoriented from sleep, or I stood up too fast, something like that. Anyway, in the darkness, I miscalculated. walking straight into the doorframe instead of through the open door. I grimace. That must have hurt. She shakes her head. It didn't, actually. It stunned me because I wasn't expecting it, but it didn't hurt. She pats at her head again, makes sure the hair is where it belongs. She looks at me, and then she looks away again, her voice lowered as she says, I keep trying to cover it up because I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like what? I ask. She shrugs. I don't know, that someone is hurting me or something. A beat of silence follows. I want to ask if someone is hurting her, and if so, if it's her ex, the handsome man in the Facebook images I saw, Mr. Roche. But then, before I can, the waiter comes back with our drinks, going on and on about how he didn't know if she wanted bottled or tap water, and by the time he leaves, the moment is gone. Do you still talk to anyone else from high school? Besides Ben? She asks. And suddenly it doesn't feel right to dredge up the bruise again. Not really. Mandy Cho? She asks, and I shake my head. In high school, Mandy was my doubles partner, though we didn't talk to one another off the court. We had opposite strengths. Mandy was a big hitter, while I was a pretty consistent returner, and so the tennis coach paired us together, not because we were friends, but to balance our strengths and weaknesses. Do you? No, not much. I lost touch with just about everyone after high school. It was my fault. I'm terrible at keeping up with people. What about Emily? I ask, because Emily Miller was Nat's closest friend in high school. Some. She calls every couple months. It's hard, right? Everyone is so busy. How is your family? I ask. Are they still in Barrington? No, not anymore. She changes topics. This place is nice, she says about the restaurant. You said you've been here before? I nod, taking a tentative sip of my tea, testing to see how hot it is. It is, yes. A friend found it years ago, and I've been coming ever since. Quaint, quiet. The drinks and food are good, but it's mostly the vibe I like. The soft, warm lighting, cool jazz playing in the background, the atmosphere. I asked what she thought of the meeting the other day. It was nice. It felt good to be surrounded by people in a similar circumstance for a change. That's one of the reasons I love it too. She asks, How long have you and Ben been divorced? About a year, I say. And then I tell her what I told the others my first time at the support group. How I was the one who filed for divorce and how I did so for my daughter, Sienna, because I couldn't stand for her to see Ben and me fight anymore. She changes positions on the chair. My family and friends absolutely love Declan, she offers. They were enamored the first time they met him. They think he's the perfect guy, as if there is such a thing. Sweet, charming, attractive, with a great job that pays well. She takes a breath and I hold mine, hoping she'll say more, and she does. It's hard to talk about Declan with them because they have this preconceived notion of who he is, and what I say is at odds with that notion. I don't think they believe me when I tell them. Tell them what? What he's like. I take another sip of my tea, too fast this time so that it burns my tongue. What is he like? I ask, trying not to react as I lower the mug to the table. She reaches for her ice water, running her fingers through the beads of condensation on the outside of the glass. I watch her, waiting for a reply that doesn't come. I'm sorry, I say, shaking my head. You don't need to answer that. Would you rather we talk about something else? I ask, because I can tell this conversation is making her uncomfortable, and I don't want to do that. It's been 20-some years since we've laid eyes on each other. The last thing I want is to come on too strong. No, she says, sliding her glass away, looking slowly up. It's okay. This is actually good for me, I think, to talk about Declan with someone who doesn't know him for a change. I considered a therapist, but the wait lists are months long, and there's something nice about talking to someone you actually know, to someone who gets it, to someone who's in a similar position, instead of someone who is getting paid to listen to me, you know? I smile. I do. I know. It's the same reason I found that group. Misery loves company, right? She nods, though it's brief. Right. She reaches for the glass of ice water again, lifting it into her hands, biding time, deciding whether to say more or to let the conversation drop. A man and a woman pass by beside her then, stealing her attention, and she waits, watching as they slip past, happy and laughing, him helping her into the sleeves of a long winter coat, before bringing the glass to her lips. She takes a sip and sets the glass down on the tabletop. Her eyes come to mine. He's been cheating on me with some younger woman, but that's not the worst of it. She pauses, gaining courage. Declan is a lawyer, an associate at Tanner and Levine in the Loop. He'll be up for partner in another couple years, which is a big deal. Huge, really. But it's not without pressure and personal cost. It's a 7-year track, which he's been aspiring to since the day he started working at the firm 5 years ago. It was a career change for him. Now he bills something like 2,000 hours a year, which means 12-hour days and weekends a couple times a month. He's incredibly smart, persuasive, a hard worker. He's very good at what he does, but, she says, swallowing hard, her eyes suddenly averting, shying away from mine. Her voice sinks low so that it's hard to hear over the sound of music through the sound system. And by instinct, I lean forward in my seat, watching her face, though she stares out the window as she confesses, "He can get mad sometimes. She stops what she's saying mid-sentence. She goes silent, her mouth still formed around the word, not producing sound, the rest of her thoughts trapped somewhere in her throat. I watch as her posture straightens, as her spine lifts from the chair's backrest. Her face changes, too, the color whitening, blood draining, going blank. Nat? Is everything okay? I ask as I follow her gaze to the corner window where, on the other side, a dark form retreats. On the glass is a small cloud of condensation as if from someone's breath. A chill rises up my spine as I watch the fog disappear. I look back to see Nat's eyes blink hard, and when she swallows again, I watch the forced movement of it in her throat, like dislodging a rock. I'm sorry, she says. For one fleeting second, she breaks her gaze to glance at me, and then her eyes go back to the window, which is empty now save for the onrush of pedestrians, bundled up in coats and hats, moving down the street. There's a vibration to her voice when she says, I completely forgot. A friend is sick. I promised her I'd drop off dinner tonight. She has the flu. I have to go. She takes her napkin from her lap. She tries to drop it on the table, though it misses by an inch and flutters to the ground just beside it. Standing up quickly, Nat reaches for the coat from the back of the chair, jabbing her arms into it, though she's anxious, and so the movement isn't fluid. It takes 2 or 3 times to find the armholes. Now? I ask, looking at my watch, seeing that it's already after 8 o'clock. Yes, she says, though it's not lost on me how she's still looking out the window and won't meet my eye. Well, I was supposed to be there an hour ago. She'll be wondering where I am, if she's even still awake. She digs in her bag and hands me a 20, which I try to turn down, but she won't let me. Please, take it, she says. You were so kind to suggest this. I feel like a jerk for leaving so fast, but your friend is sick. I understand. Please, go, I say. We can do this another time. She picks her way around tables and chairs for the main entrance, squeezing through chairs backed too closely together, disappearing somewhere I can't see. A few seconds later, I watch out the window as she appears in the night, her hat on, a fur-trimmed hood pulled over it. She risks a glance down the street, and then waits for a small group of people to catch up to her before merging with them, her head down, walking fast. I leave the cash on the table. I follow her out into the night, letting the door drop from my hand, my eyes sweeping the street for signs of her or for the amorphous shape in the glass. But they're gone. Just outside the restaurant, I send a quick text to Sienna to let her know I'm on my way, and then I put my phone in a coat pocket because I need to have my wits about me. It's just after 8 o'clock. The attacks those other nights happened right around this same time, and I'm on edge already, thinking about what Nat just said, or almost said. He can get mad sometimes. She never had a chance to finish what she was going to say before something on the other side of the window stole her attention. I fill in the blanks for myself. He has a temper. He loses control. He hits me. I think back to about 4 or 5 years ago, when I took care of a woman in the ICU who had suffered a brain hemorrhage as a result of domestic abuse. Her name was Anne, and her husband brought her in through emergency himself, claiming a misstep on the basement stairs, except that I could see how nervous she was, how she couldn't look me in the eye, how she, like Nat, blamed herself for the supposed fall. I'm so clumsy. I'm such a klutz. My feet slipped right out from under me. I was going too fast. I'm so stupid. She was wearing socks, and the basement steps, she said, were a gleaming hardwood. She slipped, her head somehow managing to ricochet off the wall before hitting the floor. She thought she was fine, just a bump on the head, until the blinding headaches began and she started to vomit. Her husband stood attentive by her side, doting on her, reluctant to leave the room even when we asked him to for an exam. Alone, she was loath to say what happened at first, but as nurses, we're trained to look for signs of violence, and I saw them. In time, with gentle prodding, she came clean, saying how he'd beaten her with a hockey stick while their 2 children, ages 3 and 6, watched on, huddled together in the corner, crying hysterically, begging him to stop. That said, she didn't want to get him in trouble. She loved him. She pleaded with me not to tell anyone, saying how he was sorry. He told her he'd never do it again, and she believed him, because she wanted so badly for that to be true. I called the police, but there was only so much they could do because Anne didn't press charges. And then after, I worried I'd made it worse because her husband knew she'd opened up to me about the abuse. Instead of pressing charges or leaving him, she and the children stayed, and I read an article sometime in the last couple of years that made me physically sick. How he'd been arrested after finally succeeding in beating her to death. I remember I was upset. I remember, too, that Ben blamed her, the victim, because she hadn't left when given the opportunity. She stayed and chose her fate. He said something glib like, "You can't save them all." But I wondered for a long time after if I could have or should have done more. But what? I put it out of my mind for now. I keep walking. The walk home is windy and cold, though the other night's snow has melted. Daytime temperatures surging past freezing only to fall again when the sun goes down. The streetlights are on. The shops and restaurants are open, the lights inside all ablaze, which comes as a comfort. On these busy streets, I don't feel worried or scared. But when I get to my little residential street, things change. The world around me becomes suddenly quiet and dark, and I start thinking about the women who were attacked in recent days, wondering if they were like me, cold and tired with aching feet, eager to be home, and if they let their guards down too soon, which is easy to do when home is within view. I glance back over a shoulder to make sure I'm alone, and I am, as far as I can tell. The sound of my footsteps echoes down the street. I slip my hand into my bag, feeling blindly for my keys. I can't find them at first, and I get mad at myself for not taking them out of my bag back on Broadway when there were people around. I should have thought ahead. I should have been more careful, more prepared. My search feels futile. Where the hell are my keys? And I start to wonder if it's possible they fell out of my bag at some point in the night, if they're somewhere at work or on the restaurant floor. Just as my anxiety kicks in, my fingers curl around the keys. My walk home takes me past 2 boarded-up, derelict buildings and a somewhat skeevy parking lot before I get to Sienna and my apartment. The parking lot sits beneath the L tracks just adjacent to our building, and even in broad daylight is dark and dingy, the tracks overhead blocking the sun from getting in. The parking spots are owned by local residents, but some rent theirs out for cash on apps like Spot Hero when they manage to find street parking for their own cars. It's a nice side hustle, but it invites strangers into the neighborhood, which I don't like. I walk fast past it as the L soars by overhead, deafening me. I try not to dwell on the one car that sits idle in the parking lot with its headlights on. I walk faster, jogging up the steps to Sienna and my building, slipping the key into the lock, letting myself into the foyer, where the wind makes its way in with me. rustling the pages of a newspaper that sits abandoned in the corner, behind the open door. I press the door closed so I know I haven't been followed in. I start climbing the steps to our apartment. When I'm between the first and second floors, I hear a man's voice coming from higher up, which is where Sienna and I live. Ours is the only apartment on the third floor. My heart rhythm hastens. What is a man doing at our apartment? I take the steps 2 at a time, my bag slipping from my shoulder to the crook of my arm. I leave it there, not wanting to take the time to push it back up. Suddenly, Sienna is all I can think about. I need to get to Sienna. I round the corner and see her first, and practically heave a sigh of relief because she's okay. She stands there in the open doorway in her pajamas, a pair of plaid flannel boxer shorts and a boxy cropped t-shirt that reveals a small amount of pale midriff. Her feet bare, one foot balanced on top of the other, her arms knotted across her chest. She's already washed up for bed. Her face is bare, sans makeup, her hair thrown into a messy top knot. And if I had to guess, she's not wearing a bra. Sienna sees me. Her head and her eyes come to me, gazing over this man's shoulder. He stands in the hall just outside my front door with his back to me. "Mom," Sienna says, a lilt to her voice as the man spins around so that I can see his face. He's an actual man, not some teenage boy like the other day, but a grown adult, 35 to 40 years old if I had to guess, wearing jeans, a blue button-down, and he meets me with an uncurbed smile that I don't return, that I can't return because smiling is the furthest thing from my mind. "What's going on?" I ask, breathless. I hear the strain in my voice as I step past him, putting myself between him and Sienna. I don't wait for someone to tell me what's going on. Instead, I ask, "Can I help you with something?" Trying to ascertain how he got into the building in the first place and what he's doing at my apartment door, talking to my teenage daughter alone. I thrust my bag up onto my shoulder and cross my arms, wishing for more height to have greater leverage. "I'm Evan," he says, extending a hand that I don't take, thinking that he's some kind of salesman, and how inappropriate, if not illegal, that he's gotten into our apartment building at this time of night to try and sell us something we don't want or need. There isn't a no soliciting sign on the front door that I can remember, but one would think a locked door would suffice. "What can I do for you, Evan?" I ask, a tartness to my words that doesn't sound like me. "Mom," Sienna says, and I hear the disapproval in her voice, the embarrassment, because of how I'm acting and because I still haven't taken the man's hand. In fact, I don't take his hand, and ultimately he withdraws it, humbling. As he slips his hand into the pockets of his jeans, his smile fades. "I'm sorry," he says. "I don't mean to impose. My wife and I just moved into the apartment downstairs. We got some of your mail by mistake. I came to return it." I draw in a breath, thinking of the movers I saw the other day, hauling boxes and furniture inside. I look back to Sienna. Said mail, I see now, is in her hand. It was hard to see at first because of the way her arms are crossed, but she uncrosses them and waves the envelope in my face. I look at it, and then I let my eyes go back to the man. I take a step back, into the apartment, bumping into Sienna, who falls a step back herself and then turns and retreats further into the living room. I reach for the door to close it. "Thank you for bringing the mail up. That was kind of you," I say. And then I actually close the door, putting a stop to any further conversation. I watch the man's expression go flat as the door closes, though my pulse thrums in my neck and my heart beats with such force that I need to sit down. "That was so embarrassing," Sienna declares when the door is closed and the deadbolt locked. I turn to face her as she drops down onto the sofa, kicking her feet up on the edge of the coffee table so it slides forward an inch, taking the rug with it, buckling the wool. "Did you really just kick him out?" I don't answer her. Instead, I ask, "What were you thinking, Sienna?" I still stand, staring at her aghast from the other side of the coffee table. "You know better than to open the door to a stranger." "He's not a stranger. He's our neighbor, Mom," she says. Which he is, but she didn't know that when she opened the door for him. And either way, he's still a stranger. We don't know him. Besides, she goes on, very blasé, as if she has no idea what could have happened to her tonight if that man had different intentions. I thought it was you. You said you were on your way home, so when he knocked, I thought it was you. She's right. I did. I texted her maybe 20 minutes ago from outside the restaurant to let her know I was on my way. But still, the thought of Sienna opening the door to a stranger scares me. She should know better, and I thought she did. But now I'm not so sure anymore. You didn't have to be so mean to him, she says. I wasn't mean. You weren't exactly nice. Fair point. I wasn't, but he caught me off guard. I was scared for Sienna's sake. Listen, I say. Next time use the peephole, okay? It's there for a reason. What reason? To keep us safe. From what? She asks. And again, her optimism scares me a little. That feeling that bad things happen to other people and not her. There are bad people out there in the world, Sienna. Not everyone has good intentions. There is a man out there attacking women in their own homes. You watch the news. You know that. You have to be more careful. You can't trust everyone you meet, okay? I ask. And she says okay back, but her eyes are on her phone, and I'm only 50% sure she's listening. 9. The next morning, I pick up my mail on the way out of the building, dropping it into my bag to make room for today's to fit. As I walk to work, I overhear 2 women just ahead of me talking about another attack in the city last night, and it unmoors me. I didn't turn the TV on this morning. I didn't read the news. I didn't know about this latest attack. There have been so many now, I'm losing count. They say he wears a black mask when he goes after women, so no one has gotten a good look at him. It's been weeks now, and still no one knows who he is. At work, the police come. I've just come back from a quick lunch to find 2 male officers standing inside Caitlin's room. I come to a dead stop before the nurse's station when I see them. My feet stop moving all of a sudden, and my body has a very visceral reaction at seeing the police. The uniforms, their hulking bodies, guns and tasers on their vests. All other thoughts are quickly dispelled from my mind. The only thing I can think about is why they're here. We have had police in the ICU before, but not when it's a suicide attempt because there's nothing illegal about trying to take your own life. The officers are in the room, speaking to Caitlin's parents. There is another man there, too, in his 30s if I had to guess, standing behind Mrs. Beckett with a hand on her shoulder, the gesture warm, intimate. He knows her. He's not with the police. Through the glass, everyone looks very bleak. One of the officers has his back to me, while the other is angled sideways, his hands resting on the chest of his load-bearing vest, while the other officer does the talking. I brush up beside Luke in the nurse's station. What's happening? I ask in a quiet voice. Why are the police here? I hold my breath, afraid of what he might say. He looks at me. They're saying now that maybe it wasn't a suicide attempt after all. I pull back. The air leaves my lungs and the hallway turns suddenly warm. What do you mean? He blinks hard, and I know what he's going to say before he says it. They think that maybe she was pushed. Pushed? I ask, like I don't understand the meaning of that little one-syllable word. I say it again and then again in my mind until it loses meaning. Pushed. Yes, he says, quite calm in comparison to my own reaction, yet he's had a few minutes to sit with it, to live with the knowledge of what the police know, to bat it around in his mind. Pushed. By who? No one knows. The Becketts look up as I enter the room. They're adrift, their minds a million miles away from this hospital room. The police have left, but the other man is still here, standing propped against a wall, his arms crossed against a dark crewneck sweater. His gaze lifts when I come in. Our eyes meet, and I see the resemblance right away. He's a younger version of Mr. Beckett in height and body shape, but with Caitlin's features, the same dark hair and eyes. Megan, Mr. Beckett says, rubbing at his forehead before zeroing his heavy eyes in on me. And it strikes me how utterly done in he looks, with both mental strain and physical exhaustion. "Can I get you anything?" I ask.
"No,"
he says with a curt shake of the head, and I try not to read into the brevity of his reply. Mrs. Beckett turns away, saying nothing. She sits on the chair beside the bed, pulled up close to it with her back to me so that I can't see her face. "Megan, this is our son, Jackson." "It's nice to meet you," I say, coming further into the room where the air is different all of a sudden, charged.
"You too,"
he says, pushing himself from the wall.
"I've heard quite a lot about you from my parents."
My eyes go to Mr. Beckett, who says,
"We told him how much you've been doing to help us and how you're a godsend."
"It's nothing. I'm happy to help."
"Well, we're grateful. Jackson," he tells me, "flew in this morning to be here, to be with Caitlin. He landed just a couple hours ago and came straight from O'Hare."
"It was nice of you to come," I say.
"I'm just sorry I couldn't be here sooner."
Jackson steps closer to the bedside, coming to stand behind Mrs. Beckett. His hands fall to her shoulders, offering comfort. I watch him, watching the way his eyes go to Caitlin in bed. I search in vain for signs of emotion, of sadness, of disbelief, finding none. But maybe he's just being stoic. It's been days since she arrived at the hospital, and I shouldn't judge, but I think how, if Bethany were still alive and something like this happened to her, I wouldn't have hesitated. I would have been on the first plane I could find.
"You're here now, and we're grateful. Caitlin would be too,"
Mr. Beckett says, and I wonder if anyone but me notices the way Jackson quietly sneers at his father's words. Caitlin would be too. Something cynical rising to the surface before it disappears. My mind goes back to what Mrs. Beckett told me in confidence days ago, how Caitlin and her brothers aren't close, how her own relationship with Caitlin is different than the one she has with her sons, and how she isn't so sure but that they don't resent Caitlin for it. Jackson must feel me looking at him because his eyes move swiftly to mine, too quickly to anticipate, and he catches me staring.
"Our oldest, Henry,"
Mr. Beckett goes on, and I look to him, embarrassed and grateful for somewhere else to focus my attention.
"wishes he was here too. But he's in the middle of a trial and can't get away. Jackson was in London for work when it happened," he says. "He got here as soon as he could."
"You must be exhausted if you've just come from London," I say, thinking of the long flight and of jet lag. He shrugs.
"Nothing a little caffeine won't fix."
I nod, looking back to Mr. Beckett. "I saw the police here earlier," I say, treading lightly. The Becketts are at first reticent. The three of them exchange a glance, but it's Mrs. Beckett who turns to me and asks, "Did you hear what they're saying?" In the last couple hours, the gossip mill has been at it again. It's all anyone is talking about, how Caitlin Beckett was pushed from the pedestrian bridge. I've heard it again and again, at the nurse's station, in the break room. "Did you hear? The police were here. Caitlin Beckett didn't jump after all. She was pushed." Eyes glinted as they spoke. Dear God, and how awful, people said, but their voices betrayed them. They were less compassionate and more gossipy, everyone eager to find someone who hadn't yet heard so they could be the one to break the news. Every time I heard it, I bristled, thinking of the final shove that drove her over the edge. "Yes," I say, swallowing. "I did. It's awful. I'm so sorry."
"Are they certain?"
"Yes."
"Do they know who did it?"
I ask. Mrs. Beckett shakes her head as Jackson releases his hands from her shoulders, stepping back. There is this vacant, wooden expression on her face, though it's not quite the same grief she's been wearing on her sleeve the last few days. It's something different. She turns away from me again. Her eyes stray to her daughter on the bed. She scooches forward to the edge of her seat, stretching a hand to move a section of dark hair that's fallen on Caitlin's forehead, gently sweeping it aside and then staring for a long while at the stillness of her daughter's face.
"The police don't know. There was a witness, a woman who saw Caitlin on the bridge that day. Someone else was there,"
Mr. Beckett says, and my heartbeats quicken at his words. "Why would anybody do this?" Mrs. Beckett asks, holding back tears. This time, it's Mr. Beckett who places a hand on her shoulder.
I don't know, honey. I don't know.
And then to me, he says,
This witness, was in a car on Lakeshore Drive, driving past. She didn't get more than a few seconds' look, but she's certain there were 2 people on the bridge that day. She didn't actually see Caitlin get pushed, otherwise she would have called the police right away. But she saw something happening on that bridge, something contentious. And then she drove on and forgot all about it because it's a big city and altercations happen all the time. And she wasn't entirely sure it wasn't just 2 people screwing around.
Mr. Beckett's phone rings then. He takes it from his pocket, looking down at the screen.
I'm sorry, he says, but I have to take this. It's for work.
He excuses himself, stepping out into the hall to take the call. Mrs. Beckett turns to me, picking up where her husband left off. This woman didn't give it another thought until that segment the other day on the news about suicide in the city. I didn't see it, but I heard about it. She knew our Caitlin didn't jump like they said. Something else happened on the bridge that day. The police looked into it. Caitlin was living with a friend, but she had started working with a realtor just a few weeks ago. She was looking into condos to buy. Caitlin was putting down roots. Who thinks of the future and does things like looking for condos to buy if they're suicidal? She locks eyes with me, and I see something new in them now. Shock, anger, and fear, but even more than that, relief. Her daughter wasn't depressed like she thought, and she didn't have a desire to die. They're saying it was an attempted homicide, Megan, not a suicide attempt after all, which means Caitlin didn't try and take her own life like we thought. There's a long, pregnant pause, and then she says, "Someone else did." My stomach clenches. Homicide. Murder. It sounds so brutal, so cold-blooded when she says it, that my mouth turns suddenly acidic, tasting like vinegar as saliva collects under my tongue and in my mouth. "Do you think it's possible someone lured her to that bridge?" she asks now, speculating. "Maybe," I say, my shoulders rising up into a shrug. "Do you think whoever did this was there, waiting for her to come?" I shake my head. I don't know. Now that the police are involved, they will focus on finding who did this. 24 hours ago, that was irrelevant, but now it's the only thing that matters, aside from keeping Caitlin alive. Though as the days pass and every day I come in to find her still unconscious, I wonder if she'll always be that way. "What is it, Megan?" she asks. And I realize I'm not looking at her anymore, that my eyes have strayed and I'm staring at the bare white wall, somewhere far away. "There was a man here the other day," I say, meeting her eye. "He came to see Caitlin." As I say it, I think of his eyes again, the way they traveled my body to my name tag, looking at it with interest.
A man?
Mr. Beckett asks, returning to the room just then, coming to stand beside his wife, concern manifest in the lines of his forehead. I should have told them about this man before, and now I wish I had, that I hadn't kept that to myself. I watch as he slips an arm around the small of her waist, drawing her close.
"You didn't tell us,"
he says, and at first it sounds like an accusation, and maybe it is. "No, I didn't. I'm sorry," I say, my face hot. "I didn't think it was worth mentioning. He said he was a friend."
"What was his name?"
"He didn't say. Visitors are supposed to report to the nurses' station when they arrive, and if he had, we wouldn't have let him in. I'm so sorry," I say. "Well, what did he look like?" Mrs. Beckett asks. I describe the man for them. I tell them about his dark curly hair, the blue eyes, the bent nose. The Beckett's bodies stiffen, growing taller. They look at one another and decide, we don't know anyone who looks like that. Mrs. Beckett's voice quivers when she speaks. "What did he want?" "To visit, I assumed. But I told him only family was allowed in Caitlin's room and that he'd have to leave, and he did. It wouldn't have been hard for him to find Caitlin's room without reporting to the nurses' station. There are 30 beds in our ICU, 10 beds broken down into 3 pods. There is a whiteboard at the nurse's station where the charge nurse sits, designating assignments. For purposes of privacy and to avoid HIPAA violations, patients are listed by initials only, but that would be enough for someone who knows her to recognize her by, if the whiteboard was visible to him. It's not exactly on display, but it's not inconspicuous either. Anyone passing by with decent eyesight could see it. Aside from that, the doors are made of glass. They're easy to see straight through. The hallway can be chaotic at times. In fact, it's often chaotic. The nurse's station is a central hub. It's located in the center of the pod and is where everyone congregates. At any given time, there are people milling around it, so it would be easy to see how a person could slip by and no one would notice. No one would think twice. Mrs. Beckett looks at her husband and says, "We should tell the police," and he agrees. Throughout the whole conversation, it's not lost on me how Jackson still stands with his back to the wall, quiet, listening, seemingly unaffected. If I found out just a short while ago that someone tried to kill my sister, I'd be outraged. That night, I'm in the break room. It's just after 7 o'clock, and I'm exhausted and head up from the day. I quietly gather my things to leave. Beside me, Luke does the same thing. I catch a glimpse of the mail I took from my mailbox this morning on the way into work. I didn't look at it this morning. I just stuck it in my bag. Now, a small red envelope sits on top with my name on it, written in an all-caps, very manly print. And the thing that draws my attention to it is that there is no address, no return address, and no postmark. Luke says goodbye to head home for the night. I say goodbye too, but I'm distracted because my mind is miles away now. Luke leaves and, alone, I reach for the envelope. I slide a finger under the flap to open it. Inside, I find a torn sheet of white computer paper. The front is blank, but when I turn it over in my hand, the back robs my lungs of air. In jagged, masculine handwriting with all caps and black ink, it reads, "Bitch." The horizontal stroke of the H written so forcibly that a hole lances the page. The break room door opens all of a sudden and I jump, almost dropping the note. Luke returns. "Almost forgot this," he says absent-mindedly, sweeping something up off the floor. I don't see what it is. I barely register him because my eyes are hung up on the note, on the handwriting, on that awful word. Who could have sent this? Even more, how did it come to be in my mailbox if there is no postmark? It didn't go through the post office. Someone put it there. Someone was at my apartment. Someone got into my mailbox somehow and left this note for me. "Megan?" Luke asks, and my eyes jerk up to find him standing close. There's a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "What's that you've got there? A love note?" he teases because of the red envelope, I think. "Yeah, right. I wish. But no," I say, thinking on my feet. "It's just a letter from an old friend." My words are terse, my throat tight. I need water, air. I can barely breathe. I force the note back into the envelope, though my movements are careless, rushed, and it takes 3 attempts to get it in, the corner of the page catching on the envelope's flap. "Bitch." His expression turns thoughtful, concerned. "Is it bad news?" he asks. "No, why?" "I don't know," he says, reading me. "You just seem upset." "I'm not. No. I'm honestly fine, just tired," I say, making a false front of being fine, and he believes me, I think. "Okay, if you're sure." "I am." "I'm going to head out then. Have a good night." He pauses. "You want me to wait for you? I can walk you home." There's a part of me that almost says yes, because I'm afraid to be outside alone, because of this note and because of everything else that's been happening. I glance up and our eyes meet. And I think what a relief it would be to have someone like Luke in my life to confide in, to assure me that this note is a mistake and that everything will be okay, to walk me home and make sure I get inside safely. But then I think of Penelope alone, waiting for him to come home. "No," I say, taking a deep breath, my words more grounded and self-possessed. "There will be people on the street, as there always are. Rush hour commuters. The only place without foot traffic is my own street, which I will take fast. It's just a short stretch, and then once I'm in the apartment, I'll be fine. Thank you, that's sweet, but I'll be okay. I might treat myself and take a cab, I lie, hoping he buys it. His eyes are still on me. They're warm, keen, searching. Can I tell you something? He asks after a minute. Of course, you can tell me anything. You won't think I'm weird? Well, that depends on what you're about to say, I say, trying to keep things light, witty, though it's completely contradictory to how I feel. It's just that I worry about you and Sienna, he admits. Not that you can't take care of yourselves. You can. But, I don't know. All these stories on the news. This fucking madman going after women. I lose sleep over it some nights. You lose sleep worrying about Sienna and me? I ask. But as soon as I do, I think that I've misinterpreted what he was trying to say and feel embarrassed. He loses sleep thinking about this madman, not about Sienna and me. But Luke nods. I wasn't wrong. He does lose sleep worrying about Sienna and me. Ben has never said that. Despite all the women being attacked in our city, he's never once expressed concern for Sienna and me, and the fact that one of us is often home alone. Luke says then, as if going back on what he said, not that you need some man to take care of you. That's not what I mean. You're stronger than anyone I know, Megan. And in that moment, something inside of me changes. I've never thought of Luke as attractive. Not that he isn't, but I've never thought of him as anything but a coworker and friend. I've never thought what it would be like for him to take me in his arms, to press his body into mine, to run a warm hand the length of my hair, to follow me into my apartment, to stay the night with me so I didn't feel so alone or scared. Just as quickly as it enters, I eliminate the thought from my mind, feeling wrong for even thinking it. Luke is Penelope's husband. I have no right to thoughts like those. My voice is light, dismissive. I make an offhand gesture with my hand. You don't need to worry about Sienna and me, Luke. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. But honestly, we're fine. Divorce or not, Ben is always keeping an eye on us. To the extreme, I lie. Some days it's intolerable. He means well, but I wish he would leave us alone. Okay, Luke says, suddenly self-conscious, I think. And I feel guilty for a different reason, watching as he backs away toward the door. Just be careful out there. I will. You too. Luke leaves. I watch as the door drifts closed. I throw the letter away before I go, pressing down with a bare hand, forcing it to the bottom of the trash can so no one will see it. I wash my hands after. Out of sight, but not out of mind. 10. Standing alone in my kitchen, I send Nat a direct message on Facebook. I try and keep it breezy because I don't want to overwhelm or put pressure on her, but I've been thinking about her all day and the way things left off at the restaurant, with something outside frightening her enough to make her leave. All day at work, and then later at home with Sienna, eating dinner and helping her with homework, I've replayed her words in my mind. He can get mad sometimes. Before she cut abruptly off and practically ran from the restaurant, concealing herself in a passing crowd. I think of all the ways to finish that sentence. He has a temper. He hits me. He scares me. He might kill me. Now I just want to hear from her. I want to know that she made it home okay. I wonder where home is for her, how far she had to walk, and whether her ex knows where she lives. Is your friend feeling any better? I ask in my message, though I wasn't born yesterday. I don't for a second believe she left because she was taking dinner to a sick friend, and I understand, but I feel bad that she felt she had to lie to me. I know we've lost touch over the years and that we weren't the kind of friends in high school who told each other everything, but I'd like to think she feels safe with me and that she knows she can trust me. I would have rather she told me what was going on. I would have walked her home myself to make sure she got there okay. I check and check again all night, but she never reads my message, and she never replies. My ex-husband Ben stands just inside my apartment, stealing all the oxygen from the room. The hostility between us takes my breath away sometimes, and I find it hard to remember a time when we were happy together. Those cozy moments on the sofa and the intimate moments in bed, did they really happen? Or did I only imagine they did?
Is Sienna almost ready?
He asks, looking through or past me because he has this way of never meeting my eye anymore. Yes, just give her a minute. He's pissed that Sienna isn't ready. What little patience he has wanes, and he goes to stand at the window, looking out at the street below.
I'm double parked,
he says gruffly, turning back to glance at Sienna's closed bedroom door, his not-so-subtle way of telling me to tell her to hurry up, which I won't because I refuse to be servile. I told you she's almost done.
She has 30 seconds,
he says, checking his watch, and not for the first time since he's been here. And then what? I ask, calling his bluff. Tension hangs in the air like early morning fog. I wait for Ben to say something, to threaten me with a call to the judge, but this time he doesn't.
Is that a new shirt?
He asks instead, looking at it with something like disdain. I glance down at my shirt. It's nothing fancy, but it is nicer than what I'd usually wear around the house. I put it on after work, slipping first out of my scrubs and then standing, braless, in my bedroom before the floor-length mirror, staring at my breasts, wondering if the right one, in particular, looked any different than usual, as if I could somehow see the cancer itself, a prickly thistle beneath the skin. I regretted that I hadn't been better with self-exams over the years. I just turned 40 a couple months ago. This was my first mammogram, which scares me because if it is cancer, who knows how long it's been there. Standing before the mirror, staring at my reflection, I pressed my fingertips to the breast, feeling around, but feeling inept. I didn't know what I was looking for or if I'd know it if I found it. Eventually, I gave up and went to my closet, searching for something to wear. I put effort into my appearance on the nights Ben comes for Sienna. The last thing I need is for him to see me looking exhausted and slovenly in my work scrubs. I want him to see I'm doing fine. No, better than fine. I want him to see I'm doing great. Tonight, I'm wearing a black and white floral shirt with a pleated neckline and satiny fabric, and jeans. Since the divorce, Ben pays child support, which is equivalent to 20% of his income because I'm the custodial parent, or the one who gets Sienna for the majority of the time. He gets her for a few days every other week, which he was fully on board with because his work and travel schedule preclude him from being a full-time parent like me. Still, he gripes about the amount of child support he has to pay, which goes toward things like Sienna's education, food, shelter, clothing, all of which he was happy to contribute to before the divorce. But now it's as if he thinks I'm using his money for new clothes for myself. His is a loaded question. What he really wants to ask is, did I use Sienna's child support payments for my shirt? Even without the 20% of Ben's income, Sienna and I do fine financially. I don't make nearly as much as him, but I make enough to support us. Our apartment is affordable, and I'm smart with the money we spend. It also helps that my grandmother died sometime after the divorce, leaving me with a significant portion of her nest egg that I was grateful not to have to split with Ben, though he was bent out of shape about it, as if she intentionally timed her death to coincide with the signing of our divorce papers. I've used some of the inheritance on expenses, but most I've put away in the bank while I figure out what to do with the rest, though Sienna's college education is at the top of the list. Still, it's nice to know I have an emergency fund if Sienna and I ever need it. I don't lose sleep over money like I used to. If something terrible happened, if I lost my job or if I found out I have cancer, for example, we'd be fine for a while. It is, I say. Do you like it? Ben shrugs.
It's okay.
He looks at his watch again.
It's 10 after 5. She should be ready when I come to pick her up. I shouldn't have to wait. This is cutting into my time with her.
Give her a break. She was at school all day, Ben.
She could have packed last night. She could have packed before she went to school. This is fucking ridiculous.
With a humph, he steps past me, brushing past my arm for Sienna's bedroom door, and knocks.
Come on, Sienna, he barks through the door. Let's go.
Geez, Dad, Sienna says, opening the door with her duffel bag over her shoulder. Relax. Is the apartment on fire or something?
I hold back a smile and then I watch out the window as they leave, seeing how Ben walks 2 steps ahead of Sienna to the car. And I think how much I hate the time she's away from me, when I'm not there to keep her happy and safe. When they're gone, I find a bottle of wine and an empty glass, carry them and my laptop to the sofa. I give myself a generous pour and then sip from the glass as I go to Facebook to see if Nat has replied, and she has. I lied to you. That's all it says. 4 little words sent less than 10 minutes ago. When? I type back, hoping she's still online. She is, because her reply is immediate. My friend wasn't sick the other night. I didn't leave to bring her dinner. The vagueness of her statement practically begs me to ask, why did you leave? Declan was there. I saw him in the window. He was watching me. I draw in a breath. Those words, he was watching me, undo me, and I go cold at reading them, my glass of wine suspended in my hand mid-air. I knew someone was there that night. I'd seen the dark shape in the glass and saw his breath on the window. But still, reading her words, having her confirm what I thought, sends gooseflesh rising up my arms. The L draws near. I feel the vibration of the earth first before I even hear the train coming. A second later, my eyes go to the window, and there it is, a smear of light appearing out of the darkness, crossing over the street before rolling past the apartment. The floodlit train passes by too fast for me to see the faces of people inside, but I wonder if, sitting stagnant in my apartment with the lights on and the curtains open, riders see me. I rise from the sofa. I go to the window, grabbing for the dark flax curtain panels to close them. I sit back on the sofa. Did you make it home okay? I type. 1 and then 2 minutes pass, but she doesn't answer. I think that maybe she's gone, that she's logged off Facebook, but the little green dot beside her image tells me she's still active. Are you okay, Nat? I don't know, she types then, and I practically hear the hesitation, the unease and fear through the computer screen. Where are you? I'm fine, she says in lieu of telling me where she is. Please tell me where you are. She types back that she's on Broadway, just outside some stand-up comedy club, and I wonder why, if something has happened so that she can't go home. I ask her for the intersection or the address, which she is reluctant to give because she doesn't want to inconvenience me. You don't need to come, she says. Really, I'm okay. I'm coming, I say with some finality, feeling grateful that Sienna is with Ben tonight so I can help. I'm already on my way, I add, because if I am, then she can't try and talk me out of coming. I Google stand-up comedy clubs on Broadway and find one, and then I slip into my coat and hat and leave, hurrying out of the building and down the street to Sheridan, where I'll have more luck finding a cab. It takes a few minutes, but eventually one comes, and when it does, I slide into the back seat, giving the driver the address. Traffic is heavy tonight. It backs up at intersections, creating a jam. I get frustrated, checking Facebook to see if Nat has messaged me again, but she hasn't. From my apartment, it was just over a mile to get to her, and, in retrospect, I should have walked because I'm not saving any time in a cab. Just drop me off here, I say to the driver somewhere before Belmont, because I don't have the patience to wait for the light ahead of us to turn green. I pay him and slip out, looking quickly before crossing the street. I jog the rest of the way down Broadway, searching for Nat as I approach the comedy club, where there is a line of people waiting to get inside. I don't see her at first. I think she's gone, that she left. But then I find her. She's not at the comedy club. She's 2 doors down, standing in the recessed entry of some shoe repair shop, which is closed. The entry is deep, and there is a red awning that provides some shelter from the elements, but not enough to keep the cold entirely out. Nat looks freezing, pressed into a corner to avoid the wind, her arms folded around her. Behind her, the store is dark, though neon signs in the window emblazon her face in hot pink, bright white, and a vivid orange. I try to keep my face neutral when I see her, to be non-reactive. I try to keep the shock and horror at bay. I tell myself the neon lights make it look worse than it really is.
but I'm not sure they do. Nat, I breathe, and her eyes rise to mine. Her bottom lip is swollen to twice its size. This didn't just happen because a cut on the lip has scabbed over, but it happened recently. There is a swollen lump on her cheekbone that's purple and raw. What happened? I ask, my voice soft, slow, and sedate as I step forward, slipping into the recessed entry with her. There are tears in her eyes. I did something stupid, she says. What? I ask, but I regret it almost immediately, because what I should have said was no. No, you didn't do anything stupid. Because victims of abuse always blame themselves for what happened, but nothing she did is deserving of this. You're going to think I'm an idiot. No, I promise. I won't. With reluctance, she says, Declan called yesterday. He asked me to meet him at our old condo after work. He was crying on the phone. I can't remember the last time I heard him cry. He's always so stoic. I asked him what was wrong, and he begged me to come home, to come back to him. He said he was sorry, that he couldn't live without me, that he was getting help and would never hurt me again, would never cheat on me again. He promised, on his life, he said. And so you went home to him? I ask. And he did this? It's my fault, she says. I should have known better. I upset him. I hate that she would think she was to blame for this kind of abuse, though I know it's normal for victims of domestic violence to think this because it's what their abuser wants them to think. That they did something so egregious as to deserve physical punishment. How is it your fault, Nat? I ask. He's the one who hurt you. He did this. When he called, she says. He said he wanted another chance, and I said okay, because, to be honest, I love and miss him too. I believed him when he said he would never hurt me again, because he sounded so broken down and gutted on the phone. I'd never heard him sound like that. He left work early, which he never does. He brought home flowers and takeout, and at first everything was fine. No, she says, thinking back in an almost nostalgic way, a sad smile playing on her lips, turning the swollen one even more deformed. It was better than fine. It was just like the old times. He was the Declan he used to be when I first met him. Loving, funny, and sweet. He started a fire, and I opened a bottle of wine, and we ate dinner on a blanket on the living room floor in front of the fire. It was romantic. We talked for hours. We laughed. We made love, she says, pausing there, reminiscing. He was so tender, so attentive. He took his time. When we were done, we lay there holding one another, and he said he'd been thinking about us starting a family, and how he wanted more than anything to have a baby with me. Suddenly she sobers, any vestiges of wistful memories disappearing. But I knew I couldn't do that, not with the way he sometimes is. I brought up what he said about getting help. I asked about the therapist and how it was going. And that's when he told me that he wasn't actually seeing a therapist. That he'd thought about it, but decided that it wasn't something he needed to do after all. He could control his temper himself. She pauses for breath and to collect herself, and then goes on. I should have known better. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have second-guessed him. What did you say? I asked him if he really thought that was a good idea. And wasn't it worth seeing a therapist at least once before making the decision not to go? It's a smart question, Nat, I say gently. It wasn't wrong of you to ask. Yeah, well, apparently it was, because the mood in the room suddenly changed. He stood up and threw what was left of his dinner at me, and then he screamed, "Why do you always have to go and ruin everything? We were having a perfectly good night, and then you went and fucked it all up again. You're so fucking stupid, Nat. You couldn't just keep your dumb mouth closed." He hit me, she says, her fingers brushing against her lip before moving to her cheek. Tears prick my eyes, and I force them back. That someone could speak to her, to anyone, like this, makes me sick. She takes a breath, holds it, and then slowly exhales. He's not wrong, you know? I should have known better than to bring it up. If I would have just gone with the flow, if I could have just enjoyed our time together and not questioned him or dredged up sensitive topics, he wouldn't have gotten so upset.
Nat, I say, it's not your fault. Where are you staying now? Do you have your own apartment?
She shakes her head. No, with a friend and her husband, she says. They have an extra room. I've been with them for a few weeks. I think back to what Nat told me at the restaurant the other night, how no one believes her when she tells them about Declan because they find him to be so charming. To quote her words, they think he's the perfect guy.
What did she say when she saw your face? I ask.
Nat turns shy. It takes a second for her to reply, and when she does, she says, I lied to her. I couldn't tell her that Declan did this. So I told her I slipped and fell down the stairs on my way to catch the L. She believed me. Some L stations are elevated and others are underground, with steep concrete steps and poor lighting. It wouldn't be hard to think that someone could lose their footing on the unforgiving stairs and fall, and if they did, the end result might look something like this: a bruised cheek, a swollen lip. The similarity to my former patient, Anne, and her claim that she fell down the basement steps is upsetting. I think back to Anne and how her husband ended up killing her eventually, and how I regretted not doing more to help while she was still alive. Leaving an abusive partner is the most dangerous time for someone like Nat. I remember reading that somewhere. For men who wind up killing their spouses, the inciting incident is most often when a woman leaves or threatens to leave. It's one of the reasons women stay in abusive relationships for as long as they do, because they're afraid of what might happen if they leave. What about people at work? Do they think the same thing? That you fell? I didn't go to work. I called in sick because I didn't want my students seeing me like this. They would have been afraid. I went to the museum instead. I just walked around all day alone, looking at things, wondering how my life ended up like this. You can't go back to him, Nat. Ever. No matter what he says, he won't change. She says, I know. But it's meek, and I want to ask if she does. If she really does. But it's not my place. And I don't want to overstep and push her away because, as far as I can tell, there isn't one person in her life she can talk to about Declan except for me. A question comes. How did he know where to find you the other night, when we were at that restaurant? Her eyebrows pull together, the neon sign still emblazoning her bruised cheek. What do you mean? She asks, confused. You said he was there, watching you. How did he know where you'd be? Did you tell him? Her face changes. Her eyes enlarge and her jaw goes momentarily slack. Her words are slow, staccato-like when she speaks. It was just a coincidence, I thought. This city is big. It's sprawling, spanning over 20 miles north to south along the lake. There are upwards of 100 different neighborhoods and something like 3 million people who live here. It's not impossible to run into someone coincidentally, but the odds of it happening are slim. Maybe, I say, but maybe not. Have you checked your phone? Do you know if he ever installed one of those tracking apps on there? Sienna and I have one called Life 360, which lets me track her phone so I know where she is. Sienna hates that I have it, but it was one of my stipulations when she got her phone, especially with her long commute to and from school. I promised at the time that I wouldn't use it to snoop on her and her friends, but only in case of an emergency. To be fair, I turned my location on so she too could see where I am at all times. It's just a precaution to keep us safe, I told her, and, as always, she asked what was so bad and scary out there that we needed to be kept safe from. The list is endless. I don't think so, Nat says now, but she takes her phone out of her bag for good measure to check. How would I know? May I ask, reaching for her phone, which she easily gives after unlocking it for me. I scroll through the list of apps. There isn't anything obvious, like Life 360, though I come across the Find My app, which is standard on certain phones. It's a catch-all location sharing app, where you can find a missing phone or iPad just as easily as people. I search under people. It says, so completely unambiguously that I feel my heart start to race as a chill runs down my spine. Declan can see your location. I quickly toggle off the option to share her location. And then, by instinct, I spin around, looking back over a shoulder, overwhelmed by the sudden feeling of being watched. I wonder if Declan can see us now, if he knows where she is, if he followed her here. The street behind me is full. It's dark out and the people move in all directions. I can't take them all in. The line waiting to get into the comedy club has started to move too, drifting forward. There are cars and buses driving past, and people standing and walking on both sides of the city street. And then there are bars and restaurants with windows, some as large as garage doors that lift when the weather is warm, so massive a person could be sitting anywhere inside the restaurant and be able to see somewhat out. Declan could just as easily be inside one of the restaurants as in a bus driving by. I turn back to look at Nat, trying to put my thoughts into words that won't scare her. "What is it?" she asks, her face practically white, her eyes reading my own face. "What's wrong?" "You've been sharing your location with him this whole time. He's known all along where you are." "I turned it off," I say, returning the phone. "But he knew exactly where you were the other night. It wasn't a coincidence that he found you. Maybe you should go to the police, Nat, and file a restraining order." "What good would that do? A piece of paper won't stop him." She's not wrong. Still, I say, "I just think it's good they know what you're up against." "Someone will serve that to him. He'll know what I've done, that I reported him. It will only make him mad, Megan. It will only make things worse." I nod, too afraid to force the issue in case she's right. I don't want to be the reason something terrible happens to her. "I should go. My friend will be wondering where I am if I'm not home soon." "Okay," I say, offering to walk or ride with her, but she says she's okay, that she'll go it alone. "Are you sure?" "Yes." I'm full of misgivings, fear. I don't feel comfortable with that. "Please," I beg. "Let me walk you home." "No, I'm fine. I can do this," she says. And reluctantly, I say okay, because Declan has taken so much, and I don't want to take her autonomy too. I watch her hail a cab. I wait for it to arrive, and then I stand on the curb just behind her, watching her get in. She pulls the door closed and waves at me through the window, her face hard to see through the glass. She breaks her gaze, saying something to the driver. Before the cab pulls away, I rap on the window to get her attention. "Send me a message when you get to your friend's house, okay? So I know you made it there." She nods. As the cab takes off down the street, I watch its tail lights for a long time until I can't tell which lights belong to it anymore. I don't think about my own safety. I take for granted that she is the one in danger and that I am safe. I decide to forego a cab and walk back to the apartment. The night is crisp, but the cold air feels good on my face, as does the movement, because I'm anxious. And the idea of going back to an empty apartment, where I'll do nothing but sit and worry about Nat, isn't appealing. I walk along Broadway almost the entire way. The city is loud and busy tonight. Even the weather can't keep people inside. I'm grateful when Dakin Street comes and I can slip away from the hustle and bustle of Broadway for something quieter, though it's also then that the fear sets in, that ever-present knowledge that there are murderers out here, and that there is a man somewhere on these very streets assaulting women. I reach in my bag for my keys, grateful to feel the weight of them in my hand. The apartment door key, in particular, is honed, and though it's not like I could kill someone with it, the pointed end would do damage. I single that one out, holding it in a hammer grip as I walk under leafless trees, past 2 and 3 flats and dark cars parked along the street. I pay attention to my surroundings, though the darkness muddies my vision. It's hard to see, but my hearing, on the other hand, is more tuned in. At first there is practically nothing, just the usual city noise, the sound of sirens in the distance like a woman's piercing cry, the rasp of a car door opening and closing. It's windy tonight. On the sidewalk beside me, trees sway, their naked limbs like hands. The wind itself makes noise, hissing as it whips around the edges of the buildings. As I near the abandoned buildings on the street, I hear something in the distance. Something different than I'm used to. Something haunting and keening like an elegy. The sound is so inappreciable at first that I don't know if it's there or if it's not, if I'm only imagining it. I hold my breath. I listen closer, and in time, the sound becomes more distinct. Somewhere behind me, someone is whistling. I whip around. On the horizon is the contour of a man, I think, from the shape and size of him, and because women don't whistle when they walk alone at night. We do everything we can to be inconspicuous. My breath catches. I turn back around, looking straight ahead at my apartment building in the distance. Over time, the sound edges closer. The whistle disappears and is replaced by silence at first, and then the distinct sound of footsteps, jogging as if to catch up, kicking up loose gravel that sails in my direction. My throat tightens. I readjust my grip on the key. I can tell from the heaviness of his steps, from the way they advance on me, cutting the distance faster than my own legs can go, that I was right. It is a man. A woman would know better than to follow another woman this closely at night. My legs move more quickly now. My breath changes too, becoming shallow. It takes everything in me not to look back, not to run. There is no end to the number of rules women are supposed to follow at night regarding their safety. Be observant. Stay off your phone. Adjust your routine so you don't always take the same route. Wear comfortable shoes that you can run in and carry mace or a Swiss Army knife. Or better yet, don't walk alone at night, especially if you've been drinking, because alcohol lowers your awareness and your reaction time and makes you an easy target. And yet men can do any damn thing they like and it's fine. I move to the edge of the sidewalk to give this man more room to pass, but he doesn't. He soldiers on at the same pace, following a hairbreadth behind me, so that my own pace changes, and I walk somehow even faster, my shoulders squared, thinking he will touch me or worse. And I think about those women who were attacked in recent days, and if the same thing happened to them in the moments before they were assaulted. Not a second later, I think about Declan Roche. I picture his face. I think about what I just saw on Nat's phone. Declan can see your location. What if he was watching Nat and me as we conspired in the entryway under the awning? My throat tightens. I think of her beaten face and wonder to myself, if he could do that to Nat, to a woman he supposedly loves, what he could do to me, a complete stranger. As my building draws near, fear gets the best of me and I spin around, saying, "What do you want from me? Get away." My hand shakes as I brandish the key like a knife. I don't know which of us is more surprised. Luke, my friend from work, stands before me, frozen on the sidewalk. His eyes go wide and shock fills his face. He's pulled back from my faux knife, which I lower, my heart hammering inside my chest. "Megan," he says, reaching out a hand as my knees buckle and I stagger forward, grabbing a hold of his arm to catch myself. "Oh my God," he says, his voice dripping with compassion and remorse. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." I regain my balance and just barely get out, "It's fine." But the words are terse, breathless. Anything but fine. I take a minute, and then I let go of his arm, but still, my heart hammers inside of me, and my eyes burn with tears, from fear, from relief, which I hold back, not wanting to cry in front of Luke because I don't want to make him feel bad. It's not his fault that I feel this way. As a man, he has no way of knowing how it feels to be a woman walking these streets alone at night. "Are you okay?" he asks, shame and empathy in his eyes. "I didn't know that was you." "Yes," I say, but we both know that's not true. "Shit," he says, taking me in. "I feel like such a jerk. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention." "It's fine," I say again, fighting to catch my breath, to get control of my voice so that it comes out less brusque. "I thought," I start to say, but I stop myself, shaking my head, because I don't want to put into words how I thought Luke was going to hurt me. I don't want to make him feel more guilty than he already does, and saying it aloud somehow makes the possibility of it even more real. It could have happened. I could have been attacked, just like that. Luke's breath is visible when he speaks.
I wasn't looking where I was going. I was on my phone texting Penelope, he says.
And I see the phone then in his hands, the glow from the screen bright as an incoming text arrives, and I catch a glimpse of it upside down, feeling embarrassed for him. "Fuck you," it says. He takes in the text, wincing, and then he moves his eyes to mine. What happened?
She's pissed about something I've done. Again.
I watch the wind move his hair and I ask, softening, "About what?" Luke slides his phone into a pocket and says,
"It's nothing."
"It's not nothing. You're upset."
Maya, he says, explaining, was scheduled to work the night shift last night, but there was a last-minute emergency with her mom.
Maya is another nurse at the hospital. I don't know her well because she always works the night shift, but I know that her mom has dementia and that Maya takes care of her.
She had no one to cover for her, so I stayed until someone could come in. It took a couple hours.
As nurses, we're supposed to call in sick 3 hours before our shift, so there is time to find coverage, which makes sense on paper, but that doesn't mean last-minute emergencies don't sometimes crop up. For our patients' safety, we're also mandated to stay until we've completed the handoff to an incoming nurse, which means Luke would have had no choice but to stay until another nurse arrived.
Penelope got it in her head that I was late because I was with another woman. I can't convince her otherwise.
"I'm sorry," I say, meaning it because I've been there myself, stuck at work when I had someone waiting for me or somewhere else to be. I'm sure it's just the hormones speaking. Lying around in bed all day alone would be unbearable. Penelope is something like 7 months along in her pregnancy. She's been on bed rest a couple weeks, and already it's been hard.
I know. It would be, especially in our little apartment. Did I ever tell you how I took her to see a house not too long ago, before the doctor put her on bed rest? A single-family home in Roscoe Village.
I don't think so.
I did. I thought I would surprise her. I thought it would make her happy. There's no room in our apartment for all the things a baby needs. We're bursting at the seams.
They're so small, and yet they require so much. Luke nods.
I know.
And then he says, going back,
I don't think Penelope liked the house.
No? Why not?
She said it was too expensive,
he tells me, and chances are it was. With Penelope unable to work, Luke is always picking up extra shifts to make more money. I worry about Luke sometimes and the way he describes his marriage to Penelope. I worry she emasculates him, that she makes him get down on himself because he doesn't have a 6-figure salary and can't provide for her in the way another man could, in the way Luke wishes he could. There are other houses, I say, but I can see in Luke's face that his heart was set on that one. Maybe after the baby comes, you can keep looking. Where are you coming from now? I ask. Beneath a winter coat, Luke wears jeans, the mock neck of a dark half-zip sweater visible through the opening. He shrugs.
Nowhere.
Luke and Penelope live just a couple blocks from me in a 1-bedroom apartment. I didn't know it when Sienna and I first moved into our apartment, until we ran into each other at Whole Foods.
I've just been walking. Penelope and I both needed some time to cool off.
Oh, I say, imagining a heated exchange between the two of them at home, followed by the hostile texts. Fuck you. I can't judge. Ben and I have been there too, but a high-risk pregnancy makes it all worse. It's cold to just be wandering, I say. But I hesitate then because, in light of Penelope's belief that he was with another woman last night, I don't want to add fuel to the fire. But then the wind picks up, chilling me to the bone, and I wrap my arms around myself and ask anyway, "Do you want to come inside and talk?"
I don't want to put Sienna out,
Luke says, though I see in his eyes that he is considering. You wouldn't. She's with Ben. He looks at his watch. I don't even know what time it is, but it has to be after 9.
If you're sure. It's getting late, though. I don't want to be a nuisance.
You're not a nuisance. Come inside where it's warm. I'll make some tea and we can talk.
Okay.
I turn and climb the concrete steps that lead up to the door, catching a glimpse of my reflection in the front door glass to see that I'm alone. I turn back. I find Luke still standing on the sidewalk, 3 steps below, his hands in the pockets of his jeans, gazing up at me. On second thought, I should probably go home. He's quiet, thoughtful for a beat, and then adds, I might pick up some ice cream on the way as a peace offering. I smile, though I feel a jab of disappointment at the thought of going inside to a dark and empty apartment alone. I would have relished the company, the conversation, so that I didn't have to be lonely myself, so I didn't have to think and worry about Nat. But Luke going home with ice cream as an olive branch, despite knowing he didn't do anything wrong, only reaffirms what I already know. Luke is a good guy. You're right, he says. Lying around in bed all day alone would be unbearable. Ben never did that. He never saw things from my point of view. But so too is working a 15-hour shift, I say. Penelope is lucky to have you. I hope she appreciates it. He shrugs, humble. Maybe she does. Maybe she doesn't. I say goodbye, waiting for him to turn and walk away, back the way he came. But Luke stays put, saying as he nods toward the door, You go first, so I know you're in. And I appreciate it, not wanting to be left outside alone because, for all I know, someone else is close by and overheard what I just said, that Sienna isn't home and that I'm alone. Good night. Good night. I let myself into the foyer. I push the door shut, giving it a gentle tug to be sure it's closed all the way. Even with Luke just outside watching, you can never be too safe. 11. The next morning, I get the urge to go to the pedestrian bridge. The urge is sudden, but it's not from out of nowhere, because I find myself thinking about Caitlin and what happened all the time, dwelling on the fall itself and wondering what it would have been like to drop from that height. The day is cold. Ice forms on the inside of the windows in Sienna and my apartment. The sun is out, but the sun, this time of year, is deceiving. It can't be more than 25 or 30 degrees. I bundle up before I leave, putting on a coat, a hat, gloves, and boots, heading out through the door and then walking down 2 flights of stairs and out the front of the building. I walk through the snow to Sheridan, where I pay my fare, climb the grimy, narrow, semi-exposed steps, and then I wait, shivering, with my chin tucked into the neck of my coat, on the wooden platform for the train to come. The platform is narrow, an island wedged between tracks, with little if any protection from the elements. For the longest time, I worried about Sienna up here alone on the narrow platform, always reminding her not to stand too close to the edge. She could lose her balance or someone could plow into her by accident, and she could fall. The platform is quiet now. Rush hour has passed, early morning commuters already at work, and I don't know which I'd prefer, being up here with strangers or being alone. A couple minutes pass, and then the red line rolls in along an S-curve, brakes squealing as it jerks to a stop. The doors open, and I get on. I look around, letting my eyes run over the nearly empty car, counting the people on the train. There are 3, including me. I give thought to getting off, to waiting for another train to come. Calculating the time I'd have to wait, and whether that train would be just as empty. But before I can decide, the doors close, and the decision is made for me. The train lurches forward. I stumble into a seat, and the train continues on, along the elevated track, until eventually it slips underground, moving through dark, choked tunnels beneath the city. I get off at Roosevelt. I make my way out to the street, and then head east on Roosevelt for the museum campus. From there, I follow the nearly desolate path further south to Soldier Field. In the summer, this path would be busy with families, with runners, bike riders, and museum goers, but as it is, it's almost completely uninhabited. The emptiness takes my breath away, and I wonder if I've made a mistake in coming. I cut past Soldier Field. When I reach it, I travel through a long, shadowy underpass beneath Lakeshore Drive, bringing me closer to the bridge. The entire commute takes about an hour, so that, By the time I step out from beneath the underpass and see the bridge just ahead, my teeth are chattering and I'm so cold that despite a pair of leather gloves, I can barely feel my hands. The bridge. It's not much to look at. You almost don't see it until it's there. There's nothing pretty about it. Nothing fresh and modern like the light blue, sinuous curves of the pedestrian bridge at 43rd Street. This bridge is wooden and austere. It's a necessity only, indispensable, but old and ugly, providing lakefront access to residents who live here. I feel a surge of emotions wash over me, seeing the bridge. I regret coming all of a sudden. This was wrong. I could still turn back, and I consider it for a split second. But then I don't. Not when I'm this close. I don't usually do this kind of thing. I don't let patients dominate my days off, and I don't get wrapped up in their stories. I don't let them affect me in any personal way, though it takes effort not to. I have to be careful. The bridge slopes gently upward. It's not a hard climb, but still my breathing is heavy. I hold fast to the corroded railings and climb the ramp to the top to where the bridge spans 6 railroad tracks. Once there, I tent a hand to my eyes to block out the sun. At the center of the bridge, a single bouquet marks the spot where Caitlin went over the edge. I walk to it and squat down beside the flowers, which are wrapped in cellophane and half dead. Their petals wilt, losing color, turning pale. I wonder who left them. I glance over my shoulder to be certain I'm still alone, and I am, as far as I know. A semi-truck soars by just then, blaring its horn at something, and I jump. I turn toward the rush of road noise. I see cars in the distance, traffic easily moving in excess of 45 miles per hour on Lakeshore Drive. I think about what Natalia from work said, that if what happened had happened on a different bridge, one that went over the street and not the train tracks, she'd be dead and not fighting for her life in our ICU. Natalia was right. If it had happened on Lakeshore Drive, things would be different. Traffic isn't always heavy on Lakeshore Drive, but it is constant. There would have been no way for a driver to anticipate something like that, and no time for them to react to a falling body. I stand up. I step past the flowers to get closer to the edge of the bridge. I lean down, looking over the railing to the tracks beneath, feeling suddenly lightheaded from the height. It's disorienting and overpowering, a sheer drop. I can't even begin to estimate the distance to the earth. I find myself thinking again about what happened when Caitlin landed, wondering if it would have hurt when she hit the ground, or if she would have been unconscious by then. I thought the same thing about my sister Bethany for years. I wondered if she would have been dead before impact, or if she died sometime after. I wondered if it hurt. I think about the person who found Caitlin. I've heard it was a lineman, someone who was already here inspecting the tracks and came across her body. I think about this lineman a lot, and about what he saw, the condition of her body. All of a sudden, I'm not alone. I jerk, hearing the hollow screams of kids passing through the Lakeshore Drive underpass, going the opposite direction and away from me. I look, but the voices are disembodied. I can't see them. They're just kids. I can tell from the sound of them, being silly, playing around, listening to the echo of their own voices in the underpass, which should bring some humor to the situation. But instead, the sound of their piercing screams undoes me. The ground beneath me suddenly seems to move, and I jerk my eyes back, grabbing hold of the railing as a train appears, bearing down on the tracks beneath me. I grip the bridge's ledge even tighter to keep my balance, having to tear my eyes away from the train as it passes by below. I've never been any good with heights, but this is something different, something even worse because of what happened here. I risk a glance back down. One thought comes to mind when I see it from this angle. She should have died. There's movement in my peripheral vision just then, immediate and unanticipated. My head swings to the right, to the ramp that leads up to the bridge, where a man appears, stopping at the top of the ramp to take stock of me. My stomach tightens and I feel caught, taking in his thick, warm-looking brown parka, his bare head, the brown hair that stands upright in the wind. I think the thing that worries me most is how he lingers at the end of the bridge, hanging patiently back, watching me. It crosses my mind to leave, to go the other way so I don't have to walk past him. But that would make things worse. The pedestrian bridge is part of a path that leads to the museum campus, and then all the way to Northerly Island if you follow it long enough. When the weather is nice, people walk or bike, but it's too cold out for that now. The kids are gone from the underpass. They've moved on to somewhere else. I look around. The vastness, the barrenness of the space is overwhelming. Jackson Beckett begins a slow walk along the bridge, his hands in the pockets of the parka.
"What are you doing here?"
he asks as he reaches me, and I feel guilty for having come. I can't come up with an answer to save my life, because everything I can think of, how curiosity got the best of me and I had to see it for myself, sounds insensitive.
"It doesn't matter,"
he says, letting me off the hook.
"It's a public bridge. Anyone can be here."
He looks away from me, toward the skyline, the modern skyscrapers a sharp contrast to the steel rails of the rail yard.
"It was brave of you to come, though, when there's a murderer on the loose,"
he says before correcting himself.
"Sorry. Attempted murderer."
His tone too light, too offhand for the situation, his breath visible in the cold. He sets his bare hands on the rusty railings and leans over, looking far down over the edge of the bridge, taking it in, unfazed, unlike me by the height. I look at his hands, holding tight to the bridge railing. He's married, a wedding band on his ring finger, and I wonder about his wife and what she's like, and if the Becketts have grandkids. First impressions aren't everything, but my gut tells me there's something about him not to like.
"Terrible what happened, isn't it?"
"Yes, awful," I say, opening my mouth for the first time. I'm not usually like this. I can almost always come up with something to say. But his demeanor, his choice of words, makes it hard. "Your poor family," I say. "You must all be completely beside yourselves." He lifts himself back up, quiet at first.
"Do you think she'll make it?"
he asks then, as if asking if there is snow in the forecast rather than if his sister will live. I don't know," I say, caught off guard by his bluntness. "There's certainly a chance, though there's no way to know for certain." He stares, saying nothing, as if expecting something more. What I sometimes tell loved ones is to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, just in case. It's good to be prepared, I think, to consider all the possible outcomes. It's good that you came when you did. People have a hard time forgiving themselves if something terrible happens and they don't get a chance to say goodbye. He harumphs.
"Yeah, well, I didn't come for her. I came for my parents. They asked me to come, and so I did. They don't live far from here, you know,"
he offers then. And I say no, that I didn't know that, before turning to lean his back against the edge of the bridge, fighting off the cold.
"They have a townhome on Indiana,"
he says, pointing in the general direction. And my eyes go there, west of the bridge, further away from the lake.
"You can see Soldier Field and Grant Park from their deck."
That must be nice, I say, knowing that views like that don't come cheap. If they really can see Soldier Field from their deck, then their townhome must be incredibly close. It makes me wonder if that's the real reason Caitlin was in the area that day, if she came to see them. Though, according to the Becketts, they didn't know she had come back from California. But maybe she was nosing around, or maybe she did come, but no one was home. Or she got cold feet, changed her mind, and left. "Is this where you grew up?"
"No,"
he says, taking in the buildings in the near distance, just beyond the rail yard.
"No. This neighborhood wasn't what it is now, 20 years ago. It's changed, with loft condominiums taking over old warehouses, and luxury townhomes being built. I grew up in Hyde Park," he says, and I nod. "It was sometime after Caitlin, Henry, and I left that they sold the old house and moved here, to be closer to Dad's work. He'd had enough of the commute. It used to take him almost an hour to go 8 miles. Now, when the weather is nice, he can walk." I nod. City traffic is the worst.
I can't think of anything to say, and so, unthinking, I fill the void with, "My ex-husband and I had our wedding reception at Promontory Point," which is in Hyde Park, a peninsula extending out into Lake Michigan with sweeping skyline views, wishing a breath later that I hadn't been so quick to disclose personal details about myself. Ben and my wedding was relatively small, as weddings go, less than 100 guests, though the space, a charming vintage building with French doors, stone verandas, and breathtaking views, was everything I wanted. The pictures, now packed away in a box in the basement, were exquisite.
Promontory Point,
he laughs under his breath.
My buddies and I used to hang out there back in high school, usually up to no good. In fact,
he says, sobering,
I was just there last weekend with a friend. It is beautiful, even in winter.
I don't doubt it, I say. I've never been in winter, but I imagine what it would be like to stand on the large boulders beside the lake, to take in the white of the snow against the dazzling blue of the lake and sky. I should go, I say then, using the brief lull in conversation to my advantage. I'm sure you want to be alone up here. I'm sure you weren't expecting company.
Don't leave on my account.
My daughter, I say this time, will be home from school soon and will wonder where I am.
Sure. Yeah. Of course.
I say goodbye. As I walk away, along the bridge and down the ramp before disappearing beneath the underpass, I feel his eyes on me. It isn't until I'm halfway home, back on the L, the red line soaring through a narrow tube at the bottom of the Chicago River, which I try not to think about because if I did, it would make me claustrophobic and I'd think about running out of air, about drowning, that I realize Jackson Beckett arrived from London only 2 days ago. He couldn't have been with a friend last weekend at Promontory Point when he was in London for work. Someone isn't telling the truth. 12. My head pounds the next night as I slip out through the hospital's main entrance and onto Wellington. The sky is dark. There is snow in the forecast. It's supposed to start sometime after midnight, which means that up above, dense clouds paper over the stars, blocking them from view. The sun set a long time ago, but because of the dearth of windows in the ICU, I didn't see it happen. I didn't see the sunrise or the sunset, so that it's almost possible to pretend it was dark all day. I find 2 ibuprofen in my purse and take them as I walk west on Wellington toward Sheffield. My commute home is about a mile long. If I walk at a good pace, which I do, I can make it in 15 minutes. This makes standing on the L platform, waiting for the train to come, not worth it, in my opinion. I'd rather keep moving. I stay warmer that way. It feels like I'm making progress, and either way, whether I take the train or walk, I get home at roughly the same time. When I come to it, I turn right onto Sheffield. Sheffield is the street I always take when I'm going straight home from work. There's comfort in familiarity. I've walked this route so many times I could practically do it with my eyes closed. It's the most direct route and takes me the whole way from the hospital home, passing by low and mid-rise apartment buildings mixed with shops, restaurants, doctors' offices, Wrigley Field. Anyone who knows anything about baseball knows that Sheffield Avenue, behind Wrigley Field, is one of the best spots to stand and catch home run balls. My mind is elsewhere. I'm not thinking about where I'm going. I'm not paying attention to where I'm walking. My eyes are unfocused, looking where I'm going but not ingesting what I see. I almost don't see her. I almost walk right past in my haze. But then I hear a man's cruel words hurled like darts in the air.
What the fuck, lady? Why don't you watch where you're going?
And I look. It's not as though I haven't heard words spoken in this city like that before, but the coldness of strangers, the way people speak to and treat one another stuns me. This man is in his 50s or 60s. He looks expensively dressed, though the buttons of his black suit coat are strained over a large abdomen and he's losing his hair. He's turned toward a woman, and he points a hard-hearted, pitiless, practically inhumane finger at her, so close it almost touches her nose, saying,
"What the hell is wrong with you?"
before mumbling,
"Idiot."
Just before him, I make out Nat's shocked face as she stands there, getting shamed in public and reprimanded like a child. Her shoulders round forward, her skin becoming mottled and red, fighting tears. Nat carries a large black duffel bag over her shoulder, which looks cumbersome enough that she might have clipped the man's shoulder with it walking by, or stepped on the back of his fancy leather shoes. Something like that. Something accidental and benign. Not the worst a grievance. And yet he's made her feel stupid for it. I read her lips. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," she mouths, shaking her head as he pulls down on the lapels of his suit coat, straightening it, and then turns away without another word. Once he's gone, Nat seems anxious to get away. I don't blame her. I see it in her eyes and in her body language. Her eyes flit like hummingbird wings, searching for a place to go, finding one. She turns quickly, attempting to duck into a nearby restaurant, except that on the way in, she struggles to get the large bag through the door. I make my way to the door. I come up from behind, holding it open for her. "Thanks," she says, but it's offhand and brisk because she hasn't looked to see it's me holding the door open for her. All she can think about is getting away from strangers' eyes. "Nat," I say, and only then does she stop and turn to look, her eyes settling on my face, studying it. Nat's lip is still swollen today, though the dried blood has been washed away. The bruise looks worse. It's spread closer to the eye, and I think about the man on the street just now, laying into her, and wonder how anyone could do that when she looks like this. Her words are clipped. "Megan," she says, stepping back out onto the sidewalk, instead of into the restaurant where it's warm and brightly lit. She folds her arms across herself and asks, "What are you doing here?" As I let go of the door, letting it drift closed. Nat pulls her eyebrows together so that her forehead pleats. Her words are not unkind, but there is some reservation to them, an undercurrent of distrust that I can't blame her for, not after all she's been through. "That man was an asshole. Whatever happened didn't deserve that kind of reaction," I say. And then, "I was just on my way home from work. I walk past this place almost every day." I say it as justification for my being here, so she doesn't think I've been following her. I can see why she would. "The hospital where I work is only a couple blocks away," I say, pointing arbitrarily in the direction from which I came. I lower my arm. "That man shouldn't have spoken to you like that. It wasn't right. There's something wrong with him, not you. I hope you know that." She nods, but I don't know if she believes me. "I'm glad to see you," I go on. "I didn't hear from you last night. You were going to send me a message and let me know you made it home." I'd looked for her message first thing this morning, standing barefoot in the kitchen waiting for the Keurig to warm. I looked again later in the day. "I'm sorry," she says, and I feel guilty for even mentioning it. I don't want to make her feel bad. "I know. I forgot." "No, it's okay. Don't apologize." "I'm just relieved that you're okay," I say, though the luggage is hard to ignore. I eye the large duffel bag, wonder if her life's worth is in there. All of her possessions, everything she managed to take when she left Declan, and ask, "Are you okay?" She nods, her hair falling in her eyes, where she leaves it. "Are you going somewhere?" "Yes." "Where?" I don't know," she says. "I haven't decided." My head lists and I say, "I thought you were staying with your friend." "I was, but—" She pauses, tears suddenly pricking her eyes. "I don't know," she says again, shaking her head, looking away. She can't look at me as she says, "I don't think that's going to work out." I set a hand on her arm. "What happened, Nat?" She's reluctant to say. I wait, and eventually she does. "My friend, Christy, told me her husband said it was time to ask me to leave. I think I was in the way. I overstayed my welcome." "Oh, God," I say, thinking how awkward that must have been for her, and what it would have been like to be asked to leave by a friend. "I'm so sorry." "Don't be. It's not your fault. She felt terrible about it, but I get it. Three's a crowd," she says. The look on her face tells a different story. She swallows hard, and then I see it in the downcast eyes, a mix of sadness and despair. When did this happen?
This afternoon. She said I didn't have to leave right away, that I could stay until I found an apartment or somewhere else to go. But I didn't feel comfortable staying, once I knew I wasn't welcome.
No, of course not. I get it. I would have left too. Did you eat dinner yet? I ask. I haven't eaten in hours, and the smell of food is prevailing on me. Do you want to grab a bite?
I'm not hungry, she says. And she wouldn't be, not after what she's going through.
Food is the last thing on her mind.
I should let you go. I shouldn't keep you like this when you have your daughter waiting for you at home. She turns to go.
No, wait, I say, stopping her. She's not. Sienna is with Ben. I don't have to leave. Do you have another friend you can stay with, Nat? Or money for a hotel?
Yeah, she says, shrugging a shoulder. Sure.
Who?
I don't want to overstep, but I remember what she said the other night in the restaurant, how she couldn't talk to anyone about Declan because they were all biased toward him. They liked him too much to believe the things he was doing to her. It's not lost on me now that the only person in her corner is me, someone she hasn't seen in over 20 years. My memories of Nat from high school have faded over the years, but I have vague memories of her as fun-loving and easygoing with an infectious smile. She was captain of our tennis team, a leader. People looked up to her. Now she seems practically meek, and I hate that a man did this to her, that he changed her very essence. I don't know him, but still I hate him for it. I regret that she and I fell out of touch, and wish now that I'd made more of an effort to stay connected over the years. There is a hostel close by, she says.
A hostel? I ask, aghast.
There is one on this street in a brick mid-rise. I walk past it almost every day. From the outside it looks nice, but when I think of migrant travelers, of dorm-style living or shared bathrooms and amenities, it doesn't sound appealing. That's all I can afford, she says. It will be fine. I think back. The other night at the cafe, she told me that her ex, Declan, is a lawyer, an associate at a law firm in the Loop, but that soon he would make partner. Nat, on the other hand, teaches preschool. This makes him the obvious breadwinner. He should be paying alimony, and the payments should be significant enough that she could get back on her feet, that she could rent an apartment or at the very least afford a few nights in a hotel.
You must have money from the divorce. Alimony payments?
Declan has our money.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't have access to it. He has all of it. Dividing assets is a divisive time, and never does anyone get exactly what they want, but they should get something. And Declan already has their apartment or house. There is no possible way a judge would have given him all the assets. Nat has a job. She earns an income. Where is that, the money she makes?
I don't understand. He can't do that, Nat. Some, if not half, of that money is yours. Have you talked to your lawyer? If Declan is keeping your money from you, that's illegal.
I don't have a lawyer.
You represented yourself in the divorce? I ask.
A person can represent themselves in a divorce.
It's not always a good idea, though, especially if the divorce is contentious.
My heart breaks for her, thinking she's somehow lost everything in the divorce, including her home, her money, her right to spousal maintenance payments.
No.
I'm confused, Nat. She's reluctant to explain.
Nat? I ask.
And eventually she tells me. Declan and I aren't divorced. I'm taken aback.
I thought you were. You never filed for divorce? Why, Nat? I ask.
Again, her eyes fill with tears. Because I'm scared. Scared of what he'll do, of how he'll react if he knows I'm leaving him for good. But until I do, she says, he has all of our money and I have none of it.
What about a credit card?
No, she breathes, wiping her eyes and her nose with the back of a sleeve. Nothing. He took that away a long time ago. I take her by the elbow and pull her closer to the building, where we have a few feet of space to ourselves. Her voice is quiet as she says, At first, he just gave me cash and told me to buy whatever I needed. And it was a luxury, not having to balance a checkbook, pay bills, or even think about money.
He said I had so much going on that I didn't need to worry about our finances. He would handle it, and it was a relief. But then later, when I asked for my debit and credit cards back, because you can't just buy everything with cash, he said no, that as it turned out, I was irresponsible with money. I couldn't be trusted. He keeps me on an allowance. If I need more money than he gives, I have to ask for it. And then he decides whether I can have it or not. She speaks in the present now, and I realize that this isn't something he used to do. This is something he does now. She's still reliant on him for money, which keeps her completely dependent on him. For food, for shelter. That's what men like him do. It's a form of entrapment, Nat. It's one of the many reasons women stay in relationships like yours or keep returning to an abusive spouse. For money, shelter. Because there is a very real fear of being homeless or broke. You were brave to walk away from him, I say, reaching out for her hand. But now we need to figure out your finances. We need to get you what's rightfully yours. You need to file for divorce. We can talk to my attorney. She's amazing. If I'm so brave, then why do I always feel scared? She asks, her dark eyes begging. She's not looking for an answer, though I know exactly why she would feel scared, because she's always looking over her shoulder for him. I don't feel brave. But, she says, recovering, a few weeks ago, I went to the bank. I opened an account in just my name, and I filled out the paperwork so my paychecks get deposited there instead of into the account with Declan. I have my own money now. Not much, but some, she says. And I've been saving. That's great. I'll be fine. I'll get through this, she says, though her eyes tell a different story. I know you will. She forces a tight smile. If she's only been saving her own money for a couple weeks, on a teacher's salary, she has maybe $1,000 saved, tops. A hotel in the city could cost $200 or $300 a night, and a hostel, though less, isn't ideal. I worry that if Nat doesn't have anywhere else to go, if she can't afford food to eat, then she'll go back to Declan for lack of options because that's what women in her position do. My mother once told me that I was born to be a nurse because it was in my nature to help people. It makes it easier that Sienna is with Ben tonight and I'm the only one home. I have to work all weekend. I'd agreed to take on a few extra shifts for another nurse because I could use the money and Sienna wasn't going to be home anyway. I didn't think it would matter. Now I regret it. But it will be fine. We'll figure something out. I know Nat, and if the situation were reversed, she would do the same for me. Come stay with me, I say. She's visibly taken aback by my offer. That's so sweet, she says, eschewing it at first. But I can't ask you to do that, Megan. I can't impose on you like that. You didn't. I offered. And it's not an imposition at all. Please, I beg, because I know that if she doesn't come with me, things may turn out very badly for her. I couldn't live with myself if they did. In my apartment, Nat says, I told you the other day that Declan has been seeing another woman. You did, I remember. I almost feel sorry for her. She doesn't know him like I do. She doesn't know what she's gotten herself into. She stands, shifting positions, and then says, I thought about talking to her, about letting her know what he's really like and trying to stop her before she lets herself get too close to him. Did you? No, she says, looking out the open window. Why not? She brings her eyes back to mine. Because I didn't know if she'd believe me. And because I kind of hate her, too. Part of me thinks it's what she deserves, for Declan to hurt her, she says. And then she pauses, thoughtful, and a knot forms in my stomach, thinking of partners who cheat, and of people who sleep with married men and women, and wonder if they are deserving of some terrible fate. That's awful, right? I shouldn't think like that. No, I tell her. It's okay to be upset. You're only human. We all have thoughts like that. I found her. You did? Yes. I found her number in his phone. I called a couple times, but when she answered, I hung up. I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I shouldn't be jealous, she says, though I can see she is, and I can't blame her. He's still her husband. She loved him once. I don't know what to say. I can't blame her for the mix of emotions, for feeling hurt and betrayed, but also wanting to help this woman, to save her from the same fate. "Tell me again how you and Ben met," she says, changing the subject. We're standing in the living room as the L approaches outside. Nat starts when she hears it, and I tell her, "It's okay, it's just the train." Still, it takes a moment for her to settle, for her to see the incoming lights and to attribute the change in her heart rhythm to the train and not to Declan. The sound isn't him. He isn't coming for her. Not yet, anyway. I lay the sofa cushions on the floor. I reach down to pull out the sofa bed as her phone dings the arrival of an incoming text. She glances quickly at it as I watch, her eyes reading over the message before she puts her phone away, her eyes going outside again, as if looking for someone. I wait for the train to pass and then say, to answer her request, "We had a class together. Honors English, junior year." I think back, hearkening back to happier times. We didn't meet in class, though. I assumed he had no idea who I was. He was too cool and I was too insecure. But then one day, I got a job at that little frozen yogurt place in town, I say. When I went in for my first shift, I discovered that Ben worked there too. We became friends. He was different than I expected. He was funny and kind, and not all wrapped up in being popular and liked. One day after work, Ben and I stayed late to study for finals together. He'd worked there long enough that the manager trusted him to close. I remember how magical and romantic it felt, being there with Ben in the empty shop with all the lights off except for the storefront windows. Ben walked me to my car after we studied and locked up. And to this day, I still think about the way our hands brushed by accident against each other and how, somewhere in the middle of the empty parking lot, I pulled shyly back, but Ben reached for me in the darkness, taking my hand into his, holding it. The memory overwhelms me. My throat tightens and I wonder, not for the first time, how Ben and I went from that, a budding relationship full of love and potential, to where we are now. Nat's phone dings again and she reaches for it, darkness covering her face. "Who is it, Nat?" I ask this time, putting Ben out of my mind. "Declan," she admits, her eyes rising up over her phone to come to mine. "He's been texting all day." "What's he saying?" "That he's sorry, begging me to forgive him, begging me to come home." "How did you reply?" "I haven't, not yet." "Good," I say, reaching for a bed pillow from the floor and pulling a pillowcase over it. "Good for you, Nat. That's the best way to handle it, I think." Not yet. That worries me. There is a part of me scared that she will go back to him, even after all he's done to her. "You can block him. Then you won't see when he texts." I lay the pillow at the head of the bed. "I know. The thing is," she begins, her discomfort palpable. I move to the window, drawing the curtains together as she says, "It made him mad when I didn't reply. It enraged him, actually. The tone of his texts goes from begging forgiveness to threatening and mean." "Can I see?" I ask, turning back to Nat as she hands me her phone. "I'm so sorry for the other night, baby. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's been killing me all day. I feel terrible about what happened. Please come home. Let me make it up to you. It will never happen again. I love you. I will go to therapy if that's what you want. I will do anything for you. We can go to therapy together. Marriage counseling. It would be good for us. We can get back to the way we used to be. I can't stop thinking about you, baby. I'm nothing without you. I can't eat, I can't sleep. I keep fucking things up at work because I can't focus on anything. All I can think about is you. Please answer me, Nat. Please don't shut me out. Where are you, Nat? Where the fuck are you? You are nothing without me. You'll regret this. You fucking bitch. Answer me, damn it!" As I stand there with her phone in my hands, the phone pings. Another text message arrives, one that makes my skin crawl. "I will find you," it says.
I will bring you home where you belong, and once I do, I will never let you leave. I'll lock you in a room if I have to. You are mine, Nat. Never forget that. I own you. Nothing can keep us apart."
"What does it say?" Nat asks. I say nothing. There are no words. She asks again, "What is he saying this time?" In an instant, I hold down on the text message to delete it. "Megan?" she asks, realizing what I've done. "Nothing you need to see." I look slowly up from the phone to find a tear move down Nat's cheek. I reach for her hand, promising her, "You're safe here, Nat. He won't find you here." But even I have trouble believing that. Later, in my own room with the door closed, I reach for the string to lower the blinds on my window before changing out of my clothes and into my pajamas. My bedroom, like Sienna's next door, sits on the side of the apartment that faces west. Our view from the third floor skims over the roof of the two-flat next door and onto the street, which is nowhere near as good as having a view of the skyline or lake, but still feels fortuitous for the sunlight and privacy. I fasten my hand around the string, but before I give it a tug to lower the blinds, I look outside to see if the night's forecasted snow has begun to arrive, and it has. There are flurries, visible in the halo of light given off by a nearby streetlight. As I lie down to sleep, I wonder if Nat really is safe here like I promised, or if in bringing her here, none of us is safe anymore. 13. It's hard to get up in the morning. It's hard to leave, to go into work. I always hate working on weekends, but today in particular, it's hard to leave the safety and warmth of the apartment. I leave a note and then slip quietly out, making as little noise as possible. It's then, walking to work in the dark, early morning commuters absent because it's the weekend and everyone else is fast asleep, so that the streets are dead, practically dystopian, that I start thinking about the note I found in my mailbox the other day, the one I've worked hard to put out of my mind until now. Bitch. I try telling myself that I wasn't the intended recipient, but my name on the envelope disproves that. I try to convince myself it was just a mean prank, but the fact that someone broke into my mailbox to leave it calls that into question. Someone wanted to scare me, and they did. I make it to work without incident, though I arrive to the news that someone from the hospital, a pharmacy technician who everyone adores, was attacked last night. It's all anyone is talking about because she's someone we work with, someone we know. "I heard he followed her to her apartment from work," Misty says as a small group of nurses stands in the break room, feeling like we've had the collective wind knocked out of our lungs, because this is far too close to home. "I heard her fiancé, who she lives with, was out of town, and so she was alone for the night," says Natalia, which makes me uneasy because this man must have known somehow that she would be alone. "Does anyone know how she's doing? Is she okay?" I ask. Though it's a dumb question to ask because of course she's not okay. I think of Hannah, who is young and friendly, if not a little shy, leaving the hospital last night and walking home by herself, which is the same thing I always do. And it makes me wonder why her and not me. It could have just as easily been me. When visiting hours begin and Mr. and Mrs. Beckett come into Caitlin's room, the police are with them. "Are you Megan Michaels?" one of the men, a detective from the way he's dressed, asks, and I nod, wary, feeling anxious. Not yet 10 o'clock, and already it's been an inauspicious start to the day. "Mr. and Mrs. Beckett tell us there was an individual here the other day to visit Ms. Beckett." "Yes," I say. "There was." This man is everything I would expect of a detective, intense and austere. He's tall, of average weight. He wears a suit, dark and fitted with a gun in a hip holster. I don't see the gun at first, not until he moves the front panels of the coat by accident, and then I do. "We've gone through Ms. Beckett's phone records to see who she was in contact with over the last couple of weeks," he tells me, and I bring my gaze from the gun to his eyes, which are observant and alert. "I'd like to show you some pictures and see if you can't identify the man who was here. Would that be okay?" he asks. And I wonder if I shouldn't have told them about the man after all. If I should have kept that to myself and stayed as far from this as possible. Of course, I say, my mouth dry. Whatever I can do to help.
Is there somewhere we can speak in private?
I say yes. I lead the detectives to a small bereavement room, reserved for families to grieve. Mr. Beckett tries to follow, but one of the detectives asks him and Mrs. Beckett to wait there, with Caitlin, until we come back. In the room, the detective tells me to have a seat, and so I pull out a chair and sit at a table across from him while the other man stands at my back, making me uncomfortable for many reasons, including his physical size. I watch as the detective places a photo lineup on the table. Before me are 6 images of 6 men, each of them similar looking, though my eyes go right to one. It's a mugshot, like the rest, taken from the front with an almost identical, featureless wall behind him so as not to distract from the face. In it, he's in his own clothes, not a prison uniform, though there's no denying that this is a mugshot, taken from the shoulders up, so I only see the neckline of a white undershirt. But I see his eyes, which are hollow and angry. My stomach tightens. I can't decide if it's guilt or fear. This man will be accused of attempted murder because of what I say. If they can find him, he'll get in trouble. He'll be arrested. He's not a good man. Clearly, he's been arrested for something before, which tells me he's done something illegal in the past.
Do you recognize any of these men?
I pick up the picture. I hold it in my hand, taking in the dark, curly hair, a small tattoo on his neck that I hadn't noticed until now, the cold blue eyes. This is him.
Are you certain?
Yes, I say. I have no doubt. It's him. He takes the picture from me.
Thank you for your help, Miss Michaels.
He gathers the rest of the pictures.
We're through here, he says. You can go.
I don't leave right away. I hesitate, thinking how I could go back to Caitlin's room and keep this to myself, but it seems like a missed opportunity not to tell the police about Jackson Beckett.
Is there something else, Ms. Michaels?
He asks, his eyes coming to mine, sensing my hesitation. I'm sure it's nothing, just a misunderstanding. He recenters himself on the chair, folding his hands over a manila folder with the pictures inside, in no rush. His voice is firm but encouraging.
Why don't you tell us and let us decide?
I nod, though still unsure if I'm making the right choice, if I'm doing the right thing. I'm not sure if this will come back to hurt me. I take a breath. It's just that I was under the impression that the Beckett's son, Jackson, arrived from London a couple days ago, though it seems he's been here longer than that.
How do you know?
He told me. I don't even know if he's realized it by now. We were talking, and he let it slip, how he was with a friend at Promontory Point last weekend, though as far as his parents know, he was in London at the time and didn't arrive until the middle of the week. I'm not sure it matters. The Becketts are under so much stress and they're not sleeping. It's just, I say, pausing for air. I don't know why he would lie about being in London if he was here in the city. And there seems to be some friction between him and Caitlin, some sort of resentment, animosity.
How do you know?
Mrs. Beckett told me. The officer nods, thoughtful. He takes a business card from his pocket and hands it to me.
If you think of anything else, call.
I go back to Caitlin's room alone, tucking the business card into the pocket of my scrubs, having trouble meeting the Beckett's eyes at first because of what I've just done. Did you identify him? Mrs. Beckett asks, rising from the edge of the bed as I come in. Jackson is here now. He must have come while I was gone, and he stands, leaned against the wall, though I can't bring myself to look at him. Was he one of the men in the pictures? Yes, I say, and her face grows pale, a hand going to her mouth.
Who is he? Do you know?
I ask, wondering if the Becketts have seen the pictures the police showed me before, if they know something I don't. Mrs. Beckett nods, unable to speak. It's Mr. Beckett who says,
An ex-con, Milo Finch. The officers asked if we knew him, if we knew why he might have been in touch with Caitlin. We didn't. He's been out of jail all of a month. And in that time, he's violated parole. He left California without permission. He failed to report to his parole officer. The police have been looking for him."
Mr. and Mrs. Beckett exchange a glance before she sinks back to the edge of the bed, reaching for Caitlin's hand as he goes on.
"They think he followed her across the country, that he came here looking for her."
Mrs. Beckett says then, as if thinking aloud, her words catching me off guard, "I keep wondering if he isn't the same man you see on the news. The one who's been attacking those women."
"He's not,"
Mr. Beckett says, as if he somehow knows, but he's just postulating. "How can you be so certain?"
"It's different, Amelia. Those other women were raped in their own homes. Caitlin was pushed from a bridge, and there were no signs of sexual abuse."
"But maybe she ran from him, Tom, and maybe he followed her there." I dwell on the idea. It's not impossible to think that it's the same man. I attach weight to the conversation Mrs. Beckett and I began the other day. "You think this man, this Milo Finch, chased or lured Caitlin to the bridge that day? You think he's the one who pushed her?" "Yes," Mrs. Beckett says. "I do. And maybe he's the one who's been raping those women." All the police have to do is find him, and it will be through. It doesn't matter what I just told them about Jackson. Milo Finch will be arrested. A jury will convict him. It seems so open and shut, if the police can find him. I step out into the hall, moving toward the nurse's station. I haven't gone more than a few feet when I hear,
"Megan."
And I turn back to see that Mr. Beckett has followed me out, looking older and far more disheveled than when he first arrived in the hospital over a week ago.
"Can I speak to you for a minute?"
"Sure."
"That voicemail I played for you the other day. From Caitlin,"
he says, coming to stand too close. And I realize how very relevant it is all of a sudden. The last-ditch, pleading, "Daddy, I'm in trouble. I need your help." He turns around to be sure Mrs. Beckett and Jackson are still in the room and that the glass door between them has closed, which it has. He turns to me, leaning in even closer, and it takes everything in me not to fall back.
"I was hoping we could still keep it between you and me. It's meaningful, in light of what we now know, but it's not as if that message is going to help the police find this man. And I don't want Amelia to know Caitlin reached out for help and that I dismissed it."
"Of course," I say. "Whatever you want." He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He reaches out to set a hand on my arm.
"Thank you, Megan. I hope you don't think less of me for asking."
"No, of course not," I say. But I do. The request shows him in a bad light. "I understand. And like you said, it wouldn't make a difference now." On the walk home, I search for Milo Finch on my phone and find him. Milo Finch is a former restaurant owner and a registered sex offender who was found guilty of possession of child pornography and sentenced to 5 years in prison. I tell myself again that he's not a good man. I shouldn't feel guilty for turning him in to the police. That said, I wonder where he is now. I wonder if, when the police find him, they will tell him it was me who identified him. 14. That night after work, Sienna calls. "You'll never believe it," she says, squealing, her voice giddy and high so that I all but see her smile through the phone. "What?" I ask. I'm in her bedroom, straightening up for her, which I sometimes do when she's with Ben. Nat is in the living room now. She had dinner waiting for me when I came home from work, which was nice for a change, to have someone cook for me. We sat at the small kitchen table and ate and talked about how, when she has enough money saved, I'll help her look for an apartment, though, in the back of my head, I wondered what was to stop Declan from finding her there. "Dad got Dear Evan Hansen tickets!" Sienna screams into the phone now. "5th row!" I flatten, air coming out of me like from a balloon. Of course he did, I think. I thought about doing that too, but the cost for tickets is outrageous. And if I was going to get them, it was going to be for Christmas or her birthday and not just an ordinary day. When is the show? I ask. Sienna screams, "Tomorrow night!" into the phone, and then says, "Can you believe it, Mom? This is so fire. I can't wait to tell Gianna and Nico." Wait up, I say. Tomorrow night? Tomorrow is Sunday, Sienna. You come home tomorrow afternoon. I know, she says. Dad told me to call and see if I can spend another night with him so that we can go. He said he'll drive me to school Monday morning. You don't need to do anything. Please, Mom, she begs. It's just one night and I'll be home Monday. Okay, I say after a second, because what choice do I have? Sienna would hate me if I said no to Dear Evan Hansen. She'd never forgive me. It's one of those Broadway and Chicago shows and is only here for a few weeks. She won't get a chance like this again. Ben knows this. Maybe it's just a coincidence that he managed to snag tickets for a Sunday evening. Or maybe it was designed to pit Sienna against me, to keep her from me and to get under my skin. You're the best, she says as I move into her closet to collect her dirty clothes from the hamper. Just remember that the next time you want to do something and I say no. I will, she says. And then, by the way, Dad has a girlfriend. She lets drop as I pull clothes out of her hamper. She says it so very casually. Dad has a girlfriend. Like she's telling me she has math homework or a chemistry test to study for. I back away from the closet, lowering myself to the edge of her bed to catch my breath. I'm quiet for a minute, processing her words. And because of it, I think, she says, You can't be all butthurt about it, Mom. You're the one who divorced him. I wince. It's reasons like this I hate letting Sienna spend time with Ben. Not that I have a choice. He puts ideas in her head. He brainwashes her. He wins her over with things like Dear Evan Hansen tickets and then sways her in his favor because that's the kind of thing Ben would say. How I divorced him. I did, but it's not the whole story. You know I hate that word, I say. What word? She asks. Butthurt. I can practically see Sienna roll her eyes at me through the phone. Are you mad? She asks after a second. No, I tell her. But just please stop saying it. Not about butthurt, Mom. About his girlfriend? Oh, no, I lie, moving back to the closet because it's a distraction. It's fine. Ben should have told me about his girlfriend himself and let me process it without Sienna on the other end of the line. I ask, Is she going with you tomorrow night? I picture that. Ben, Sienna, and said girlfriend at the gorgeous Niederlander Theater, posing for a requisite picture together beneath the marquee on Randolph Street. But Sienna says, No, he only got 2 tickets and he wants to take me. I bite my tongue. How sweet. What's she like? I ask. Sienna says, I don't know. Fine, I guess. Is she there now? No. I forgot to tell you, but I met her last time I was here. Oh, I say. But what I really want to ask is she pretty? Is she prettier than me? All of a sudden I have so many questions. How did they meet? How long have they been dating? But I button my lip. It's none of my business. I tell Sienna about Nat, about my old high school friend, who will be staying with us for a week until she can find her own apartment. A week is optimistic, but I don't say that to Sienna. Nat wouldn't be able to find, apply for, and be approved for an apartment in that time, and I don't know that she has the money to do so. It might be more like 2 weeks or a month. It's not ideal to have a house guest in our little apartment for a month, but we'll make do. I wanted to be here to introduce you two. I thought we could hang out tomorrow night and order pizza, but you'll be at Dear Evan Hansen now, which is fine, I say, emphasizing the word fine because I don't want to guilt trip her. It's that this is not how I imagine things playing out. It's just that I work Monday, Sienna. You and Nat will both be at home without me. I don't know exactly what time Nat's school day ends, but it can't be all that different from Sienna's. I won't be home until 7:30 at the earliest. In theory, they'll spend hours together before I come home. That's so weird, Sienna groans, and I don't argue with her because she's right. I don't like it either, but such is life. Nat is an old friend. She and Sienna will get along fine for the short time before I get home. I'm excited for them to meet because they'll like each other, I think. I like, too, that Sienna can know a bit of my past, my history before her and Ben. I was once a teenager, too. She forgets that sometimes. I end the call with Sienna, telling Nat I'll be back before carrying Sienna's laundry basket down to the basement. Alone, in the near darkness of the basement, Declan's texts return to me, slipping into my mind, unsought and undesired, getting under my skin and making it crawl. "You fucking bitch. Answer me, damn it," he had said in all caps, shouting. And then, with an almost equally disturbing placidity, "I will find you. I will bring you home where you belong, and once I do, I will never let you leave. I'll lock you in a room if I have to. You are mine, Nat. Never forget that. I own you. Nothing can keep us apart." I turn slowly around, looking into the darkened recesses of the basement to be sure I'm alone, that no one is hiding there. I throw the laundry in the wash and I leave, jogging up the stairs. I'm not gone more than 2 or 3 minutes. Nat is standing with her back to me when I come in, looking out the dark window at the street, her hair hanging long and layered down her back. The L has just finished passing by, the movement of it still making the apartment hum. She doesn't hear me come in. I have the empty laundry basket in my hands, so I kick the door closed, too hard on accident. It slams, startling Nat, who wheels around. That's when I see that she's on her phone, which she pulls away from an ear as she comes to face me, looking guilty, pale. She must have thought she had more time. I pull my eyebrows together. "Who are you talking to?" I ask. "No one," she says. "Just a wrong number." But as she brings the phone to her eyes to press end, I don't believe her. I know she's lying. It's not no one. I know in my heart that it's Declan, and that she called him when I went downstairs to throw the laundry in. I'm not mad, but I am sad. My heart hurts for her. I read a statistic once that said the average person goes back to an abuser 7 times before leaving for good. 7 times. "It was just some guy," she goes on. "He said he was looking for someone named Justine." I go along with it. He must have misdialed. I don't ask right away. I wait a second. I try to be subtle, while lowering the laundry basket to the floor. "Have you heard again from Declan? Any more texts?" "No," she says with a quick jerk of the head, avoiding my eye. "No more texts." 7 times, I think again, wondering how many times Nat has already gone back to him, knowing it's been at least once in this short time since we reconnected. But it's not my job to doubt her. I'm here to support her, to be a friend. "Good," I say. "That's good. I'm glad that stopped. How about some wine?" "I'd love some," she says, putting her phone away. I lower myself into the armchair, which is wide and plush, the color of rust. I pull my legs into me and say, "You never told me how you and Declan met." Nat is quiet, and almost instantly I regret that I asked. "I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about it if you don't want." "No," she's quick to say before taking a small sip of her wine for liquid courage. "It's okay. It's just that—" Her voice trails. "It's hard, I know." "Yes, it is." She takes another sip of her wine and then goes on. "We met at the party of a mutual friend. My friend introduced us and we hit it off. We talked for hours that night and then, a few days later," she says, "he called and asked me to dinner. By our 3rd or 4th date, I started imagining a life for us together. It was premature, I know, but I'd never met any man like him, one who I was so compatible with. I was a late bloomer. All of my friends were married by then, and I felt a rush, the pressure, to find someone to settle down with. I was scared of being alone, but I also fell head over heels in love. We dated for only 5 months when he proposed. There was never any hesitation or doubt in my mind. I immediately said yes." "What was it like the first time he hit you?" I ask, knowing I'm close to overstepping my bounds, but I can't help myself. I have to know. Nat doesn't balk at the question. She takes a second to collect her thoughts and then says, "It was instantaneous, blindsiding. And then it was done, and he was so sorry and so full of self-loathing. He cried, sobbed like a child, and I was left to comfort him, to assure him it was no big deal and that things like that happen, though they don't. We'd only been married a few weeks then, and had an argument over something inane like household chores. In the middle of it,